Monkey Mouse.
I'm the king of the swingers over the number one VIP. I reached the top and now that the top, and that's what's about it in me. I want to be the man come stroll right into town and be just like the other men. I'm tired of monkeying around. Oh, I'm gonna be like you. I wanna walk like you, talk like you. See, it's true. And a man like me can't learn to be you, but now I'm trying to get me mad 'cause I made a deal with you. Now what I desire is been red fire to make my dream come true. Now give me the secret, man, cause show me what to do. Give me the power of men's red flower so I can be like you. Oh, I wanna be like you. I wanna walk like you, talk like you. See, it's true. And a man like me can learn to be you, but
Check, check, test. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Give me a 5x5. I got me on me monitor. We're good. Hello, everyone. Good to see you all. Thank you, Scotto, for the 5x5. Appreciate you. Alan Killian, thank you, sir. Where was Scott Hubert's comment? Scott Hubert says, is this a show or just a musical presentation? 6 minutes of intro is a bit excessive. As I responded, I don't know if I would consider it excessive. It is a little bit indulgent and slightly decadent, though. Ooby doo, man. I want to be like you. Ooh, ooh. I want to walk like you, talk like you. Dan has taken on more of my personal attributes and stories. It's weird. Dan claims to have studied philosophy in college. I, of course, haven't talked in the past about how I have a minor in philosophy. One class shy of a major because I took a epistemology class and I did not turn the final paper in on time. I went a day late to turn it in, and the friar father, actually, who was teaching the course, had told people he wasn't going to take a late paper. It was my last class, completed my major. The motherfucker failed me. So I only walked away with a minor instead of a minor instead of a second major. So, Dan said Immanuel Kant said all of reality was an illusion. Fucking, I have no idea where Dan studied, but Immanuel Kant did not say that. What Immanuel Kant said was that minus your sensorial perception, reality is unknowable. That's far from saying reality is an illusion. In fact, it's almost the exact opposite end of the spectrum. And it Kant was a little verbose in his writings, and he overdid, simple things, for the grandiose of academia at that time. Basically, what Kant said was, you can't understand reality except through your sensorial perceptions. That is far from saying that reality is an illusion. Dan's a fucking idiot. I remember back to my days of studying philosophy. I was a huge fan of Nietzsche. That's what kept me in the game, pursuing the second philosophy major. And post-college, I did a lot of research work for at least two, definitely two. One went on to become the head of a philosophy department at not an Ivy League school, but one tier below Ivy League. And I did a lot of research for her when she did papers on Nietzsche, because I had a pretty in-depth knowledge of, what he said and what works the sayings came from. Of course, the professor that I did, or department head that I did research for, actually, on the landscape of philosophy, she knew way more works of philosophers than I ever attempted to read. But when it came to Nietzsche, I had a really good drill down and a really good memory on where certain quotes came from. So, and Nietzsche had a little bit to say about Kant. So I did study some Kant. I did read some Kant. Kant is too fucking cold for me. Too much logic. Same reason I'm not a fan of Bertrand Russell. Just the logic is too cold, and the men themselves were a little bit on the arrogant side. So, Alan Killian asks, did my family have a safe departure and then arrival for their Hawaii trip? They did, actually. First day there, my mom sent me a note to remember to vacuum. Ha ha, Merb. Mr. Caruso and all the WNN losers. She sent me a beautiful photograph of the Hawaiian sunset over the ocean with a single sailboat, and the sky was literally pumpkin orange. Actually, I'll take a peek at the Discord here and see if I can find that. Maybe I'll bring that up. Ooby doo, I want to be like you. Ooh. Dan is a fucking monkey. What I was getting at before with the Nietzsche stuff was in the work by Nietzsche, which was the second to last work I read by Nietzsche, the last being The Will to Power, which was published by Nietzsche's sister posthumously. It's a good indicator of how Nietzsche mentally worked out problems, because some of what is presented in The Will to Power is the exact opposite of what was presented in his philosophical writings. So you can use that workbook to see how he worked from one position to, gaining understanding of the whole and coming out the other side with a completely different perspective. It's a difficult read, but it's a good work comparatively to his published stuff. He probably never would have published The Will to Power if it wasn't for his sister. But in the piece, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, it opens with the ape of Zarathustra. And that's the mimic that just mimics the wise man, repeats his sayings. Like he doesn't know why he's saying what he's saying. He's just heard this said. People were wowed by it or impacted by it. So he repeats it, but questioning him on it leads to nothing because he's just a mimic. He doesn't understand what he's saying. Dan is the same fucking way. It's been, what, a week since I did a broadcast? They've talked about me every fucking day. Their obsession is amazing. In fact, I think they're almost as obsessed with me as they are Chili, but Dan wouldn't replay my videos because he's too narcissistic for that. So the last broadcast was 6 days ago. They've talked about me every fucking day since. It's amazing. Dan called me out again, wants to fight. Then another day he called me a pussy. Dan, when you say bring it, you're hiding, you fucking retard. You're hiding. Come out in the open and do your bring it thing. Or let me know when you're in America. I have Becca's address. I can fucking be there. It's not a problem. So you be careful about what you're calling out, because if I track you down, bro, I'll fucking show up. And you're going to be sorry you did the fucking call out thing. Because I see you maybe whimpering a little, pissing your pants, and definitely vomiting. You know, the way an animal evacuates its bodily fluids when it knows it's going to get the fucking, when the lion's on it. You're a proud pervert, Dan, a godless man. What can you do to me besides nothing? So be careful who you call out, man. I'll fucking show up. The thing that's keeping you safe is that SO registration listing that prevents you from entering this country. You will never fucking come here, Dan. That's why you're such a fucking mealy-mouthed little fucking keyboard warrior. Mechanics is with us tonight, says NTFG. You're not going to break 8 hours, are you? I'm not planning to. Things could happen, though. I don't have to work tomorrow. Oh, let me apologize. Hello, Misty-Eyed Girl. I see you in the real-time chat. Let me apologize to everyone. I have, my availability's been limited. I haven't done a broadcast in 6 days. You're all still showing up. I fucking love you guys. Just before the 6-day break, we had some really good fucking streams, man. You guys were on fire. You had me laughing like a motherfucker. Writes in, actually messaged me one day, said he was tearing so hard from laughing he literally had to pull the fucking car over. You guys, all the thanks goes to the group I'm associated with, the halo above us, the halo that surrounds my head, the original people that I had a bad car accident in December of 2019, so it's 4 years ago. I was pretty fucked up. I took a really hard shot to the fucking head. I fractured a disc and several of the nubs that are on each disc of the spinal column. So I've a lot of fucking pain. Fractured my hip in 2 places. I almost blew my hip through my fucking pelvis. This YouTube thing, I had always come to YouTube. I looked for DIY stuff. But when I was literally laid up for 4 months in the beginning of 2020, from January till March. I was in the hospital for like 10 days. And then from there till middle March, end of March, I was literally sitting in a fucking chair in my mother's living room. And, she cooked for me, brought meals to me, all that shit. So, all you guys who are fucking busting my mom's balls and talking shit about my mom, go fuck yourself. Caruso, you little fucking pussy. Go smack a woman in the mouth, you fucking tender little fucking twink boy. Dan was actually joking about that this evening. That, Anthony Caruso needed to be contacted and sent after some woman to smack her in the mouth. I think because she was associated with Chile was the reason why. Dan is the ape of Chile de Castro. Let me repeat that. Dan is the ape of Chile de Castro. Everything Dan's bitched about Chile de Castro for the past year, Dan has fucking done. Fundraisers unannounced for other people without them knowing about it. How many times has fucking Dan given Chile shit about that? Chile doesn't show receipts, therefore he must be skimming the money. Why don't you show receipts, Dan? You must be skimming the money. See, that's your logic. When you apply it to someone else, you show your line of thinking. You misquoted "judge not" to me, Dan. You don't know the whole verse. The verse is, "Judge not, lest ye be judged, for the measure by which you measure will be measured back to you." Means you're identifying what you think is right and wrong, what you know is right and wrong, and you're condemning. And then you open yourself up to be measured by your own standards. When have you shown a fucking receipt, Dan? You're an almost daily begathon now. When have you ever shown a fucking receipt? If your people want to give you money and burn the money and all the rest of that shit, and you just steal it and you don't donate it to charities and they keep sending you money, good. Good for you. You're a fucking con man. But you're condemning other people for your own behavior, the same behavior you do. That's because you don't have a God, Dan. You have a belly that's always hungry. W124 Mercedes is with us as NTFG. How is everyone doing? I'm doing fantastic. Flo B is here, says, hey at McAddicks and 124 Mercedes, green heart, and a gold hand waving. Alan Killian says, oh, you asked. I was going to look for that picture and I didn't get to it. Alan says hello to Flo. Flo says hello to Alan. Rebel says, considered a terrorist by WNN. Dan was prattling on some bullshit about the Minutemen being terrorists. I do believe that our own Rebel is associated with the Minutemen. You should be careful, Dan. I think there are some militia boys in America that don't like fucking British subordinates interfering in our business. Right? Right, Danny boy? Ooby-doo. I want to be like you. Ooh, ooh. There it is. There it is. There it is. All right, let me share that. This is, my mom sent this. My mom sent this along with a reminder to make sure I vacuumed. My mom sent this. This is the first sunset from the hotel on, I believe the island was Kona. Let me bring that up. Little share screen. I cropped the image that my ma sent to me. This beautiful image. Boom. There it is. What a beautiful sky, huh? Fucking orange like that. Little sailboat working off on the left side. Oh, yeah. Shuggy's in the room calling it a stock image. You're a piece of shit, Shuggy. You got a stock penis, son. So, yeah, we'll enjoy that while I say hello to some people. Killian has a hello for McAddix, Esquire, KC, my Canadian legal advisor, disbarred, but worth his weight in fucking gold, that's for sure. And man, can that boy make a puck move down ice. McAddix, Esquire, KC says, fuck, my WNN laptop caught on fire again. Oh my God, it's already starting. McAddix says, fuck, my WNN laptop caught on fire again. Hang on. If you have won any electronic devices from the Welsh News Network, we highly recommend you keep a box of baking soda handy. And if the thing spontaneously combusts, please pour baking soda on the electronic device. Do not throw water on it. Bleck's favorite toy says Dan's next fundraiser is for a year supply of batteries for me. Alan Killian says, surrounded by damn blue wrenches. Good thing I'm not suffering from major insecurities. You should have taken a screenshot of that and sent it to Merb. Merb hates blue wrenches. McAddix, Esquire, KC says, don't worry, Alan. My wrench is only a fashion statement. What? Accessorizing? Hockey player don't need no fucking wrench. Alan Killian says, what me worry? Not. Shuggy's apparently been here from the get-go, maybe a little before. John Clark says, look at all these fine WNN fans. And Shuggy is in the room. Shuggy says, evening all. I'm over at Dan's cuddling. If anyone... What the fuck? Oh, my God. Is Shuggy joking around? Shuggy says, evening all, I'm over at Dan's cuddling if anyone wants to join in. Flo B says, not in a million years at Shuggy. Shuggy says, Kevin is trying to butt in, if you know what I mean. Is Kevin paying to watch you cuddle with Dan? Get that black Amex card out there. John Clark says, Aunt Flo. Flo B says, hey, at John Clark. Shuggy says, hashtag fuck you, McAddix. You should be nicer to McAddix. That motherfucker will steamroll your ass, dude, without thinking twice about it, Shuggy, you Mr. Bean-looking fucking twink. Alan Killian says, musical introduction suggestion, ELO. Are you on the Discord, Alan? If you're on the Discord, DM me and give me 2 ELO tunes, and I will intro, outro ELO, no problem. Bandit 2804 says, McMuffin. What the fuck? Where you been, Bandit? And then you just show up out of the blue? And you're starting your same shit again? Come on, dude. Leave McAddix alone. He's cool as fuck. You, not so much. Alan Killian says, who can't wait for Tucker Carlson's broadcast from Russia? That's going to be a fucking weird one. McAddix Esquire KC says, Ronnie, you were quiet when you got gifted memberships in Josh's. Pretty rude, if you ask me. That put you first on my list. Ooh. You got 2 and not even a thank you. Bandit says he thanked Blurple. Team Bandit's got an okay baby, and he's making the dick hole sign. McAddicts, Team Bandit wants to be your sphincter toy. Rebel says, at McAddicts, Esquire KC, how's that WNN laptop doing? Rebel, it caught on fire. It is no more. It's being shipped back as charcoal. Scott Amo was here and he's off to bed. Have a good stream. Thank you, Scott Amo. Shuggy says Ronnie has magic fingers. That back rub he gave was amazing. Then the happy ending. I didn't know truckers could swallow like that. She looks like Shuggy's out of the fucking closet. Holy shit. Shooky says Dan got jealous. Shooky, bump, 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 bump. Wow. More Shooky stuff. Dan's ding-a-ling doesn't ring much these days. Oh my God. Shooky, are you the insider panel member that keeps sending me fucking info? There's someone on the Welsh News Network panel that they have to be on the Welsh News Network panel because they know shit that I think the average person wouldn't know, and they're very upset about the day-to-day begging that's going on. And they indicated that all of the 200, was it dollars or pounds? All of the $200, pound, whatever donations was seed money that Dan sent out and asked people to, donate in their own name to the, it's so fucking weird. What's going on with this RaeRae Hezekiah thing? Oh my God. Dan's trying to set Hez up on a fucking sexcation to fucking incel Dan. Incel Dan is trying to hook up Incel Hez with some 50-year-old fucking woman. Hez is like a fucking 420-pound blob of basically tub of goo. Like if you could get 420 pounds of shortening in a fucking garbage can, that's kind of you're approaching Hez proportions. The fucking incel man-child. He wouldn't know what to fucking do. All Hez has ever had, intimate contact with is a fucking voodoo doll that he sticks with pins and tasers. RaeRae better be careful. Who the fuck is Alice? Says hey to everyone. Congratulations. I saw that you won a gifted membership on the Snooze Network, as did one other person did. Was it Rebel? I think it was Rebel. Amazing. Even Shiz won a gifted membership at the Snooze. Oh my God. Not tonight's broadcast, but last night's broadcast at the Welsh News Network. It was a 4-hour broadcast. At the end of the broadcast, it had 358 views. So during the 4-hour live, 358 people viewed the broadcast, and there were 73 likes. 8 hours after the broadcast ended, so 4 hours of live and then 4 hours of replay afterward, equal time increments, saw the view number rise to 500 and something. So about an additional 200 views 4 hours after the broadcast, which only garnered 4 more likes. It went from 77 to 73 4 hours after the broadcast ended. Danny, if you're going to buy views, you got to buy the corresponding likes too. Otherwise, it looks like the people who viewed don't like your broadcast. Zach and Butch, the friendly pit bull, long time no see, says, hey, at codedfriend.001 and everyone in chat, I am back. It's good to have you back, bro. Appreciate it. Shooky says Ronnie is a trucker and has a great grip. Oh my God. What the fuck? Scotto's here. John Clark says, hey to Scotto. Shamor from Shuggy also can put away the pies. I have no idea. Is that a sexual reference? What would put away the pies? Is that a slice of pizza pie? Is that a slice of apple pie? Is that a Shooky banana cream pie slice? A lot of weirdness going on there. W124 Mercedes says hello to Scotto. Laura Raiders with us says, no greetings. It's late. I'm tired, so I'll be lurking. But hello all. Sparkly heart. Team Bandits here. Scotto says, hey to John Clark. Who the fuck is Alice is waving at John? Shuggy again. Got to get a word in. I wish Dan could grip my stick like Ronnie. Oh my God. Shooky. Have you been in the fucking scotch today? Is Shooky drunk? Laura Rader says, Monkey Mouth Man is the thing of nightmares. Ooh, get the writing crew on that. Get the writing crew on that. So way back when the original Coded Friend.001 team came together and, formulated a little mining reaction data on the Chile DeCastro phenomenon, which is why we're not following Chile anymore, because he's tapped. He's never going to outdo what he did. And, we're moving on to other areas to get reaction data. Dan has been Dan and the Schnooze Network, Monkey Mouth Dan, Dill Dan, and the Schnooze have literally been a fucking gold mine of reactionary data information, along with their fucking less than normal intelligence audience. Their audience is fucking dumb. My God, it's fucking dumb. How many times can you get conned in one fucking week, you dumb bastards? Carte Blanche in the real-time chat says, all those who donated through Stream Elements should be careful. All of your personal information will be sold to agencies. Boy, isn't that what Dan accuses Chile of all the time? Dan is the ape of Chile DeCastro. Laura Rader says, Blowtoy, Alice, Flo, Mercedes, Scotto, NTFG. That was Scott. That was Scott Hubert's comment before. Bodie says, sorry, Coded. Music sucks. Maybe that says something about you and not the music. Buddy. Good to have you here, buddy. Scott Hubert says, cool enough at codedfriend.001. Was just joshing you a bit. You're worth the wait. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You can josh away all you want. We do have a swing away mentality in here. If you swinging and you get hit, though, don't come crying. Daddy don't want to know. John Clark says, that sounds so gay. I know that wasn't in relation to what I said, but Daddy just doesn't want to know. Does sound a little gay. Laura Rader said, I don't know. Gives me a dancing salon in Paris feel. That's Victor Wainwright. He was covering the Louis Prima tune Louis wrote for Jungle Book way back in the middle to late 60s. I want to be like you. It's a great fucking interpretation of it. It's a good fucking jam, man. It's funky. It's fluid. It's got a groove. As far as the dancing salon in Paris, I'm not a fan of the French, but I know what you're saying. I was dancing around like a drunk monkey for the whole 9 minutes of it. So, you know, I like that. I like that fucking tune. Victor Wainwright, especially in that man, if you don't know Victor Wainwright, look him up in the description box below. You'll probably catch a link for one of his YouTube sites. He's been, he's a feature guy who's played with a couple different backing bands, The Train, and I think it's Roots is the other, Wild Roots, something. So, he runs the gamut from covering the Louis Prima, that funky swing style, all the way to some just raw fucking hardcore blues. In fact, we're going to go out on the broadcast today with a bluesier Victor Wainwright tune. So stick around. Johnny Switchblade says, Louis Prima, come on, Jungle Book. It is a great look. The fucking Louis Prima version is phenomenal. But that Victor Wainwright, man, he stretched it out. There's some good little bit of jam, some nice solos in there. I like it. McAddix Esquire KC says, Dan and Shuggy are grooving to this. Hank is passed out. Laura Rader says, Jungle Book for Monkey Mouth. He reminds me of the orangutan. I want to walk like you, talk like you, ooh, too. Dan's a monkey. He's just an ape. He's trying to figure out, he's 40, well, he's probably 57 or 58, but he's an old man who's, still trying to figure out how to be fucking human. Let's read the good book, Dan. Jeff Appleby says, what up, fat dork adjacent peeps? Good to have you around, Jeff. I like that. Scott Hubert says, what's up, all you beautiful people? McAddix Esquire KC says, hey, sue me and Abby, I'm sure you'll see this. Fuck, my laptop is smoking again. Oh my God. Did Shuggy run out of the room? I was hoping to have a conversation with the Shugman Shugster. All right. Jeff Appleby says, the Jungle Book was my shit growing up when I was touching myself to Ariel and her new legs. What? I don't get that one at all. Ariel and her new legs. I think you have your fucking Disney and porn collection confused. I don't know what that's. Ariel is the Little Mermaid, right? That's way past my fucking time, so I'm not even sure. But I would assume the new legs things is the mermaid tail turning into legs. What that has to do with Jungle Book, Jeff? You've got me confused now. McAddix Esquire KC says, oh, the real Shuggy couldn't make it, but he sent his retarded sock. That was a Shuggy sock? That wasn't Shuggy? I hope that was Shuggy. I hope that was a drunk Shuggy who's right now in a fucking, what's his name? Is it Barry Gordy or Marvin Gaye? I hope Shuggy and Dan are doing the old let's get it on. Alan Killian says, good evening to Laura Rader. Laura says, hello to Alan. Laura Rader says, I haven't read Nietzsche since college. LOL. The Joyful Wisdom and the Spirit of Music from the birth of tragedy from the Spirit of Music is fucking phenomenal piece. It's not even a long read either. Nietzsche was not a philosopher when he started out. He was actually the youngest ever department chair at Basel University in Switzerland, which was a top-tier learning institution in his time in Europe and probably still is. Nietzsche was the chair of the philology department in his early to middle 20s. And he quickly realized that the professors that were teaching Greek philosophy didn't really know Greek philosophy because they didn't philology is the study of the culture. It is the love of. So Nietzsche started to teach philosophy classes in which the philosophy teachers would ban their students by telling them if they enrolled in a Nietzsche philosophy class, they would for sure fail any classes they had with that professor. So the birth of tragedy from the spirit of music literally is explaining philosophy of art through the lens of Greek culture. It's a fantastic work. The struggle between the Apollonian impulse and the Dionysian impulse, the Apollonian to be the single prominent figure, and the Dionysian influence to be a member of, to lose one's identity and become a member of the crowd. So one is self-elevation, the other is societal elevation, and how these two forces artistically, politically, culturally, the back and forth, the tension in between the two influence the rise of Greek culture. It's a really good work. If you have time to read it, you should probably read it. If you're going to read the actual book, I recommend a Walter Kaufman translation. His footnoting is genius and amazing. And it was through the footnoting in Kaufman's work, his translations of Nietzsche, that I began to read Sophocles, Euripides, just all kinds of more literature-oriented stuff. I read the Peloponnesian Wars because of that. Kaufman did a lot of justice to the writings of Nietzsche and underpinned the importance of understanding Greek literature and Greek culture in order to understand Greek philosophy. McAddick says, sailboat, did they hire Sir Dildan? Sir Dildan was unavailable. He's not allowed to leave UK airspace, UK waters, or UK anything. It would violate the conditions of register. Johnny Switchblade said the name of the boat is the Menelvia. Did I say it wrong? Menelvia. Laura Rader said, yeah, the mimic reminded me of Catholic school, LOL, going through the motions and all the words by memory automatically without really drinking it in. Yeah, that's one thing the Catholic Church excels in, rote memorization. The muscle memory of the mouth. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. That fucking shit. It drives me crazy when I see people doing that. I'm like, hey, slow down, take a pause, think about the fucking, let the words have meaning to you, not just sounds in the air. McAddick says they wait for you. They hold their breath waiting for you, which also explains Hank's brain damage. Is that how Hank had his stroke, holding his breath, waiting for me to say something so he could fucking respond to it? Who the fuck is Alice? Got a big chuckle out of when Dan is in America. Never going to fucking happen. It's never going to happen. Linda's here. Linda says, I saw a guy being ugly to some clerks in an office. When the others waiting for service objected, the guy told them to bring it, so they did. Oh, God. I hope he got a fucking heavy handbag slung at his fucking head. Laura Rader says, Mr. Caruso, Mr. Caruso, Mr. Caruso. You haven't paid your tab, Mr. Caruso. Mr. Caruso, you have to pay your tab. What's this about Italian lightning, Anthony? Misty-eyed girl says, hello at Who the Fuck is Alice at Flo B. I hope you both are well. Flo B is indestructible. Anthony McAddix, Esquire KC says Anthony Caruso would be one punch KO'd by a girl guide. Absolutely. You better back up, man. I got my cricket paddle. He's got a cricket paddle and ping pong balls. Laura Rader says, I still say Dan aspires to mimic Turtle Boy more than Chili. One step at a time, Laura. Baby steps. Dan can't go sprinting off. He'll trip on the fucking chalk line and, knock more of his fucking molars out of his mouth. Don't you worry. Dan has all the potential to Turtle Boy this fucking YouTube thing out. Don't you worry. He's getting the Chili aspect down, though. Alan Killian says, except make good money. Laura Rader says, he uses fake outrage as engagement. LOL. At least Chili's outrage is sincere. Shookie's back. Dan needs the money to pay off his losses in darts. The ladies' league doesn't fucking play around. Holy shit, Shoogie's on fire. Did you get into the fireball, Shoogie? Took a little bit of that Black's anti-anxiety medication. Now you're right up there in the spotlight, fucking telling jokes and shit. This fucking Shoogie is great. Laura Rader says, did they break knees with cricket bats? Shookie? Shookie says, much worse, Laura. They backhand him. Oh my God. I can see an angry ladies dart league player just poof, biffing Dan in the corner of the fucking mouth, arm's length fucking smack away. The dad just crying like a fucking puss boy. Monkey mouth. Mirrors 420 is with us. 2 fucking we love you signs and a fucking sunglass emoji in between. Shookie with his fucking... That's how I know it's you, dude. The stock image bullshit. Laura Rader says, lovely picture. It is. Shookie says, there's me and Dan on a honeymoon cruise. Is that why you're saying it's a stock photo? Because you've seen a sunset like this while getting rammed over the fucking cruise line railing by Dan's little fucking tic-tac dick-tac? Mirror says hello to Flo. Alan Killian says no zeros from the north. Linda says Dan's the Minutemen. Kaiser is Paul Revere. Is everyone in a revolutionary fantasy? Oh my God. Dan was just talking nonsense about U.S. gun ownership again and fucking saying weird shit about fucking militias in the U.S. Dan doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. W124 Mercedes says Shaggy was bragging, saying that he had 4 inches. Then Dan pulled out. It's not yours if it ain't in you, Shookie. Shookie says Anthony Caruso will send you one from Amazon if he's not bust watching Dan. If he's not bust watching Dan. I don't know what bust watching is. Like nut bust watching? I forgot. Anthony Caruso is the newest pick boy in the warehouse, Sydney Amazon warehouse. Pick away, Caruso. You're safe in there. Your mom can't set the fucking Amazon warehouse on fire like she did the Italian restaurant. Allegedly. Italian lightning. Laura Rader says Shuggy is just letting his freak flag fly. Let him be. Okay, I'll let him be. If Shuggy's all fucking scotched up and stole some of Blecka's anti-anxiety medication and he's feeling Mr. Big Dick today, let him. You're right. Let him fly that freak flag. Wow, that was tough getting out. I think I'm not high enough tonight. Linda says H solo at Flow B. Then Linda says hello. Okay, cool. I thought there was some kind of code between you two. Carte blanche. Hey there, at Coded Friend. I like when you talk to me like that, Karsh. I said, Karsh, why can't I fucking talk today? I've been listening to so much Dan, and then like when I'm listening to Dan, when I'm bored at work and I'm listening to Dan, I repeat the fucked up way he says shit, and I think I need to stop doing that. It's starting to affect my own speech alliteration and rhythmic patterning. Dan was talking some shit about Chili not filing his taxes or whatever on time. Because it's end of the year shit, right? So when you're employed, you have to have your 1099 or your what's the contractor one? Anyway, your employer has to provide, in the US, your employer has to provide your end of the year statement by Jan 20. I'm sure the UK has a specific date also. And then you have tax day, for your personal stuff in April. So Dan's a business owner. He claims to be a business owner and all this other bullshit. Dan thinks that the tax year runs on the calendar year. Like this, it's another giveaway. Like I wanted to jump on a couple of these fucking broadcasts this week, but I held back because the first one I didn't have time to do, so I didn't do it. And then Dan said even more outrageous shit the next day, and I'm like, when I'm not around going over his shit, he starts to get confident because he's not getting called out, and his dopiness just gets increasingly more dopier day after day. So Dan, who claims to be a business owner, like Dan owns a server farm and all this other fucking shit and blah, blah, blah. Dan thought that because Chili's paperwork for 2023 wasn't filed yet, that Chili hadn't done it or blah blah blah. And then I think it was Hank pointed out that his 501c3 the end of the year statements were due on the day of the month where he incorporated the 501c3 or filed for the tax recognition. Shooky in the real-time chat says, Coded Dan cries himself to sleep when you don't stream. That's very sad, man. There are times when I feel really bad for Dan because like Dan's beginning to believe his own lies and he's kind of gotten lost in them, which is what happens to liars. It's at that point when the liar is the most dangerous, when he starts to believe his own bullshit. So, instantly I'm thinking, if you're a corporate entity, so an LLC, a partnership, a full-blown corporation, the calendar year is January 1 to December 31st. That's the calendar year. Corporate entities, partnerships, LLCs, all the business formulations run on a fiscal year. you have the right as the corporate entity to name the first day of your fiscal year. So if you wanted, like, let's say you were born on July 27th and you started, Me Incorporated, you can make the first day of the year for your Me Incorporated July 27th, the same day as your birthday. Did I say July or January? I might have fucked them two up. So if your birthday was July 27th and you formed the Me Corporation, you can say day one of the fiscal year, the business year, is July 27th. So that would mean your taxes for that year would need to be filed by the end of the year, which would be July 26th. Like, Dan claims to be a business owner, but he doesn't know the difference between the fiscal year and the calendar year. Now, if you were a business, why wouldn't you just run your business on the calendar year and comply with the filing dates for personal income? Because if you shop accountants, you'll find out that there are times of the year when that accounting agency is slow on business, and it's never between January and April 15th. It's never in that time frame. That's the busiest time of year for accounting firms. So if you can set your year end in July, August, September, that's the opposite. That's the halfway point on the calendar. You can probably get a cheaper accounting rate than if you do it during the busiest time of year. It's to help spread the workload around. So, Dan just doesn't know. Dan just talks. He's an ape. He heard somebody say something. He has a halfway decent memory. He memorizes it. And he just pukes it back up. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's why if you question him, he, sounds fucking stupid. Or he just straight up says, "I'm not telling you, bitches." Like, where are the fucking receipts, Dan, for all the charitable raffles you ran month over month from April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November? Where 8 charities you named. You never showed any proof you sent money to any of them. And one of your people that won one of your laptop things in a live you did in the side chat said they were going to donate the laptop to the charity in the name of Welsh News Network. And Dan was like, "Oh, no, don't do that. You won it. You put it in your name." Publicity hungry Dan doesn't want the charity to know that Dan ran a fucking raffle to support the charity because Dan never sent the fucking money to the charity. Get it? It's not that hard to figure that the fuck out. On top of it, Dan won't show receipts. What are you hiding, Dan? What are you hiding? Well, Chili should post the link for the person's for the person who's in jail. He should just post the link for their PayPal. That way he doesn't get the money. Chili's receiving the money because he's the one that's going to post the bond. Now, the con in that is if there's a kickback on the bond when the dude shows up in court, Chili pockets the fucking money, right? Chili's got his own way of doing shit. But Dan's bitching. There's a reason why the money's not going directly to the person, because the person's incarcerated. Someone has to post the bond. That's why Chili's taking the money. Does Chili skim some off the top? I don't know for sure, but if I was a betting man, I'd bet he did. Dan doesn't show any fucking receipts, so no one knows where the fucking money Dan collected went to. You're a dumb motherfucker, Dan. You're easy to figure out. You are just aping Chili DeCastro. Laura Rader says, "I heard Dan mistook the limited time McRib sandwich for a superhero injury." McDonald's to make exclusive one time, one sandwich only. The McDan rib. It heals in a day. You only have to pretend you're hurt for one day. Fucking douche. Jeff Appleby says, I'm down with seeing where our money is going with Tucker. So, always a good thing. Shooky says, oh God, Cart the liar. Shooky, you be careful. I don't have to time you out. And I would only time you out, Shooky, because Carte Blanche was beating the fucking shit out of you verbally. Carte Blanche says, hey, it's Shooky. Have you found your balls yet? Oh my God. Shooky got no balls. Carte Blanche knows ballless men, dude. You're like number one on her fucking list of neutered males. How'd they get your balls, Shooky? Did they just tighten up a rubber band around it every day till the fucking blood supply stopped and the fucking things just fell off your body, or did they put you under the fucking knife, bro? Laura Rader says Shooky probably didn't know what a real man looked, sounded, and acted like until he started hanging out at SV's. Must have been quite the turn on for Shooky. Oh my God. Is Shooky sweet on Josh? Holy shit. In the Navy, where you can bunk with your fellow man in the Navy. Your girlfriend can be Dan in the Navy. Shooky says, yeah, Cart, Dan had them on his shelf. On his self? Was that supposed to be self or shelf? Dan's wearing your balls? That's some fucking weird shit. Carte Blanche says, so Dan has you close by at Shooky? Shooky says, Rebel bought his. Are we talking about balls or fucking eBay challenge coins now? John Clark says, I won one. Johnny Switchblade says, I won it. Johnny Switchblade, or Rebel says, Johnny Switchblade won it. Oh, yeah, Switchblade and who the fuck is Alice won. Team Bandit 2804 says something serious. I thought I heard RaeRae was very sick. Anybody have any info? RaeRae is, we have confirmed, our research has shown that RaeRae is very sick, and she's inflicted with Miss Mandy 777-itis. It's way worse than the 776-itis. But she definitely has Miss Mandy 777-itis. Lupus affecting diabetes. She's been, a doctor told her she has 6 months to 2 years to live. RaeRae, if you ain't dead, you better disappear from YouTube in the fucking year too. Nobody's seen any real medical diagnosis. They're just going off what RaeRae says. We'll hold off for a moment or two. We'll get into the whole RaeRae thing. Mirrors 420 says, allegedly. Shooky says, Gia sent us money to buy views. Oh, wait. Ignore that. You should have hit the delete thing, Shooky. Oh, my God. Shooky's spilling the beans tonight. Laura Rader says, only that her bucket list includes an affair with Hez. It's really weird that Dan and Blecka are trying to send incel Hez off on a sexcation. A 420-pound male who rarely leaves the house. They want him to go across the country from Florida to fucking Oregon and have a a listener-sponsored sexcation with RaeRae. Oh my God. It's so fucked up. Meanwhile, Jimbo Felch and his GoFundMe still after December, January, after 2 months, almost 3 months now. Was that a November or December thing? It's hard to keep track with these fucking grifters anymore. Meanwhile, Jimbo Felch has one $25 donation to his GoFundMe account. And Dan is raising money for some other YouTube creator to fly across the country, possibly Florida to Oregon, possibly the furthest fucking distance you could be from each other in the continental United States. Dan apparently raised, well, they claim to have raised a shake over $2,000, to fund Hez's sexcation with RaeRae. Wow. 50 years old and still fucking cobbing the knob. But they can't give any money to Jim Finch, who worked tirelessly for them for 10 months and has a GoFundMe with no fucking money in it. One donation, $25. How embarrassing. How embarrassing for Daddy Warbucks Dan. Carte Blanche says, who the hell grifts for a hookup with a married woman? Damn it, you gave it away. Yeah, according to RaeRae's Facebook, she's married. And then she said when she was giving her backstory on Hezo Kook's show, that poor fucking incel, all that fine Southern New England mix of women running around Florida. And RaeRae has to go to fucking Oregon to get a fucking post-MILF mature piece of ass, granny style. Holy shit. Is that prostitution? Does that violate YouTube's terms of service? Raising money to finance a sexcation with a married woman? Good God. Also, during the what alerted me was, RaeRae's own words. She was giving her backstory on Heza Kook's morning show. And she was talking about they moved from Chicago to Oregon, and she said, we are here in Oregon. I'm like, who the fuck is we? And I did some asking, did some checking, boom. RaeRae's Facebook says she's married. We would be her husband. So Dill Dan, it's not enough he antagonized Limey and pushed Limey to the fucking breaking point. That's not enough for Dan. Dan wants to get okay, so Dan has a death by desperation under his belt, Limey, who passed of a stroke a few days back. Very sad to hear that. We are not making fun of Limey's plight. We are poking fun at Dan the ape, the monkey mouth, who, ran his mouth about Limey, pushed him to the edge, did nothing to help Limey's plight. Again, Limey was, he's a junkie and all the rest of the shit, but Dan had a fucking working relationship with the guy. You can't fucking help him out, Dan. You'll raise money for dog shelters, but you won't help out your fellow man who you knew and had a business relationship with. The $2,000 you raised for Hez's sexcation to go put his fucking dingaling in RaeRae's hiney hole, that would have kept Limey alive, you piece of shit fuck, Dan. You piece of shit fuck, Dan. Ugh, Alan Killian says hair pie. God damn it. You fucking gonna be. Don't stray into the fucking shuggy back hair gherkin merkin jerkin shit. Oh, that's fucking nasty. Who the fuck is Alice? Says if they want to waste a membership on someone that doesn't watch their shit, meh. Thanks, I guess. I hope I read that in the right tone. That was fucking great. Use it. Go over, snoop around, kick a can, see if you can break something before the membership runs out. Carte Blanche says all those who donated through Stream Elements should be careful. All of your personal information will be sold to agencies. Huh. Just like Dan accuses Chili of doing. Shooky says, yes, they are. Wow. Wow. Oh, Alice, that's fucking great. GMK, no more sarcasm. Dumb people seem to find happiness easier. I envy them. Well, hence the statement, ignorance is bliss. Yeah, Laura, bang, right there. Ignorance is bliss. So the saying goes, GMK. Who the fuck is Alice? Dodgy Dan the bullshit man. Fucking beautiful. Beautiful. That sums it all up. It almost encapsulates it all nursery rhyme style. Dodgy Dan the bullshit man. Laura Rader says, but damn, they must all be sugar mamas and daddies to afford the constant begging for donos. They work off the back of the little man, Gia, Touche, that they send 200 to Dan, and then Dan either sends it back or the next morning they say, oh, I only meant to send 20, not 200, and they get the fucking charge changed. That shit's easy to fucking do. Simple to do. On the club scene, we won't take an electronic payment. It gets too expensive because they'll reverse those fucking charges, and there's nothing you can fucking do about it. All the person, they come to the club, they want a package deal, they park 2 at the door, they owe 200 in the parking, then there's 6 people going inside and the door fee, and we take it all in one shot, and we kick out the money that's due to the door, and then the next day they call the fucking Venmo, PayPal, whatever. Hey, this charge isn't me, and the fucking thing gets reversed, and all you get is a too bad. So we don't do any of that shit. We just take cash. Cash is king. But the 200 that, you see Touche. Where the fuck did Colin Campbell get $200 to donate? And if it's pounds, that's, it's 1.27, roughly the pound sterling to the US dollar. So if it's $200, it's $200. If it's 200 pounds, it's more like $260. Colin Campbell, the drug addict who's been bitching about how fucking poor he is for the last 3 months, kicks up fucking $200+. I don't fucking think so. That's seed money that was sent to him specifically to be donated. Laura Rader says, I enjoyed the jazzy intro. Thank you, Laura. Ooh, Shooky is still with us. In Wales, we sign, I want to be like you, when the English pay us a visit. Did you mean sing, or do you literally do it in sign language? Shooky, that scotch is affecting you, bro. Carte Blanche says, all those dumb fugs should read the toss of Stream Elements. They don't even have a safe environment for your information. WNN sold you all down the fucking drain. Yep. And he took the money. There's no proof the money ever went to fucking Hez and RaeRae. And when they talked about it, their appreciation for it, they didn't say the amount that they received. And when Bleckett totaled up the amounts, she didn't include the fucking PayPal donations. And RaeRae had already put her PayPal out there. So why do you have to touch the money, Mr. Sticky Fingers Dan? Why don't you just have him send the money right to RaeRae? And then it turns out that Hez doesn't want to be a part of this shit. So Hez got used by Dan without his consent and almost got sent to the door of a married woman's home, thinking he was going to sweep her off her feet and fucking drive her away without getting his head caved in with a fucking baseball bat. Jesus, Dan. Dan's got a death by desperation under his belt. You know, Dan's out there on the thin ice, cracking the fucking ice. It's not me that killed him. The ice broke. Yeah, fuck you, Dan. Now Dan wants to get a crime of passion under his belt. He's sending Hez off to put his dick in some 50-year-old woman and possibly get fucking shot in the process. Motherfucker. Wow, that Dan is a dumb monkey. Alan Killian says, can you imagine the money Norman Lear could have made with this group as his writing staff? Dude, Norman Lear would have just looked at the group and had a writer, record what they were doing. And then he would develop, he wouldn't use these fucking clowns as writers. They would be the observation that was the basis for the character. Dan could actually play his own part. I mean, nobody does fucking monkey mouth like Dan does monkey mouth. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I want to be like you. Ooh, ooh. Rebel says, shit, he 45 minutes behind again in the chat. Fuck that noise, Rebel. What are you, Lisa now? Rebel is Lisa's sock account. Oh, fuck, that explains a lot. Shooky says, for a broken iPad, what was the name of the monkey? There you go. Shookie's offered a broken iPad if you can name the monkey. Laura Rader, right on it. Uncle Louie. It is Uncle Louie. Baloo was the bear. Yep. Baloo was my favorite character in Jungle Book. I grew up with that fucking cartoon. I watched it whenever it was on. Shooky says, I had to go tie down the boat. Oh, what does that mean, Shooky? Oh, my God. Did you get the anchor line in the right fucking hole? Jeff Appleby says, the Jungle Book was my shit. That is when my first crush was the Little Mermaid. You still got this Jungle Book and Little Mermaid thing going on. I think you're slightly confused. They're literally decades apart. They're almost a generation apart. Little Mermaid was like the 90s. Jungle Book was 66, 60. Let's look up Jungle Book. Now I got to know. Jeff Appleby's going to make me crazy. Cray. The Jungle Book. The Jungle Book is a 1967 American animated. Okay, so 67 on the Jungle Book. Let's go Little Mermaid. Little Mermaid. I need facts on the Disney animation, The Little Mermaid. This would be a great time to have Anthony Caruso on my panel because I know he knows all the Little Mermaid shit. Fucking twink boy. Little Mermaid's 1989. So 20 years apart, 2 decades. Couple scant odd years. George Sanders was Shere Khan. Sebastian Cabot. Oh, really? Sebastian Cabot was Baloo. No, was Bagheera. Sorry about that. Bagheera the Puma. Wow, that was Sebastian Cabot. Sterling Holloway was Ka. Louis Prima was King Louis. Phil Harris was Baloo. Bruce Reithman voiced Mowgli. Wow, Sebastian Cabot. Nice. Laura Rader says, I assume Jeff touched himself to the Little Mermaid, not to Baloo the bear. Let's hope so. Who the fuck is Alice is confirming that Laura Rader was right? GMK, no more sarcasm equals Ariel, says Ariel equals Lion of God. I don't know about that. Hold on, I'll check for you. We're all about getting the truth out there tonight. Ariel means Lion of God. Ariel is a gender neutral baby name of Hebrew origin in the Hebrew Bible. Ariel is hailed and used to describe the city of Jerusalem, meaning Lion of God. Shooky says, I'm very much the real Shuggy. Fuck you, McAddicts. Yeah, it's Shuggy. I hope that's the Scotch talking. You're usually a little more polite than that, though you are a mumble-mouthed fucking moron. Team Bandit 2804 says, and Shuggy's S-Sock comment about Ronnie could only be one retardant. One retardant. Bandit, do you know what a retardant is? I'm sure you meant retard, but a retardant would prevent. This is not the same thing. If you call a guy a retard or you call him a retardant, it's not the same thing. Please proofread before posting, Team Bandit 2804. Who the fuck is Alice? Says, my daughter loved the Jungle Book when she was a little tight, Galora. My son likes it. I watched the Disney Jungle Book and the Disney Robin Hood with my son. Shooky says, Ronnie, don't go limp now. Laura Rader says, I loved all the Disney movies and the books and fairy tales they were based on. I like Jungle Book and Robin Hood. The rest of it was shit as far as I was concerned. I'm a Looney Tunes fan, not Disney. Mickey Mouse is a fucking rat. Shuggy says, what's a retardant, Ronnie? Are you putting out a fire? Did your laptop catch on fire? Oh my God. Shooky's in on the fucking WNN burning electronics joke. That's fucking great. Thanks for playing along, Shooky. Carte Blanche says, hey, Dan, the UK don't own Australia. We just take all the public holidays. It was Mr. Caruso. Mr. Caruso, you haven't paid your bill. Why are you leaving, sir? Mr. Caruso. It was Mr. Caruso that started the rumor that Australia was up for sale. That kid's a fucking moron. Team Bandit 2804 says, it's you, McMuffin. My God, there are times when I definitely think Team Bandit is Diarmid. And all of those times happen to be when Diarmid's not in the fucking room. Shooky says, is it ironic to misspell retard while calling someone a retard? It fucking is. Shooky's got you there, man. Shooky's sharp when he's on the scotch. I like this fucking liquored up antidepressant down fireball version of Shooky. Nice, my man. Laura Rader says, I only remember reading Thus Spoke Zarathustra. That's the only one you read? I read them all. The Dawn, Daybreak. There's what, like The Joyful Wisdom. I Am Dynamite. Yeah, there's quite a few. Some are thinner. The Dawn was the hardest read of all of Nietzsche's writings. The Untimely Meditations are good too. It's 4 or 5 essays that are put together in a book on the uses and disadvantages of history. Is an essay I think everyone should read. Alan Killian says other great scores of movies were James Newton Howard and Randy Newman. I'm a huge fan of Randy Newman. I fucking like Randy Newman. I have a kind of a rock blues tune that Randy Newman did that's got Keith Richard on guitar. It's pretty rocking, actually. It's one of the fucking train tunes. Shuggy says Dan can't leave the king having ass cancer. He is the groomer of the stool. Shooky, remember when I brought up the groomer of the stool and you didn't know what it is? Do you know that every Supreme Royal and some of the underlings, they all have they're not allowed to like shit in a toilet and flush it. They have to shit in a box. And then there's a person who goes through their fecal matter. I guess it's to prevent visiting royals from stealing jewelry. I don't know what it's all about, but they can't shit in a toilet and flush it away. Even when they're on fucking road trips and shit. Like there's the groomer of the stool and then his assistants. And the assistants basically make sure that the king shits in the box and that it all gets hermetically sealed up and shipped off to the laboratory. Laura Rader says, I would guess the palace has Dan on call for King Charles the Third, affectionately known as the Twin King. Charles, in case he needs an asshole replacement. Standing in for King Charles's cancer-ridden asshole will be Asshole Dan today. Dan will now fart. God save the Queen. Carte Blanche says, I call BS on Dan and Blecka providing Hez and RaeRae with $1,500. It's their way of guilting people not to ask for a refund. The whole thing was a fucking scam from the beginning. Dan thought Hez was going to play along, and Hez was like, I don't have nothing to do with your dirty fucking grifter con money, Dan. Hez backed out immediately. Shooky says Dan, too, is the #1 ass expert in the UK. He's a fucking self-proclaimed expert on everything else. Why shouldn't he be the #1 ass expert in the UK? Oh, Shuggy says he sticks it with a lot more. Ew. Carte Blanche says we should get in touch with the Aussie Sav Sit that called around to Caruso's house to drop flyers. It's a made-up fucking story, Cart. That's all a made-up story. It was last night that Caruso was on, not the previous broadcast, but the one before. Holy fucking Borefest. There's 4 people on the panel. Caruso tells a joke, and the only one that's laughing is fucking Caruso. And Hank's doing the fucking interrupt him while he's talking later in the broadcast, so you could tell that Hank is getting fucking tired of Caruso already. McAddick says Gia is buying again. Shooky says, what's that smell? Laura Rader says, Diaper Dad is my guess. Dan is literally stuck in a council house because he can't exert himself physically or he shits himself. That's why he sits in a fucking chair all day. Rebel says, fuck Dan, he should come here and talk that shit. Exactly. He's never coming here, dude. You can't come here with a fucking SO on your sheet, let alone the fact you're actively registered in a first world country for the SOR. Shooky says, busy. Shooky says, sorry, I've been putting back the knob tonight. Oh, you busted into Dan's. Dan fell asleep during the cuddle session. You started fucking pounding down the knob. Ah, man. Ellen Killian says, if we talk about Gia, she will appear. Gia's a skank. Skankity skank. I don't care who likes you. The only reason people like you, Gia, is because you throw money at them. And that's why I don't like you. Because people like you think you buy people. I don't like you. You ugly. Ugly. Carte Blanche says, I asked Amazon if they allow their employees to sit on YouTube talking shit during work hours. They investigating. Oh my God, really? Carte Blanche, if you're involved in the second employment termination of Mr. Caruso, Mr. Caruso, Mr. Caruso, why are you walking out the door? You haven't paid your bill yet, Mr. Caruso. Dine and dash, motherfucker. McAddicks Esquire, KC, says Shaggy is trying to outdrink Hank. This will end in a hospital. Oh my God. I thought Hank was already passed out. Hank strikes me as a motherfucker who would pass out, come to, take a shot, and pass out again. This is my imitation of Hank. I was walking the dog, and then that's my Shuggy imitation. McAddicks Esquire KC says, Shuggy, damn autocorrect. You can call him Shaggy. I know who you're talking about. Shaggity Shug. Shooky, Shaggy, Shuggy. Why is Shuggy hiding behind a fucking nickname? Why doesn't he ever turn his camera on? What's Shuggy embarrassed about? What's he got to hide? Is Shuggy on the SO too? McAddicks Esquire KC says, oh no, Caruso can't back the HR team. Can't backhand the HR team. My God, not so good today. Rebel says file quarterly. Shooky says the UK has automatic filing. Good for you, dickhead. It doesn't change the fact that your calendar year and your fiscal year do not have to run concurrent. If you know what that means, Shooky. Dan sure as shit doesn't, because Dan's not aware that a corporate entity on its founding can set its own first day of the year. Which would tell you that Dan doesn't own a business. He's never formed a business, and he's just a lying sack of shit. Who the fuck is Alice? Says Dan talking shit? Say it ain't so. Sorry, I can't say that without breaking out into laughter. Laura Rader says asshole replacements for King Charles probably don't even have to file taxes. Auto non-dom status for being submissive. God, you guys are fucking great today. Alan Killian says, hey, Gia, send some money to Gloria Ad so she can get on Cholito's good side. Yeah. McAddick says, Shuggy's house was flooded by Dan's tears. Cry me a river. Carte Blanche says Dan reckons we are too chicken shite to go after him. Wait, I have other photos. We have a couple of us have family members that are in and around the Dan area of the UK, and some looky CC has been done, and some things are coming in. Sorry, I'm in the wrong. Where is that? That's not the right one. Dead air, dead air, dead air, dead air, dead air, dead air. One of our astute crack researchers came up with this. Oh, wrong one. Sorry. Present. Oh, fuck that up. Wow, what am I doing here? I want to share screen. There we go. There we go. We've come across this. This is all of the animal shelters located in the area where Dan was beat up by two 14-year-olds that caught him allegedly trying to snatch a older female's purse. Although some reports are coming in now that the purse wasn't what he was really after. He was humping her leg. The purse was only a secondary acquisition. The two 14-year-old boys who kicked the shit out of Dan actually reported that the reason they pulled him off the old woman was it appeared he was trying to dry hump her leg. They had no idea Dan was trying to take the purse also. Shuggy says, how did you know my birthday? We have our ways of making people talk. We've seen your papers, Shuggy. We've seen your papers. Oh, John Clark was gifted a membership over at the Schnooze. He is a proud South Walian. South Walian. I think this is just a wonderfully lovely picture. If I can find it in here. Hold on. Do 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 do. I can't find it. Damn. Wow, this Dan Lies thread is so fucking long. Holy shit. Let's cover this while we're here. Let me get that up on the screen. Oh, I want to do that. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, there we go. This was sent in to us. Ty Twim, Laura Carabas says, Ty Tim, pray for the afflicted at St. Mary Magdalene's. So if you're one of our praying people and you feel so inclined, please pray for the afflicted at St. Mary Magdalene's. And the request goes out to Ty Tim, which is the, I think in Welsh that means Tiny Tom. Praying for Dan's penis. Anyway, for Ty Tim, it's a prayer for the afflicted at St. Mary Magdalene. So if you could do that, that'd be great. Let me go through this a little more, see if I can find that. It's such a quaint picture. Oh, there we go. We're getting into it now. Ooby doo, Dan wants to be like you. Ooh, ooh. Johnny Switchblade thought that if anyone was interested in vacationing in the Welsh, in the Schwelsh countryside, there is 2 Magdalen Terrace in Llanfaglan, Carnarvon, LL545RD UK. This is a time rental or like a B&B, Airbnb type setup. And if you're interested, you can rent that spot. Let me see if there is a picture of the coziness of the place. Yes, I believe. Correct me in the chat if I'm wrong about this, but I do believe this is the place, or it's the yellowish building right next door. But this is low income rental housing because of the area it's in. I'm sure that the neighbor in the middle piece, I think his name is Dan Jones, would be pretty accommodating, and you really wouldn't have to worry about him peeking in your window after a night of live stream broadcasting and self-imbibement. You wouldn't expect him to be climbing up on top of the roof here in his underwear, peeking in your window, and then claiming that he was trying to fix it. Sick motherfucker. You a sick motherfucker, dude. Wow, you are sick. Oh, it's disgusting how sick you are. That you would literally be peeking in your neighbor's window and claiming that you were trying to fix it. Here's a street shot of the quaintness of the area. There was a picture of a church in here. I really wanted to. Here's a good shot of that's the building itself. You would, I believe, 2 is. I don't know if 2 is the middle one or this lighter colored one. But this is how the council house setup kind of works in England, if you're interested. One of the pieces has not been set out for affordable housing, council house style, but has been retained by the original owner as a Airbnb kind of setup. Oh, here it is. This church is just beautiful. I would bet just about, and look at that, beautiful. You almost want to take it down piece by piece and reassemble it in a more reputable area. What a beautiful church. This beauty of a church, this beautiful church commands £1 a year in rental income. I believe Diarmid is interested, as am I, in throwing a little money in to rent the 2 Tiny Tom place. And I'm sorry, I got distracted by a misty-eyed girl comment. Let me read that real quick. I'm way behind in the chat. Holy shit. I saw some more shuggy comments. I might want to go back and read those. Where is Misty? There it is. Misty-eyed girl says, at codedfriend.001, the Magdalen laundries were workhouses run by religious orders where troubled and fallen women were forcibly sent. Seems very Welsh. Seems very Welsh. Very, very Welsh. All right, where was I here? Isn't that church just beautiful? It's so beautiful, and it literally you get £1 a year rental income if you own the property. It's amazing, absolutely amazing. Laura Rader yawns and says, "Night if I drift off while lurking." Uh, please go to sleep if you need to go to sleep. Laura Rader says WNN has more faith that Hez may actually get laid, something that will never happen for Jimbo Felch. My God, that's horrible. You've crushed little Jimmy. Little Jimmy, little Jimmy, little Jimmy. Jimmy, can you hear me? Jimmy, Jimmy. Shooky says Ronnie was pretty stupid to leave his truck's plate uncovered on his Twitter. Are you going to out, or is the Welsh News Network going to out Ronnie? Uh-oh. Laura, let people figure their own shit out. Shooky says Hez needs to get some lovin', but he has to pay. Sorry, Hez, but there's a fee for buttering another man's wife's pancake. Carte Blanche says Dan and the WNN snooze panel did very well money-wise for the grift about Hez and RaeRae, and she can't go. I don't know if it's as much she can't go as Hez ain't going to pick up some fucking married woman because Dan's setting him up to get a fucking shotgun blast in the face. Hez is dumb. He not that dumb. McAddicks Esquire Casey says, "Don't make fun of Dan. Ronnie doesn't like it." Team Bandit 2804 says, "That Ronnie guy in your head has you more fucked up than Dan does. How could a guy in McAddicks' head have a Twitter that shows a picture of his truck with a license plate on it? Come on, Bandit. You can do better than that." McAddicks. Poor Jimbo. He chose his own fate. Carte Blanche says, "No at Shuggy. WNN idiots paid for the sex tour." What does Hez look into Ray's eyes and just get lost in the fucking non-existent beauty of a? Oh my God! Hez the serial killer is going to show up and speed up the demise of RaeRae. Out of sympathy for her. His intents are all good. Fucking weird. These people are fucking weird. They do weird shit. A little more on the location of the two Titan. If you're interested in renting, this is the area that it's in. The Lanfaglen, I think it's that. Lanfaglen. Fucking Welsh are fucking retarded. Overloading every word with fucking too many consonants and leaving fucking vowels out. Oh my God. What's this? Hold on. Let me get a little share going on this. I don't know if I can show that. That might get me in some fucking trouble. Someone sent me some information about the Boy Scouts and the abuse of little boys in the Kentucky area during the time when Shuggy was in Kentucky and a scout leader. Why did you run back to Scotland, Shuggy? Why is it that Dan can't come to America, Shuggy? Peas of a pod, birds of a feather, you two flocking together. Shuggy in a mad dash tries to escape America before his misdeeds at the Boy Scouts are allegedly found out. Motherfucker. Mechanics Esquire says, goodness, just download Tinder or Grinder. I think Grinder's more his speed. I think he just hasn't become aware of, who he really is. Carte Blanche says, yep, it also violates TOS for stream elements. Oh my God. Highest Priestess is with us, a member of the Murderous Women's Club, I hear. Says, at codedfriend.001, Dan and Mandy are both responsible for what happened with Limey. Yeah, I would say Mandy's just as responsible. The sad thing is Mandy's still trying to milk it for fucking money. Carte Blanche says, Dan could have or should have done the right thing for Limey. Instead, he showed messages, and now he's licking his lips that the real messages will never surface. Limey's family has the laptop. We'll see what happens. I hope it's being forensically investigated. I mean, they should report Dan for the Limey's family should report Dan to the, local authorities for involving Limey in a grift scheme that, may have contributed toward Limey, frustratedly throwing in the towel on life. I think that laptop is key, and I think it should be forensically investigated. Dan, I see metal bars in your future, son. Carte Blanche says, very true at Highest Priestess. Very true. The truth always comes out, Carte Blanche. The truth always comes out. Highest Priestess says, thanks for calling this behavior. McAddick says, too gay primes the pump. He is a lotion boy. McAddick says, Shuggy pumps the pump. Building up the back pressure. Carte Blanche says, don't forget that Tugay and Gia funded the initial hit on Limey. Yep, absolutely. Speaking of, shitty fucking women, Rights On is going to be doing a breakdown, or he's looking, and maybe I shouldn't, the females surrounding the Schrodinger cat thing. There's the two women that survived Schrodinger and the demise of Schrodinger's actual son. Someone's being a little bit of a pig. McAddick says the government gave him his check. Shuggy really can't spell. He's retardant too. Well, he's got into the retardant. He's had a lot of the Knob Creek and Blecka's, some of Blecka's anti-anxiety medication, which she has convinced her doctor she needs twice as much of and mails half of it to Dan. Weird. Seeing as how Dan always brags about how great the fucking UK healthcare system is, but he can't get the mental medications he really needs. Team Bandit says 31 people here and 11 are McIdiot. What the fuck are you talking about? You think 11 people in this chat room are mechanics? Come on, Team Bandit. Fuck you. That's an insult to me, you motherfucker. Yeah, fucking fuck you. Get your shit right. Who the fuck is Alice has been cut out of any trees today, Dan? Logan Sandman finally showed up. Carte Blanche says Dan reveals in grifting any grift will do as long as money goes through his hands first. It's exactly what he fucking condemns Chili for. And he does it every fucking day. Ugh. What the huh? Shooky says Kafar did a great job painting it. Carte Blanche says the Bank of Dan and Blacka will take your money at any time. The depository arm of the Bank of Dan and Blacka is never closed. You can make a deposit 24/7. The withdrawal department is only open on December 31st from the hours of 11 till 1 a.m. Blacka's favorite toy winks and says hi at Logan Sandman. Wow. Alan Killian says my first crush was Sophia Loren, the boy and the dolphin. I was never drawn to Sophia Loren. I never thought she was attractive, but then, going through life, I figured out that my draw physically was the Asian look. And Sophia Loren is about as far from that as you can get. Shooky says Blecka will need her toys. Dan is my man tonight. Oh my God. What the fuck? Oh, we got to get Shooky on a couple shots of that fucking knob every night. Where are you at, Shoogy? Is it still a powerful thrust, or are you more of at the point where you're just blurka, blurka, blurka? Logan Sandman says, ask her how it feels to want at Blecka's favorite toy. McAddick says, was that a stroke? Which stroke are you talking about? The blood stroke or the blood stroke? The stroke that you wish you had lotion for but can't get it inside your body to lube, or the stroke you need external lotion for? The one you feel a little shamed of after you do. Killian says the original wet shirt contest winner. I mean, I know a lot of people who think that Sophia Loren was, the epitome of beauty. I didn't see it. I don't know why. Logan Sandman says BCGs are a sex retardant. I have no idea what a BCG is. I got to read books on the side just to fucking keep up with Logan. Those fucking guys. Team Bandit says autocorrect is fucked up since new update, but yeah, my grandma sucks. Big time, bro. Work on it. We're still talking about The Little Mermaid. Misty Eyed Girl said the Little Mermaid movie had a disappointing ending. It should have ended like the book did. Well, I have not seen the movie nor read the book, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. McAddick's Esquire KC says autocorrect corrects retard to retardant. Yeah, it's a hard one to fucking buy there. Bandit. Oh, Dearman's at the quarry tonight. Is he digging that fucking ditch? We need that ditch dug, dude. And then he's got to dig the hole over in Wales. Misty Eyed Girl says, Shuggy or Shuggy, how does the real one spell it? Some people need to pay more attention. McAddicks, Esquire, KC says, is there a point to this stream tonight? You're the point. Would you like me to focus it in on something? Laser beam style? Throw it out there. Team Bandit says, I still make over six figures, so I wonder how much paying a disgraced lawyer grammar teacher pays. Hey, motherfucker. I said the shit about the grammar, so if I were you, what I would do with some of that six-figure money, Bandit, is I would pay toward a little attention. Pay up so you can pay attention a little. McAddicks is not a grammar teacher. He is a disgraced lawyer and a graphic design artist. Get your shit right. McAddicks says, at least when I call someone a retard, I could spell retard. Carte Blanche says, so do FIFO workers at Team Bandit 2804. Doesn't mean a thing. It ain't no thing, bro. Team Bandit, in his own defense, says, yeah, McIdiot, like when you posted you have a small duck. He does have a small duck. It's amazingly small. I think we're going to call the Guinness Book of World Records and have, it could be the smallest duck. It could break the small duck record. Like ducks aren't small birds, and there's no, like in the chicken family, they have bantam roosters, which are kind of tiny like you, Bandit. But the ducks don't have a little mini duck like, chickens. So chickens would be all big like the leghorn bird and all the way small down to the bantam rooster. You strike me as like a bantam rooster, Bandit, but one of the over ornate feathery ones. Your little rooster crow goes cock-a-doodle-doo, cock-a-doodle-doo. McAddicks says six figures pie eating contest. What the fuck is going on with this pie shit? McAddicks throws in a retardant duck. I can't set this duck on fire. It's got retardant all over it. A Team Bandit says, Rebel, when you brag about making six figures, most people know your ex. It's true, Ed. It's true. I know a ton of fucking guys who peaked on their earnings in coinciding with their marriages falling apart. They just stayed at work instead of being at home, made crazy amounts of money, and then lost half of it in a divorce settlement. Rebel says, that Team Bandit 2804, when you brag about making six figures, people know you make $15 an hour. Oh, speaking about bragging about work, let me brag about work a little bit. March will be my 15th year with the company I'm with. And the reason why my availability has suffered over the last week, 2 weeks, is I have made partner at the company I work for. So I am a junior partner with a 20% stake in the company now. And I don't know what my availability is going to be in the short term. And it's definitely going to impact my ability to stream probably till around Memorial Day, till the summer kicks in. So I now, in the past, I've done 6 months in the States, 6 months over in the Philippines. and I get no income when I'm 6 months in the Philippines. So the reason why my wife and son were in the States with me is because I've had to put a lot of time in the last 2 years in order to get to the point where, I would be considered partnership. And my nose to the grindstone and my hard work has paid off for me. So now when I go back to the Philippines, I will receive, uh, I will still get paid every week based on the uh, gross proceeds, not the net, on the gross proceeds from not just the accounts that I had, but all of the accounts the company has. So my little trickle of income is running a little stronger now. Hard work pays off. I like that shit. While everybody was bitching about not being able to get a job, find a job, don't want to go to fucking work, for the last 2 years look, in the Southeast during COVID, what the money we were making in 20 and 21 were fucking insane, right? Because everybody was getting government checks. But if you lived in New England or in the Rust Belt up north, everything was shut down. You couldn't go out and do anything. So the people up north were, renting cars, coming down to the like Hilton Head area, Atlanta, Memphis, and Nash, and the Gulf Coast area. So the clubs we have in those vicinities were just the amount of money we were making was fucking crazy. But then after 22 and 23 were the two of the weakest years I've seen in 14 full years I've been in this business for. It's scary how slow the club scene got. But, we made a fuck ton of money the 2 years prior. So, 2 years strong, 2 years lean. This year will probably be so-so because it's an election year and people don't tend to, spend money because of the indefinite nature of who will be running the country and blah, blah. Dan's been over doing his fucking lefty liberal shit and fucking bashing America. And, occasionally he throws out fucking shit talk about Trump. If Trump ran for president again, which he's probably gonna, I would vote for the fucking guy. I would definitely vote for the guy. He wouldn't have fucked up the withdrawal from Afghanistan the way Biden did. That's for sure. Gas wouldn't be $3 a fucking gallon. When Trump left office, gas was $1.75 a gallon. If that Keystone pipeline was open and oil were $20 a barrel, which is where oil was in the low 20s per barrel when Trump left office, because the U.S. had become a net exporter of energy. We were selling oil to the fucking world. We had enough to cover our domestic needs, and we were actually exporting oil into the world market. We drove both the Saudis and the Soviets were begging us to cut production because their economies are based on oil. That's all they have. John Kane said Russia was a gas station pretending to be a country. He was absolutely right. So, this war in Ukraine would not be fucking going on if Trump were in office, or if any politician were in office that wasn't allowing the price of gasoline to rise because the government makes tax on the tax on a gallon of gas is not a fixed money amount. It's not $1 per gallon in tax. It's a percentage. So this is why the government doesn't give a fuck about inflation, because when the prices inflate, tax revenue inflates. They're just greedy fucking pigs. I would vote for Trump. I would vote for Trump solely on his economic record. So fuck you, Dan, and your fucking lefty fucking get woke, go broke bullshit. Well, Dan's not a lefty because he's for guns. You can't even have a fucking gun. What the fuck are you talking about? And then Dan's talking about getting a gun in America. All he has to have is a driver's license and an American address. You're not getting a driver's license on a fucking visitor's visa, Dan. Let us know when you're coming to America, Dan, because I would really like to talk to immigration about the shit you fucking say and do. Because I, for one, Dan, would vehemently object to you being allowed to be inside the United States. Carte Blanche says, actually, there was a whole 5 minutes of silence when Caruso told the joke. I thought it was Memorial Day. Oh my God, you're gonna kill me. So yeah, I mean, I look, I feel bad for fucking what does Shuggy even do for a living? Does he do anything? What does he claim as a fucking job? Like I thought he was like a security guy in a fucking little bed and breakfast style hotel that watched fucking CCTV monitors all night and spanked off to, 60-something women changing in their bathrooms. McAddicks Esquire KC says Hank came here, but he couldn't talk shit, just muttered about shit wolves. Okay. Team Bandit says Ronnie the Judge threatening boob tube tough guy. I thought you were Ronnie, Bandit. You guys are so fucking confusing. Who the fuck is Alice? It's 420. Smoke them if you got them. Where is it 420? It's 202 here. This was at 121. Our times. You're either 12 or 13. Are you 13, 14? You would have to be 15, right? 12 plus 3. Are you 15 hours ahead right now? Misty Eyed Girl said, I'm dumb tonight. What's an SOR? It's a 6-6, the number 6, sexual offender registry. You can't have too many sixes on your record. That's 6, as in 5, 6, 7. The sexual offender registry. Mechanics Esquire KC says, internet tough guy acted retarded in court. Carte Blanche says, hey, at Shooky, why did you leave the USA in such a hurry? Would it have anything to do with the Scout investigation? It's not only why did he leave the States in a hurry, why did he leave Kentucky, the area that was being investigated? I guess they weren't impressed with your knot tying abilities, Shuggy. Shooky says they found out I was friends with Ronnie and pitched a tent in front of the Scouts. God. The double entendre. It's fucking amazing. That's a fucking great Shooky. You should drink that fucking Knob Creek more often, man. Adam McGuire says, I'm behind. Can I fight Dan second, please? I will pay him. Yeah, you can fight him second. You'd be fighting a fucking blood clot. Oh, Dan called me out. I'm shaking in my boots. The guy hiding in a fucking fort made in his mom's living room out of couch cushions and an old comforter, hiding from the fucking world, is calling me out. Okay, Dan, give me a fucking address. I'll be there, you pussy boy. Good God. When I get there, too, I'm going to slap Shuggy's dick right the fuck out of your mouth. Adam McGuire says, I will pay pounds, dollars, Bitcoin, gold, Ethereum, his choice. Ooh, Dan would like a little bit of it all, please. Shooky says, it was all a big misunderstanding. That's what Hank was trying to tell everyone, with the peanut butter and the dogs and, the licking sounds. Hank moaning. They tried to say he was snoring. It's all just a big misunderstanding. That's not dogs licking peanut butter off of fucking Hank's penis while he's passed out. That's Hank snoring. Shooky says he thought the lady was Kevin and tried grabbing his bag. Ooh. What did he do? What's in the purse, ma'am? Carte Blanche says there are still no police reports, but Deland did know police. Dan must have fought off the men and flew away on his magic carpet. There would still be a report, though, Blanche. Anyway you dice this up, Dan literally said he saw the two men being taken out on stretchers. If people get beat up in the fucking street and they have to go for medical attention, the doctors are required to inform the fucking police. There would be a police report. Rebel says ID tech's better than coded. How did I fuck up my tech today? I didn't fuck up my tech at all. Come on, Rebel. That's a low fucking blow, man. Comparing me to some short little fucking Irish kid whose face almost swallowed up his nose. God damn it. McAddix Esquire, KC says Dan paid off the police. Bullshit. Bullshit. Adam McGuire says, hello, everybody here. Sorry, my chat is slow. I have to log out, then back in. Okay, TMI, bro. TMI. Who the fuck is Alice? Says pounds, shillings, and pence. Dan's got no sense. He sits on the tube and acts like a boob. Pounds, shillings, and pence. Fucking nice. Ah, that's more believable. Mr. Caruso! Mr. Caruso showed up and backhanded the police officers, told them to keep their mouths shut. Dan is the head stooler of the groom to King Charles III. You know, the chimp-eared king. You'll keep this quieter. Charlie's boys will be around. Adam, your chat is so slow. It typed Lou instead of lol. The police are his cousins, remember? That means they've kissed, because everyone in Wales is a kissing cousin. Hence the lack of biogenetic diversity and the leading cause of death for youth in Wales is genetic defect or suicide. But they can't have guns there. So it's all popping the pills. Adam McGuire says this, Caruso is a struggling cross-dresser. Struggling to get his hose on. McAddick says, notice how it's the UK and not Wales. Why is that, Dan? Shuggy says, oh, damn, we better get better blinds. Are you confirming that's the right spot, Shugster? That's why Danny had to put the tapestry over the fucking door window, because the neighbors were complaining. Carte Blanche says, I will be over in Japan in October, so a hop step over to North Wales is on the cards as well. You're acting like Japan to Wales is like a fucking hop skip, like a short. That ain't a short fucking flight. It's not super long, but it ain't short. I'm planning the next family vacation. I want to go to Korea. All of a sudden, my son wants to go to Japan because he saw Mount Fuji on a YouTube video. And he wants to go to the top of Mount Fuji. He thinks Mount Fuji is fucking awesome. But I told him that Godzilla is from Japan, and my son's now having second thoughts. He thinks Korea might be the better option. Adam McGuire asks Shuggy, how's Dan's cock taste? Oh my God. I think you meant to say toothpaste. Wow, your chat is running slow. Cock taste came out like toothpaste, or it should have been toothpaste. It came out cock taste. Let's read that again. Shuggy, how's Dan's cock taste? McAddix Esquire KC says, I emailed and asked Dan if that ad was a scam. He hasn't replied to me. Huh. Misty-eyed girl says, the Magdalene... Oh, I read that before. The Magdalene laundries were workhouses run by religious orders where troubled and fallen women were forcibly sent. And Dan's grandmother happens to own a church. And Dan is a proud pervert who attended the Knobsworth last performance of Queen live at the age of 8 years old, where he claims to have been drunk off his ass and allegedly violated by his Aunt Maggie, which literally translates in real world language to some faggies. Adam McGuire says that Team Bandit 2804, that was for Shuggy, but maybe you could tell me how Dan's ass is. I don't think Bandit, I think Bandit busts balls on Dan as much as he does. Well, maybe not as much as McAddix, but I don't think Bandit's cutting Dan any fucking slack. So let's not include Bandit with the rump humpers. Shuggy says, Hez will butter my bread. I bet you're waiting for that. You speckled dick. McAddix Esquire KC says, don't ask hard questions. I'm sure that's directed at Bandit. Oh, I missed one by Alan Killian. Does Jimbo have all those pussies running around his house? No, all those pussies are in his house. What's the cat feces urine inhalation disease? I forget what the fuck it was. 13 cats, man. You better have the fucking windows open 24/7. In Pennsylvania in the fucking wintertime. Jim Jim was taught at a young age. It's easy to get over the 13 cat smell. Just put this rag in the litter box, and when the cat pees on it, fold it up, fold it in half, cover your mouth and nose with it, and breathe in hard. For the next hour, you won't be able to smell urine at all. Adam McGuire says, I would just walk around naked. Scary. McAddix Esquire KC says he gets lost in one of her eyes. The brown eye. Shuggy's corrected my spelling. It's Landfagdan. Landfagdan. Adam McGuire says, should he fuck a sheep today? I don't know about that, man. Uh-oh. Shuggy responds, no, Adam, they have mine. And Dan's picture up after the farmer's market incident. Too much information, Shuggy. What farmer's market was that, Shuggy? Carte Blanche says, how did Colin donate 200? Did you bankroll him again? Obviously, Colin was bankrolled. We're going to send you money, Colin. You donate it to Hez. That way the rest of the poor drug addict people in our chat will say, what the fuck's wrong with me that Colin can do all the drugs and shit in a bucket and live in a trailer with no power in it behind his dad's house, and I can't afford 200. Adam McGuire said, well, yeah, I know. RaeRae really failed to see the positive part of this. If she's going to die in 6 months to 2 years, then she literally is invincible right now. The first 6 months, she can't die. It's going to be from the 6-month mark out to 2 years. How come she didn't put on a fucking Batgirl costume and go out and thwart fucking crime? Why is her first thought, I need to ditch my husband and have sex with Hez on a whirlwind Oregon to fucking Chicago sexcation? Gives the Finger Lakes a whole new meaning, huh? Writes on, says, I don't want none of his 3 ways that Dan informed us of. Adam McGuire says, Dan has 3 ways with another man, right? Well, 3 elderly men, and don't Google it. You got a lemon party going on. Shooky says, the VA sent me Becca's medicine. Already crushed up in the Knob Creek, or you had to do the crushing on your own? You may have overdone it on the antidepressants. You seem too happy, Shooky. Too willing to give up information. Team Bandit 2804 says, yeah, what was with that radio show mentioned in SV Live? The Chad guy, JJ's buddy Chad, who is like Agent BR 954 or something like that. He is with a local Kentucky radio station, and we're been recording the lives because we're fascinated with why intelligent men would back a stolen valor indicted on capital murder, still has 5 unresolved felonies hanging over his head kind of guy when they're law enforcement and journalism. Misty-eyed girl says, isn't it illegal to mail pills like that? Shh. The post office involvement with the post office does not violate TOS at YouTube. Team Bandit 2804 says, wholly an hour behind. This is 1:45. What time? It's 2:18. Not quite, bro. More like a half an hour. Here, I'll get caught up. I didn't want to miss any of the Shooky posts. They're really hilarious. No, Dan crashed the Jeep. We're stuck at the council estate. Ah, that's sad. Was the Jeep made out of cardboard and had wooden wheels? It's the only way Dan could have a Jeep. McAddicks and fucking Bandit are still going at it. Shuggy says Dan has a 20-year friend in the Royal Mail. All of Dan's voices in his head are 20-year-old friends. Odd. Right? They're all 20-year-old friends. They're all voices in his head that started to manifest 20 years ago. The voices are louder and stronger for Dan now that the early onset dementia is kicking in. Due to an overindulgence in Knob Creek and a variety of other bottom shelf near ethanol alcohol beverages. Who the fuck is Alice? Says the Royal Mail is a pub in my part of town, Shuggy. Misty Eyed Girl says at codedfriend.001 after being given the dagger by her sisters, Ariel is unable to kill Eric and dives into the sea, knowing that she will be transformed into sea foam. She dies in the end. After being... So in the book, she kills Eric? Yeah, I don't like that. I'm lost on the whole mermaid thing. I guess it's because I'm not a prepubescent girl. And never was one. Although Dan's claiming to be one now. Holly is stroking hard. Who the fuck is Holly? What's going on here? Ted Wrangler. What's up, Ted? Misty Eyed Girl says that's exciting. Congratulations, that coded friend. It's a lot more work, at least for in the beginning, because part of it is I dealt efficiently and effectively. It took about 18 months, but there was some illegal activity going on in one of the better accounts I have in the parking lot of the club. And, you can't really go to the police about such shit because it doesn't reflect well on the club itself. And dealing with said individuals involved in illegal activity can at times be dangerous, especially when, you're a 56-year-old guy who's dealing with late 20s, early 30 somethings that, this illegal activity is their only form of income. And then there's always the idea that if you run them completely off, something worse will fill the void. So I did a pretty good job with that. And my bosses like me. McAddick's my Canadian boss, who's from Toronto originally, likes me the most. More than my Rochester. The other partners from Rochester, New York. We clash pretty hard, because we have the same fucking New York attitude. Whenever we argue about something, it's fuck you, man, fuck you. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And then the Canadian partner gets a little nervous because he doesn't like shit like that. But in the end, we start laughing about it. Carte Blanche says reruns of old Chili videos will get a beating coded without you. Reruns of old Chili videos will get a beating will get a beating coded without you. Oh, fucking, am I reading that wrong? Shooky says Dan spends 12 months in Wales. Not only that, but he spends 12 months indoors. Carte Blanche says, Shooky, do you keep him warm in the winter months? Ooh. Bandit says junior partner equals congrats, man. I think it's junior because, it's not like a third, and a third, which I wouldn't expect because, these two guys built the business ground up. And they were probably around at least 7 to 8 years before I came around. But we have clubs and we have accounts we've had for 20 years. It's awesome. Like most of my clubs, the people I interact with, not just the employees of the clubs, but like the clientele, the regular customers, which every club has. And we're like fucking family. I mean, there's a bunch of us that if we have nowhere to go on holidays or if we have to work the holiday, we all get together after work at someone's house and have a big fucking, have a Christmas dinner or Easter dinner, shit like that. And it's a really good atmosphere. I don't know, man. Misty-eyed girl says we lived on Hilton Head for 4 months when I was tiny. That Hilton Head's a beautiful fucking place, man. Not so nice when the hurricanes come up the coast, but it's a fucking beautiful spot. Shooky says if I'm working, he always have a wool blanket. Most people take it off the sheep first, but not Dan. Fireball that shit up, Shooky. Shooky says, report after report after report. Did you write that line of the script for Dad? Ted Wrangler says, plenty of reserves. All right, let me scroll down. I've been reading fucking comments for 2 hours and 40 minutes. Shooky says, in all fairness, the drink age in Wales is 9 months. Negative 9 months. Oh, man. Shooky says, Ronald is a WNN simp? What? We know Ronnie the trucker. Who's Ronald? Carte Blanche says, straight from the womb, Shooky. No wonder Dan was exceptionally drunk at 8 years old at the last ever Queen concert, where his sphincter was broke in by Aunt Maggie's ring finger. McAddix Esquire KC says RaeRae wants to be pinned like one of his voodoo dolls. Carte Blanche says, how far back are you coded? It's no longer 45 minutes. It must be an hour and 45. I'm at 2:17. It's 2:26. 10 minutes away, Carte Blanche. Diarmid has awoken. Little old ditch digger me turning up. But at least I don't pretend to be something I'm not. Or go to America to fuck Boy Scouts. Oh my God. Holy shit. Woo, I did not pre-read that. Wow, that caught even me by surprise. Holy shit, Diarmid. Stop with the sugarcoating shit. Blurt out what you fucking want to say. Don't be shy, baby. Don't be shy. Mechanics Esquire KC says, Bandit leaves at the quarry and the quarryman appears. Did Bandit leave? Oh, I think we might be right. Shooky says Bandit really needs to start paying attention. Team Bandit says, no, I'm here, McIdiot, and no, I'm not Diarmid. Post two, you two guys post simultaneously. See if you can get it done. Everybody says hello to Diarmid. Carte Blanche says, that who the fuck is Alice? You mentioned Root in Stoned Vet's chat and had him stumped. Pack that one in the trunk. We're going to take that on the road with us. McAddix Esquire KC says 1:20 a.m. Diarmid's sorry. Diarmid's sorry my time. Can't keep my 11 accounts in line. It's difficult, man. Team Bandit says thanks, McIdiot. The fuck's wrong with you, Bandit? Why are you so sour all the time? Hey, Bandit, here's an idea. Why don't you leave McAddix alone and see how things go with the rest of the people in the room? You're so obsessed. They're stalkerish. I don't recommend that behavior, bro. Don't become fixated. Who the fuck is Alice? Says that was pretty funny, Cart. I thought it was a common term elsewhere. I was incorrect. McAddix Esquire KC, misty-eyed girl says to McAddix, my husband is from Toronto. My boss is from Toronto. Where do you live, misty-eyed girl? What state? Diarmid Costello says 7:23 a.m. here, getting the shovel and heading out to dig a ditch. Take a thermos of coffee with you, Diarmid. It's going to be a chilly one today. Carte Blanche says, go dig that ditch, Diarmid. It's the ditch that all the fucking blind WNN followers are gonna fucking fall into. They follow Dan down the fucking road. Misty-eyed girl claims to be in New England. I think you've told me that before. Okay, just making sure you weren't my boss's wife. My boss's wife is fucking gorgeous. Like the dude that I've answered to. The two partners, the one from Rochester, initially when I was with the company for a couple of years, I he and I answered directly to him. And then later on I got flipped over to the other side of the company and worked with the dude from Toronto, and he and I just, I like the way he does shit. I like the way he does shit without, like, he'll play a long fucking game to avoid conflict. He'll literally let people trap themselves, which is kind of how I dealt with this little issue I had at a club. I let it go, let it go. I made changes where I could make changes. I corralled certain individuals and basically put them in a spot where the outside security cameras were, recording their activity the entire time they were there. And then just waited. Had to make a minor change one day because there was high volume at the club, and got a little buck up attitude. And one of the managers was inside, watching it go down on the bank of fucking cameras in the office. And he came out and he's like, "Hey, Coded, what the fuck's going on over there?" And I, explained what was going on. Need to make some space, getting a good buck for the spots. I want to move them to a different area in the lot and, get my money close to the building. And he goes, well, he was getting, animated with his arms. I'm like, yeah, typical shit. He told me to fuck off, the white man bullshit, and the rest of the shit. The manager called the dude, he yelled to him because when the dude saw the manager coming, he, went to a different area. And the manager called him over. And this manager also happens to be the head of security for the club. So he called the dude over, and dude goes, I can't talk to you now. I'll get with you later. I got to get going. I got to hit the road. And, he jumped in his car. And then the manager's like, let me know what the fuck goes on with that dipshit. And I was like, yeah, I'll let you know. And then he walked back inside. And then he came, like, he was inside 2 minutes. He came right, like, he knew the guy was fucking bullshit. And he came right back out. Dude's back out of his car. He's up closer to me. Manager walks over. He goes, I thought you had to fucking go. You don't have time to talk to me here. You still are. What the fuck? And then dude bucked up on the fucking manager. There was a whole lot of fucking security people standing around wondering what the fuck this dipshit was doing. Because we're all supposed to be family, working together, cooperating. And he kind of lost his free flow privileges. But it took, it took months to play that fucking chess game and get him in the position where it all looked like he was the aggressive guy. It's a fun little fucking game. I'm more right up in your face, solve it fucking now. Let's get this done with so I don't have to deal with this shit tomorrow. And, the partner that's from Toronto is more of a little baby steps. If you don't push hard, they don't know they're getting pushed away. Little by little by little. Like, it's amazing the amount of patience this guy has. But he's well liked by just about by 99% of the people we interact with. He is fucking super well liked. And he's known as a generous and accommodating guy. So, I mean, his way of doing shit definitely in the long run works better than my instinctive approach. Because I'm the nail sticking up, hit it with the fucking hammer. Don't try to talk it to go down. But, they hit it with the hammer shit. People buck up against that. And then there are people that, play the game on the opposite side where, you're the guy that's pushing all the time. And they're just waiting for that one opportunity where you're a little off balance and they can get the better of you. Dermot would like to know if you should take the Jeep or the Austin. Ride the public transportation, Dermot. You get all that fucking dirt and rock dust in the fucking Ashton, and then I gotta have it cleaned before I can fucking drive it. Shooky says we crashed to the Jeep, Dermot. When Shooky first arrived, Dan went to the airport to pick Shooky up. Upon returning to Tai Tum, the favorite sheep of Shoogy, realized Shoogy was present, darted out to greet Shoogy, and Dan ran it over with the car. An argument ensued that Dan was jealous, and Shoogy felt Dan hit Shoogy's favorite sheep intentionally. Dan just looked at Shoogy, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "I'm a fucking retard, Shoogy. You know it." And the argument ended. Carte Blanche says, I recommend the Ashton. Who the fuck is Alice? Says, take the boat at Dermot. Dermot Costello says, Shoogy, you and little broken rubs sit begging and lying all night, robbing little old ladies. Shoogy just does shifty eyes on that one. Oh my God. Carte Blanche says, take the Learjet to work, Dermot. Take the Learjet. Mechanics Esquire KC says, root means sexy. Is that true, Alice? Who the fuck is Alice? Says, ride a sheep at Dermot Costello. Oh my God. Everybody's in on it. Mechanics Esquire KC says, he's upset I'm funnier. Of course. Dermot Costello says, who was it that saved KFC single-handed? Invented the sauce, cream of Shooky, for the kids' meals. Only they had to go to the woods for it. Oh my God. Is that part of the deposition from the Kentucky Scout investigation? Dan's not coming to the States anytime soon. There would have to be a nuclear war and a fucking regime change for Dan to be able to get into the U.S. Blackity black. Blackity black. Black is Dan's Robin, the ward in this crime duo. Carte Blanche has a good idea. Novel. Maybe the seagulls will fly you there. Misty-eyed girl says, I'm not even pretty at codedfriend.001. And I'm a New Yorker. So says my birth certificate, Westchester County. What do you mean you're not even pretty? Well, how did we get to your physical appearance? I'm not really sure about that. Every girl's pretty. In the right light, at the right moment, every girl's got beauty. Mechanics Esquire Casey says Caruso was on his phone. Absolutely no help. Shooky Dan fought his boss. Threw her out the window. She landed in Rwanda. And then Dan was rushed off to the hospital because his boss, MI6, stabbed him with a genetically altering needle, and Dan's DNA mutated, and now he has congenital heart failure, which actually the genetic disease mutated backward in time and actually had him expelled from the Navy. Amazing. McAddicts Esquire KC says, sounds like a Southern Ontario boy. Bit of a pushover. No, McAddicts. I've twice been, I don't care where you're going, I've twice been in fucking drawdowns with him. Actually, the first time I got in between the two of them, and he got really fucking mad at me about it. He's like, what the fuck are you doing? You could have got hurt. I'm like, yeah, but if you get hurt, who's going to give me my pay at the end of the week? He started laughing at me. He goes, you got balls, dude, but you do stupid shit sometimes. I go, if I didn't do stupid shit, you wouldn't think I had balls. Yeah, dude, we were in drawdown with a bunch of fucking rappers one night. Not guys that are, the entourage of a particularly well-known dude. Known for being not so fucking nice. I got challenged to a fight by Cat Williams, the comedian, who used to hang around a strip club in Memphis he was infatuated with a dancer who was actually with the club owner, and he was teaching her how to take him for money. But this girl was fucking beautiful. And Cat Williams is he's definitely bipolar, because you can catch him on one day and he's throwing money at you, and the next day he's trying to get you to throw a punch at him so he could justify getting in a fight with you. I'm like, Cat, I don't want to fight you, man. He goes, why? I go, yesterday you gave me $100 for no fucking reason. Today you want to fight me. I go, I don't want to fight you. He goes, why don't you want to fight? We're the same size. Let's fight. He goes, you afraid, white boy? I go, I ain't afraid of shit. I just don't want to be the next guy that sues you for multi-million-dollars. He dropped his arm, shook his head, fucking walked away. Now he's talking shit about he's talking shit about big fucking people. I knew him when he was still up and coming. And he is a pain in the fucking cock to deal with. Carte Blanche says he should have stuck with the emu story. He might have got a reaction. The fucking Caruso is so goddamn boring. You would think that Australia was a desert island when you listen to fucking Caruso talk. You're right. No one laughed for 5 fucking minutes. There was dead silence after he told that stupid fucking joke. Who the fuck is Alice? Says the Emu Wars is a funny story if told correctly. It absolutely is. Caruso's just not the guy to fucking tell it. He's too over the fucking top all the time about shit that isn't even fucking funny. He literally is a fucking 80s AM radio station yuck guy. Oh, I get the reference now. I get the reference. Shooky says, try my special sauce. Got me in hot water. Fuck. Shooky says, apparently you can't say that in front of small children. God. Carte Blanche says, absolutely at who the fuck is Alice. Caruso is just not funny. Well, I mean, he does a Spotify sports broadcast called Splinters, because he's the douche that rides the fucking pine all game. So he's got splinters in his ass from sliding down the fucking pine all the time. Because the better player you are, the more toward the dugout entry you sit on the bench, and everybody comes in. They make Caruso keep sliding down till he gets splintered up and falls off the end of the fucking bench. What's it like being the caboose, Caruso? Dermot Costello says, now you guys have a body on your belts. Are you proud of yourselves? That's Shuggy. R.I.P. Limey. Shooky says it's all Gia and Tugay's fault. McAddix Esquire says, "Oh, he's a Scarborough guy." I'm going to find out exactly, what area he grew up, by name, so I can come back and tell you, McAddix. We'll see if you think he's tough or not. I guarantee you wouldn't. I mean, he's not a big guy, 5'8". He widened the shoulders, but dude, he's patient. But when you finally cross the fucking line with him, he's quick and he hits fucking hard. Shooky says, Cat Williams, is that a furry like Jim? No, he's a top tier comedian at this point in time. Oh, I'm all caught up. Logan Sandman says 6 hours ago, Cat Williams set for live streamed Netflix stand-up special. Really? He's funny as fuck. There's no doubt about that. But he definitely has a behavioral imbalance that is exacerbated by the alleged intake of chemicals. Oh, Diarmid Costello says, I think I might go play the Dunbar golf tournament in March. Spend a week or so. Huh. Let me know. Maybe I'll meet up with you. He definitely played hockey, McAddix. He definitely played hockey. He brags about fucking playing hockey. I guess his dad was a bit of a drinker, so, he would stay out. That's where his mom always found him. If he was out of the house too long and his mom had to go looking for him, she always found him on the fucking pond. Yeah, he played a fuck ton of hockey. Team Bandit says most Canadians are tough, not like McMuffin. Dude, Bandit, you're really fucking with the wrong guy. That's one area I wouldn't be challenging him in. Because, Bandit, the reality of it is, if you were a Humvee, McAddix literally is a fucking steamroller. The only chance you have against McAddix is run away. That's it. You're fucked. Team Bandit says tier 1 hockey. Do you played field hockey? Nice. McAddix Esquire KC says, could you even win the pie eating contest? Team Bandit says, here, you lost the pie eating contest, but you won the field hockey tournament. So you got that going for you. All right, let's get on to the what do we want to cover? Some Schwelsch News Network. We got 25 in the room. Do we want to continue to go on? Put a 1 in the chat if you want to continue to go on. Put a 2 in the chat if you'd like to see Monkey Mouth Dan meet his demise horribly, in a horrible fashion. And naked so that everyone can point and laugh. All right, I need to go to this, and then I need the... Oh, that's not what I want. I want this. Oh, that would be... Oh, this might be it. Nice. I think I got lucky. Give me a second. Da-da, 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 da-da. Ooh, it's an invitational for ditch digging companies. Nice. Can you get me involved in that? Can you get me involved in that ditch digging shit so I can play in that golf tournament? You got one for Mere Valets? Look, they were making fun of me at the Snooze Network. Jimbo Felch was too. I think he's the one that started it, actually. You know, about me parking cars and the rest of that shit. Jimmy, I got a fucking job. Where the fucking if all I do is park cars, I have a fucking job, Jimbo. How long's it been since you had a fucking paycheck, Jimmy? You're unemployed, Jim, and your folks aren't overjoyed. And the Jimbo will rock. Whoo, McAddicts with a stinger. What fucking Canadian calls it tier 1? It's AA. Dermot Costello says, I keep asking you to come over to play a few rounds. But work things got me had me real busy. I'll probably be locked up with the work thing until right around Memorial Day, probably a week after. And then I should have, I'll bring the family to Ireland for a fucking vacation. I can do Vietnam next year. I don't know. We'll see. I'd love to get on a fucking good links course over there with you. You hit the fairway or lose your ball. 9:37. This is the Jim Returns episode. I don't think I have the right one up here. I don't. Let me check one. Check, go back one. Check, go back one. Is it this one? Oh, there he is. All right, hold on a second, because I seen this out. Shookie's been in the chat tonight. I just found something that kind of really exemplifies his useless contribution to the Welsh News Network broadcast. Let me bring that up on the share screen here. We're gonna hear just a bit of this, but this is at the 9-minute and 19-second mark of the Will He Take His Day Off Snooze Network episode. This was streamed 5 days ago on February the 2nd. Has a total of 642 views, 102 likes. It's pretty pathetic, Dan. It's pretty pathetic. Wow, that's pathetic. 600 views? You have 11,000 subscribers, Dan. You're barely doing better than me. I think Shiz with 3,000 subscribers does way the fuck better in viewership numbers than you do. And I'm pretty sure Stoned Vet. I mean, Dan, if you want a fucking working business model that you can emulate, you should be more like Stoned Vet. Oh, that's right. That's a Stolen Valor channel. And your Stolen Valor. Damn it. What will we do with Danny Boy? All right, this is the Will He Take His Day Off episode. 642 views, 102 likes. Originally aired on February the 2nd of 2024. Let's listen to a little of Shuggy and his amazing contribution to the content.
Thank you, Sumer.
Pope, I hear you have a godly insight into Chile's lawyer.
Yeah, I don't know how much of a godly insight it is, but yeah, he is an environmental civil rights lawyer.
So you're saying that the trees have rights?
Apparently, Apparently,
Okay.
under the
How the hell do you
Constitution.
become his attorney if he's an environmental civil rights attorney?
He's a tree.
What I think Chili heard was civil rights. I don't think
Yeah.
he looked into what kind of civil rights
Hang
he
on,
did.
hang on a second. Hang on a second.
Now,
If
I
he
found
said-
this out with a 30-second Google search. So, you know.
But hang on, hang
Yeah.
on, Pope. Phil, hang on a sec.
Yeah.
If he's an environmental civil rights lawyer,
Uh-huh.
Chile's motions always run to 40 or 50 pages. Isn't that destroying the environment? And therefore, isn't he fundamentally against Chile?
Well, I would say, you know, money cures all.
What the fuck is an environmental constitution? They're just making shit up. And then Chile's motions use up so much paper. Isn't he contrary to the... Come on, Shuggy, you can fucking... You're an military intelligence guy, and this is the best what-if scenario you can fucking come up with? You must have been the most unproductive member of British intelligence in the history of British intelligence. You're supposedly walking in a Russian spy, and your boss meets you at the fucking door. You don't even know who your fucking boss is. Idiot. Idiot. Mechanics Esquire says, coded said AA. Oh no, I'm coded now. All right, you caught me. I am Mechanics. Carte Blanche says, oh my God, Shuggy can actually speak clearly. He must have just wiped that mic clean after Dan's visit. Dan sat on the microphone and his sticky anal cavity pulled all the dust and debris out of it. Who the fuck is Alice? Says, so Jim hasn't found a job, so he's back? Of course Jim hasn't found a fucking job because he has nothing on. Have you ever seen his LinkedIn resume? Jim was the AOL team leader for the Southern Pennsylvania Cub Cadet Furry team sponsor get together. Like, people read that on your resume and they're like, I don't know what the fuck this is, but I see this word furry and my kids always laugh about that shit. Are you one of those fucking catsuit fucking weirdos? Then Jim has to go back to looking in the fucking help wanted section. Oh, God. Dermot Costello says that was before he blew his load all over his mic, Blanche. Dermot, you've gotten very blue in your humor lately. You working blue, Dermot. You don't have to be so nasty all the time. Logan Sandman says Newman's Own salad dressing now in environmental constitutional lawyer flavor. Carte Blanche says that's about it at Who the Fuck Alice. He's working his legs off and the 13 cats for free. Yeah, Jimmy never got a fucking dime. Can't find a job. Now Dan's got him by the short hairs. Dan could be like, all right, well, if we hit a gross revenue amount of blah, blah, blah in the next year, then you'll get a paycheck 16 months down the road. How does that fucking help him? Dermot Costello says, poor Jim has a GoFundMe. Rich Uncle Dan won't even help him out. One fucking person. That fucking GoFundMe has been up for six to 9 weeks. It's actually, more like 8 to 12 weeks. It's coming up on being up there almost 3 months. Jimmy plugged it on the 11,000 subscriber Welsh News Network, and he got one $25 donation. That's fucking it. But Dan'll do a fundraiser and raise $2,000 for Hez. Hez don't work for Dan. Jim works for Dan. Jim gets nothing. Hez gets money to go on a sexcation to Oregon to bang some 50-year-old fucking broad who's about to fucking die. Maybe Dan was looking for a fucking twofer to get Hez shot for fucking around with another man's husband while the excitement killed her. I don't know. This fucking Dan is a weird dude trying to get people offed all the time. Logan Sandman says, damn it, did I lose my internet? If you lost your internet, how would you have posted that? Carte Blanche says, that McAddicks Esquire, let me do a recount. Shooky says, I won't give that weird furry a pence. Shooky, everybody knows you're fucking broke, bro. That's why you didn't give any money for the Hez thing. You didn't give any money. You've never contributed. You don't even do the super chat thing. Shoogy, you're super chat. You're no super chat. You got no fucking money, Shug. I was in intelligence and I served the Queen. I was in British intelligence. You weren't smart enough to make any fucking money, dude. Or you're smart enough to let everybody think you're a broke dick motherfucker so you don't have to spend any of your money. You remind me of my Uncle Joe. Shuggy. You remind me of my Uncle Joe. He had a disease. He could get his hand only far enough behind his back to touch his wallet, but he didn't have the strength to remove the wallet from his pocket. You remind me of my Uncle Joe, Shug. Let's see if Shuggy had anything more to say than his, well, he's a constitutional environmental lawyer and Chili's using all this fucking paper. His lawyer should be against him. Rubber, squirt lotion on me, Jim.
All ills.
Yes. And the fact that Michael Mee has a flat fee for almost everything probably was a factor.
He's got a flat tire. What?
Oh,
Hasn't he?
I agree that was the factor for Chili, the flat fee. I also think this is just anecdotal, because I have friends that are
What that now as we go through these back Welsh News Network episodes, all of them, if Chili misspeaks, they jump all over it. Did we just miss Dope Phil's fucking amphibian addled fucking rant here where he said
anecdotal,
anecdotal?
just anecdotal.
Anecdotal. It's anecdotal, you dumb
anecdotal.
motherfucker. And I do misspeak too all the time. I mean, it's difficult, but you got 4 people on a fucking panel. You at least have time to take a fucking breather before you have to fucking keep going, so you don't have to worry about no, my Uncle Joe wasn't a pedo. I only meant monetary things. What are you saying? Are you saying Chili did Chili? Are you saying Shuggy did do the things to the Kentucky Scout boys that the Kentucky Scout leaders says he did? And I heard in some of the reporting that Shuggy had a special fondness for Asian boys. They have less hair on their body. Shuggy says a spring roll. Spring roll. Douchebag. Racist little fuck. Becca's herpes-riddled gash says, do not speak about me on this. No one mentioned you, Becca's herpes-riddled gash. If you hadn't come in here, no one would even know you exist. Nobody's looking up your skirt, but Dan. You're fucking. They're talking about Chili's inability to form relationships and shit. Dan's idea of a relationship is a masturbation partner across a fucking ocean that you interact with over a digital medium. But then again, Dan's been run over by an ex-wife and stabbed in the leg by an ex-lover. I wonder what his name was. Kevin? Was the black Amex card with the Kevin name on it, was that a trophy that Dan keeps in his collection? McAddix Esquire KC says 4. That's nothing. My stream will have 11 people, all played by me. I can't wait to fucking see that, man. Shooky says, Becca, check your DMs. Is Blecka in the room? Can't sleep. ODing on anti-anxiety medication. Dermot Costello says, yes, I am. Team Bandit makes a comment. Well, that's not even worth reading.
Anecdotal.
Anecdotal.
Because I have friends that are lawyers. Usually the people who charge a flat fee are really looking for work.
Are they looking for work? If you have friends that are lawyers, you should be getting charged a flat fee because they're your friend. So they say, hey, man, look, usually I'm fucking, $90 an hour or whatever. I'll do the whole thing for this fucking price. It's not that they're looking for work. It's that they're giving you the fucking hookup. Yeah, Phil, because you're getting pulled over every other fucking day for speeding. You brag about it. Fucking cokehead. Carte Blanche says, you guys are going to be so rooted when Dan reports you to his YouTube friend and the FBI. What does rooted mean? Dicked in the hiney hole? McAddix Esquire KC says, maybe I'll make a 20-second troll to be retardant's friend. Why don't you make a sock account that says Bandit Retardant? Bandit Retardant. It's hard to fucking say. Maybe that's not one. Team Bandit 2804 says, oh God, nice. You're delusional. That one wasn't even worth reading, bro. McAddix Esquire KC says, delusional. You think I have 11 socks in here? I think what Bandit says was he has 11 socks on his penis so that it'll fit in Dan's sphincter. 11 socks is pretty thick shit, man. McAddix would like to let you know, Bandit, that the term God should be capitalized. I don't know, McAddix. I'm going to disagree with you on that one. God is not a proper name. It is a categorical designation. God is the equivalent of to the three beings, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. The term God, which literally means divine, is the equivalent of calling men human. It's the category of existence. It's not a proper name. McAddix Esquire KC says, oh, he bought the jock sock. Dan is inventing an inflatable jock sock that you put over your pee-pee so you can pump it up to fit in Dan's hole. Dan's stretched out 7 inches. McAddix Esquire says it's always capitalized in the Bible. Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with that. It's not a proper name. God's name isn't God. Like if I called you, hey, human, come over here. Human isn't your fucking name. You wouldn't capitalize human everywhere it appeared. That's why I think people think that the name of God is G-O-D, God. It's not, because of the capitalization in the Bible. It's a category of being. 3 individual personas make up the divinity, i.e., God or the Godhead. It is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. There are 3. They are not like other gods. The reason why Christianity with 3 individual personas is monotheistic, because the God is one. They're in total agreement, and there is no variation between any of the 3 personalities. That's the oneness. If you don't agree that they're separate individual beings, well, when the apostle Stephen was martyred, after he said, "Forgive them, they know not what they do," he saw the clouds part and he saw Messiah, Jesus, seated at the right hand of the Father. Two different individuals. If you go to Genesis, I think it's 18:1, the Yahweh on earth, the God on earth, called to the Yahweh in heaven. The Yahweh in heaven rained down fire on Sodom and Gomorrah. Two individuals are referenced. The three individuals are referenced in the Old Testament at least once, maybe more than once. Once that I know of for sure. You may go seek them out yourself. I can't tell you everything. You have to go and look too. Draw near to me, and I will draw near to you. That's the promise God made.
Second
You got to make the first move.
question
Phil,
then.
Phil,
when you
hang on a sec.
compare-
They're not friends. They're traffic violation attorneys. They're not your friends.
No, I have
Right.
friends that do other things other than traffic. I have a lot of friends that actually do corporate law.
So now my
Sorry,
question
Jim.
to Phil.
Mhm.
If he's an environmental lawyer,
Mhm.
is that better or worse than Mr. James Freeman's agricultural lawyer?
Well, my understanding, and I could be wrong on this, or not really quite remembering it correctly, but I believe Freeman actually knows Chili's lawyer.
Oh God. How?
So yeah, they would
Why?
probably be friends. Those two lawyers would probably be friends.
Chili knows DMA or whoever the fuck he mentioned. Chili knows that guy's lawyer, and Jim goes, "Oh my God." Like that's some kind of horrifying. Jim, you're so fake, it's fucked up. It's really fucked up how fake you are. Carte Blanche says, "Coded, if you say someone is rooted, it's the same as saying they are farked beyond recognition." Okay. It makes things a little bit clearer. But having your haha in Dan's AA is kind of being farked beyond recognition, right?
But is it better or
they
worse
all-
to have
I
a
think
cow
it's-
lawyer compared to a tree lawyer?
I think it's the same, honestly. I think the results are going to be the same.
Don't fail.
Did they all go to Tim Brandle School of Attorneyism?
Oh my God.
Attorneyism?
Turtle Boy.
Attorneyism.
The way they practice, you'd be surprised. Isn't
I
that
think,
Turtle Boy's lawyer?
well, here's what I think in regards to Freeman's and Chili's lawyers. I think they are the type of lawyers who will listen to their client and go, okay, I think I can make that work, even if it's not viable. Because again, they have a flat fee, so they're getting paid up front. So even if the defense doesn't work, it doesn't matter to them.
So
But
you
isn't
mean
that
if the
cost?
check clears? If the
Yeah,
check
as long as the check clears, sure, you want to make that defense, okay.
So, question. They pay up front, and he would be filing a lot of motions. Don't those motions cost money?
Typically, yes. Typically, there'll be stipulations. Your flat fee gets you X amount of services. And so then anything above those services are usually probably billed per hour, would be my guess.
Thank you, Touche, for the $2 super chat. He has a mobile office, the trunk of their car.
I stand behind my attorneyism comment because there's no way these bastards went to law school, not with what they're putting out. Just saying.
Well, there are law schools and then there are law schools. Like
attorneyism, it works. Just go with it. Phil.
There is a like where I live, there is a night school that you can get your law degree from by going merely at night. Now we also have in my state, one of the top law schools in the Big Ten. What lawyer would you rather have?
Cheap,
Big
cheap,
Ten.
cheap. I want the best
Well-
lawyer at the cheapest fucking price, Phil. That's what I want. I don't give a fuck where they went to school, what they did. I want the best lawyer at the cheapest price. Just because you went to fucking Harvard or Yale, Big Ten, Ivy League, it doesn't make you a good lawyer. It makes you a well-connected lawyer. You know people, but it doesn't make you a good lawyer. Believe me, there are plenty of people from fucking Harvard Law School falling on their face every fucking day because they thought their credentials would get them by in life and not the actual work one has to do. You're so easily fooled by fucking fake crowns and false titles. It's amazing. Carte Blanche says that Team Bandit 2804. Can you do addition or subtraction? And I am a retired graphic designer who used to be a lawyer. Well, Carte Blanche has a similar background as McAdams. McAdams says the guy who doesn't know the equal sign is for math thinks I'm an idiot. Well, Bandit, he is right on that. You don't use the equal sign in a fucking English sentence. It doesn't fucking work. It makes you look like you're kind of dumb. And no two things are equal, bro. They're equivalent. There's a sign for equivalence. It's similar to the equal sign, only the bars aren't straight. They're wavy. It's like a double tilde. Equivalent, not equal. Maybe you should use the equivalent sign more often. Do you know how to make it, son? All right, we're going to jump to The Redhead Returns. Happy Saturday. This one got 748 views. Wah, 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 wah. Another failure to cross the 1,000 view mark on a channel that supposedly has 11,200 subscribers. But Washington University has a page put up, and if you throw in the Welsh News Network name, you will find out that their subscriber base is 9% active, 91% dead. Dead. Dermot Costello says hi to Bandit. Hello, Bandit. Logan Sandman, sensible guy like me. I want a fucking lawyer that's going to win my case. Right? I don't need the best lawyer in the world. I just need a lawyer that's better than that douche on the other side. That's all I need. All right, so we're at 3 hours and 30 minutes. I'm gonna play a song, a long song. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette, refresh my cup of Joe, and I will be right back. Any requests in the chat room? It's got to be a long song, like Dazed and Confused, or Freebird, which we're not going to play because that's my very last. That's my song for my last ever episode. Shuggy says, can we go get Springlows? Ha, ha, ha. You're very funny there, Shuggy. You're very funny. In the Garden of Eden by Iron Butterfly. Is that a long tune? All right, hold on. In the garden. In the Garden of Eden, Iron Butterfly. Let's see what's going on. Are you talking Inagata Davida? 17 minutes. Holy shit, yeah. All right, here we go. Inagata Davida. That's the Rhino Records version. I think it's been colorized. Let's go with the off-label version. All right. I didn't realize 17-minute tune. Inagata Davida, baby. Where am I at here? Oh, I need to share this. All right. Inagata Davida. I'll be back after I get a smoke and make a cup of coffee. Stick around. Happy intermission, folks. Bandit, don't antagonize McAddicts, because if he times you out when I'm not here, there's nothing I can do about it.
In a garden of fever, honey, don't you know that I'm loving you? In a garden of fever, baby, don't you know that I'll always be true? Oh, won't you come with me and take my hand? Oh, won't you come with me and walk this line? Please take my hand. Let me tell you, in a garden of Eden, honey, don't you know that I'm loving you? In a garden of Eden, baby, don't you know that I'll always be true? Oh, won't you come with me and take my hand? Oh, won't you come with me and walk this line? Please take my hand. It's all right. All around there, come.
It's the day football fans have been waiting for all year, and the energy is palpable.
I'm gonna go see where they are. What are you doing?
Holy cow! Carte Blanche or Flo B says this song reminds me of Black Lights on a Bong. Is there something you want to tell the group, Flo B? That's some very revealing information. I would have never picked you out as a Black Lights on a Bong kind of person. Logan Sandman wants to know if you hacked his webcam. That's crazy. You're right, Diarmid. I am too cheap to get premium. I don't see any need for it. So, I don't get it. I'm very Spartan. Kind of like frugal. Like I don't know. I did my thing where I threw a lot of fucking money away over the span of about a year and a half, and I probably wouldn't do it again because in the end it didn't provide the enjoyment I thought it would. All right, so we are at the Redhead Returns. Happy Saturday. Welsh News Network, 748 views. This aired on February 3rd, 2024. I was going to look at about the first hour and a half of it, but we're running pretty long. We're almost at 4 hours. Holy shit. Let me get this shared up. Boom. Share screen. The Redhead Returns. Bingo, bango. Boy, that monkey mouth Dan picture is really starting to fucking irritate me. He looks evil.
Good evening, all you depraved bastards. How you all doing?
I'm alive.
All right, first off, let's go with...
Fine.
let's point something out here. We'll see Dan's bitch tits, too. His moobs.
Better than you.
Bastard.
All right, watch the window.
Good evening, all you
Dan can't be in
depraved
the bottom
bastards. How you
corner.
all doing?
What? Hank and there's
I'm
a
alive.
pecking order and Shuggy's last in line.
Not
Good,
dead.
thank you.
Fine. Why am I supposed to be upset about something?
Well, I don't know. I just thought that.
What, the fact
How
that
the
we're
hell?
about a bunch of teenagers and they came within 1 point of fucking up the proper Scottish team?
And also, they, 27 zip lead.
A bunch of teenagers that came close to fucking up proper Scottish tea. You mean kind of the way those two 14-year-old boys kicked the shit out of you, damaged your leg, and fractured your rib, cracked your rib, which you recovered from in a day, amazingly. And the police and the paramedics have no fucking reports of any such incident. We're going to talk about your new dog shelter grift scam attempt. You know we can find all the dog shelters in your area and start making fucking phone calls, Dad. You dumb motherfucker.
Down to one. It was a weird game. It was a weird game.
No,
it's
it
so
just
lovely.
basically highlighted a problem with Scotland's rugby team.
Oh, you lost.
They're old and unfit.
What
You lost.
the fuck? Did you really?
And so you won one game.
Out of one. Okay, that's fair enough at the moment.
It'll be your only win all championship.
But England didn't have it all their own way against Italy, did they? That was getting a bit close.
I
Don't
just-
worry, Shuggy. If y'all keep trying hard, you might reach 4th place one year.
All right, hold on
No,
a
that's
second,
you.
guys. Thank you, and not a mouse, for the £6 66 tip. I broke Mom's vacuum trying to enlarge my penis. It didn't work, and now I have to buy her a new one. Everyone sub to my wife's OnlyFans to help me out.
And the skullduggery star.
Thank you, and not a mouse.
Was that about me? Oh my God, was that about me? Hang on a second.
Wow.
They've now sexualized the fucking mom vacuum thing. The fucking troll. I fell flat on my face trying to get off the ground. Dear me, can you unmute Cart? She definitely got muted because her comments all disappeared. God damn it, McAddicts. I might have to take your wrench away. Do you have managing moderator status? If you can, see if you can bring Carte Blanche out of timeout. You should be able to. McAddicts has lost Carte Blanche as a legal representative because of his fat thumbs and fumbling. Blame your fat thumbs. Dearmid says she's not muted. Okay, cool. All her comments went away, though. Fucking McAddicts. Cart, post. Please post. Dearmid Costello says he found all the fucking humane shelters. I found them all. It's like they don't know there's a thing called Google. Dan got overly confident again. This is what happens when you leave him alone. You got to be there to fucking antagonize him, pressure him a little bit so he keeps himself on the straight and narrow. If you leave him alone, untethered, he floats off into the fucking stratospheric grandeur of himself and he starts saying shit he probably shouldn't say. You're fun to fucking play with, Dan, you dumb motherfucker.
All right, hold on a second, guys. Thank you, and not a mouse, for the £6 66 tip. I broke Mom's vacuum trying to enlarge my penis. It didn't work, and now I have to buy her a new one. Everyone sub to my wife's OnlyFans. Help me out.
Why is that funny? This person broke their dick with their mother's vacuum, and now they want you to send money to his wife's OnlyFans account. And not a mouse sounds a little bit like Anthony Caruso. It sounds exactly like Anthony Caruso. Oh my God. Black is the only one laughing.
And the skullduggery star.
Thank you, and not a mouse.
Back is broken.
Wow.
Yeah, because the idea of a dick in a vacuum cleaner is humorous to Blacka. Notice how none of the men on the panel laughed, because they've all had their dicks in vacuums.
Okay.
Yeah.
If Chili's going to try that, he's going to need to get one of those keyboard attachments.
Well, today is the 1 year anniversary for Hez's Saturday show.
1 year anniversary for Hez's Saturday show.
Which is why this show is half an hour late in starting.
And they're late getting there because they had to plan the fucking grift. They had to plan the fucking grift. Get it? Dan all of a sudden shows up with Hez. It's Hez's fucking 1 year anniversary. Dan concocts a plan to get money for Hez. And it all revolves around a Miss Mandy character, RaeRae, who's, got what Miss Mandy had a year ago, lupus and diabetes. And the extension of the grift after this wave is she's going to need a new fucking kidney, just like Miss Mandy grifted on. Monkey mouth. Not an original idea in his fucking head.
Congratulations, Hezekiah.
Well, I'm Hez.
Because in typical Hez style, he had his 1 year anniversary show.
Exactly, Alice.
And his internet fucked up.
Yeah.
And he missed a huge chunk of it because he couldn't be there. So, yeah. and were there pulling up
Okay.
Hezekiah videos for backstage so that they could be shown whilst he
Right.
fixed his problems.
Rack, I'm not going to say who the person was that is and not a mouse, but I can tell you it's not Jim.
Oh, dear God, no, you
Anthony
can tell it's
Caruso.
not Jim.
But Rack, we are trying to discover Jim's soccer accounts.
That's easy to spell Jim's soccer accounts. They're the ones that can't spell and have poor grammar.
Wow.
Haven't you read his newspaper?
What? No, no one has. That's why there's not a single fucking like on any article he ever wrote. There aren't any comments either. It's almost like it's a ghost page that no one really goes to.
Now, Rebecca,
What?
do you have a confession to make?
I forgot to play a video yesterday
Ruh-roh.
Did you?
of Dan for Jim.
Oh,
Look at Dan's face. He's actually fucking mad. You fucked up again, Blecka. Damn it. You'll never live up to Welsh News Network standards.
sorry.
Yes, I took the time, whilst on my day off, to record a message for Jim
Yes, he did.
and sent it to Becca.
Yes, he did. And I completely forgot about it
Until this morning.
until this morning when I opened up my messages because he called. Yeah, he called me, and I opened up my messages and I was like, "Shit."
Whoopsie.
After
We were having fun.
we watched the video to remember what the hell the video I'd sent her was about.
Yeah.
In her defense, she wasn't feeling great last night, I have to say. And none of us knew about it.
She wasn't feeling great last night and none of you knew about it. How do you fucking know about it then, Shuggy? The fuck, man? G is asking, where is Jim?
Jim's only here on Fridays, Gia.
He's been banished back to the graveyard.
No,
Oh,
I
he's
did
lurking.
not say fuck you, Jim. I actually said nice things about Jim.
Can you see Dan's bitch tits right here? See the outline of Dan's bitch tit? Dan's got big old bitch tits. Hey, you ugly motherfucker, man.
Do you want me to play the video?
Go on then. He's sat in here.
Give me a minute. Figure out where I saved it.
Dude.
Look at Dan's face right here. He's so impressed with himself. It's amazing.
Go on then. He's sat in here.
Give me a minute. Figure out where I saved it.
Do 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 do.
Hello.
How ugly is this guy? Now, this is supposed to be Dan's 2001 Jeep Cherokee. There's a fucking problem here, though. He's sitting buckled in on the driver's side of the vehicle, but there's no steering wheel, which means it might be a alternate side steer, a right-hand side steer made for the English market, all of which comes out of one plant in India. And Dan is being driven around. Why are you belted in as a passenger? Where's the fucking steering wheel, Dan? You're belted in on the passenger side. It ain't your fucking vehicle, dipshit. You're getting driven around. You're on a fucking work release program. McAddick says it's not a Jeep. It doesn't look like a Jeep, does it? It looks like a utility van. Bandit 2804 says that old dude sure isn't in his 40s. He's looking pretty rough for dude. I'm 56. I look fucking younger than he does. Dermot Costello says right-hand drive in the UK, right? So he's on the passenger side of the car. He's belted in. Why are you belted in on the passenger side of the car? The vehicle wouldn't be fucking moving. Oh, Danny, you get too confident and then you do shit like this and you show off what a fucking retard you are.
It's me.
Welcome back. Glad you're joining us, even on a part-time basis. Unfortunately, I can't be there tonight to enjoy the show with you. But hey ho, have fun, and remember, everyone, you can make Jim say horrible, horrible things in the voice of Coke Dog. Just saying. Enjoy, Jim. Love ya. Bye.
Oh, you can see his fucking. You can see the missing molars in the back of his mouth.
Say horrible, horrible things in the voice of Coke Dog. Just saying. Enjoy, Jim. Love ya.
Oh, look it right there. Missing molars. Holy fuck, dude. Your mouth must stank. He's got a crossbite. Why is he? He's always curling his. If you pay attention to him, it's like he has dentures on the bottom because he's always curling his lower lip onto his teeth, almost like his dentures are loose and he's afraid they're going to fucking pop out.
Bye.
See?
Love ya. Just can make Jim say horrible, horrible things in the voice of Coke Dog. Just saying. Enjoy, Jim. Love ya.
Oh, look at that hole right there. Oh, you stank mouth, toothless motherfucker.
Bye.
Yuck.
See?
Look at the look on his face here, too. Like, okay, the camera's off. It's back to regular Dan. And he's fucking side glancing like he wants to kick someone's puppy outside.
I was nice to him.
Sorry, Dan, that video's fake. You were outside, not in a council house, in a car. It's got to be fake. It's all made up. Sorry about that.
I wasn't in the car. No.
I was in his Jeep.
Motorized vehicle.
It definitely looks like Shuggy's ice cream truck.
But you missed the Gonomi story.
The what? Oh, yeah.
The name Gonomi.
The Ganami, yeah.
Why are we on about the Gonomi?
It's the garden gnome from.
Oh, fuck. Shuggy's explaining it. Dan's going to call him out. It's a bullshit story. It might have happened, but Shuggy had nothing to do with it. It happened with other people. And then, of course, they're going to sexualize the garden gnome, too, here in a second. This is amazing fucking shit. The depth of the depravity here is unknowable. Who the fuck is Alice? Says she's. So he sits, Dan, so he sits in a car, records a video, and that proves he actually leaves his room. Oops, mansion. No, you're right. It doesn't prove shit. It proves that he may have got the shit kicked out of him the other day sitting in someone else's car.
Portsmouth that went round the world on Endeavour 90.
Oh, you've told that story many. Who gave Shuggy scotch again?
He was very vocal last night.
There was no scotch involved. It just happened. I don't know why it happened.
You see how he's curling his lower lip on his teeth like he's afraid they're going to fuck. He's doing it right here. Like he's afraid the bottom teeth are going to
last night.
There was no scotch involved. It just happened. I don't know why it happened. It happened. It was quite funny.
Oh, God. The gnome story again?
It's a product of Fireball and the crushed up antidepressant pills. Yum. Shuggy's in it too now.
That's the first time I've heard it on air.
No.
No.
It's been on air before.
Oh.
Well, I apologize.
Well,
But it was quite
go ahead
fun,
and heard
and we
it. Thank
enjoyed
you
it.
for sharing.
See how quickly now when someone in the panel corrects Blecca, she just gives into it. A lot of the times they're wrong and she's right, but she's been thoroughly gaslit. Like, I don't think people really, that term gets thrown around, gaslighting, all the time. Gaslit takes time to do. It takes months to really do it right. Gaslighting refers to, I think it was a silent film in the 1930s. It might have been a talkie. It could have been a stage theater presentation, but it was, like between 35 and 40, like around 1937. The husband in the gaslighting presentation would alter the brightness of the lights in the entire house. They were gas lamps on a fucking switch, so you could do the whole house by turning down the gas. He would do that, and then the wife would come and say, what's going on with the lights? The lights are different. Why are they dim? And the husband would be like, no, you're imagining things. Everything's fine. It's the same. I don't see any difference. He does this to her systematically over time while continually correcting other things in memories and speaking and order of events and shit, until he has his wife in a position where she thoroughly does not trust anything she remembers. That's what fucking gaslighting is. It's been systematically done to Blecca over the past 12 months. And you can see the long-term effect of it now. She doesn't stand up for herself. She doesn't argue that she's correct. She does occasionally, but the majority of the time now, if a male member of the panel corrects her, she just acquiesces. This is what gaslighting is. And I don't know how much other people have been paying attention to it, but I've watched it go on for the whole fucking year. That's why when Blecca would come around in tow with Dan, Hank did the co-host with me for a while, and then Dan started showing up. And then Blecca would occasionally be in the side chat when Dan was on the panel, and I would encourage her to come up because I wanted to see if her behavior was different. She was very mousy after they would do a broadcast at Welsh News Network when I was hanging out with them the 2 or 3 times I was over there. They would hang out and talk for like 3 fucking hours after the broadcast ended. And Blecca was very fucking mousy, very quiet, very mousy. Dan would bark orders to it. She would get her run off to do it. So I would invite her to come up on panel on Coded Friend. And she was hesitant to do it. She said she didn't like me, all that other shit. Maybe she intuitively knew that I was aware of the fact that her behavior was different when Dan was around. And I wanted to test that dynamic and see if it carried through on the codedfriend.001 platform. When I got into the hold on a second, Dermot just sent me a message. At codedfriend.001, you are right. Rebel blocked Blanche. I can't fix it. You have to do it. All right, let me talk a little bit. But I've watched it go down. I've seen, but I called it out early that Dan would bark orders at Becca or tell her she was wrong about something, and how mousy she would initially say, "No, I didn't. This is what I said," and then Dan would bark over her, and her next response would be mousier and more compliant until it would take 3 or 4 shots for Dan to beat her down. A year ago now, any male member on the panel that disagrees with Blecca, she just instantly acquiesces. It's been a strange dynamic to watch go down in real time. Let me see if that's under the settings, community. There it is. The Biff Thunder Muffin don't really come around anymore, so I'll pull him. Let me get back and find a carte blanche message. Is carte blanche still around? Good morning, Daisy. How are you? Is Carte Blanche still around? I changed the timeout from 5 minutes to 10 seconds. And let me try that one. I don't know how to bring them out. Yeah, 5 minutes is the default. I think the only other thing I can probably do is well, Cart's gonna have a wrench when she comes back, so maybe she'll be happy about that. I would be careful, mechanics. Carte Blanche, if you back in the chat, I did. I just gave her a mod status. Post Carte Blanche if you can. I don't know how to fix it on the let me do this. Sorry, trying to fix a Carte Blanche issue. Yeah, I don't really know how to do anything more than I gave her a wrench. That's all I can really do for right now. I'm not sure. General settings, channel settings, permissions. Yeah, I don't. Oh, I gave her a wrench. We'll see what happens. Oh, no, I gotta save that. Oh, maybe it won't go into effect till now that I just saved it. Carte Blanche post. Bandit, yeah. Well, sometimes Bandit's right. Way to go, McMoron. Mechanics quickly fires back. Oh, fuck off, retardant. Value added here. Wait, just for the record, I do like Bandit. I don't understand why you two guys are always at each other. Will you cut the shit, Bandit, please? Leave Mechanics alone. He feels bad enough. Mechanics says another McFucking classic. You don't get your balls busted for much, except when Bandit's around. Bandit says, big hero, banning people. What a powerful little man you are. Come on, dude. Stop antagonizing. I'll put you in fucking
timeout. Did you smuggle it on ship in your prison pocket, Shiggy?
No.
Jim Finch says Shuggy put a garden gnome up his ass. We're fucking sexualizing a fucking garden gnome now. Good God, Jim. What the fuck is wrong with you? 13 cats, you're wearing fucking clown makeup and a yarn wig, and fucking got a zip up onesie furry cat suit on. You're organizing FurryCon Philadelphia 2024. Fucking no wonder why you can't find a fucking job. Quit licking the back of your fucking palm while you're getting interviewed, you fucking moron.
I'm saying the nose would be painful.
It wasn't, it was a hat.
Did you get one with a pointy hat?
Yep. In fact, what I've got to tell you as well is it came back with tattoos.
Cheap.
A tan and a tattoo?
They put tattoos on a garden gnome.
Nice.
And he got a tan.
I couldn't say something, but I'm not. Nope.
You know you want to.
Go on.
Shuggy, are you saying you sprayed the gnome's face?
Shuggy jerked off on the gnome and sprayed its face.
Okay,
how would that tan
after the live? You can explain to Shuggy what I just insinuated.
Uh-huh.
With paint.
Okay, Blacka, you can explain to Shuggy what spunking on the face is. And Blacka's just like, I'll explain it to your friend Dan. Okay. We got pill pigs, we got pillbilly pigs, we got perk pigs, we got fucking pud pigs now. Rooting around in between the thighs, trying to find out where the fucking Tic Tac's hidden. Pud pig.
Yeah, a bit like with that one.
That's a personal problem.
Oh,
All right, so
We're
starting out
making
with
sure the
the
gnome had a protein shake is all.
Mm-hmm.
Hank adds in that the gnome swallowed Shuggy's jizz face spray. Amazing, man. Wow, you guys, it's like you recycle the same fucking jokes every night. Oh, that's what it is, right? Yeah, got it.
No, but the engineer didn't make him his own bunk to get a C in. So when he secured for C, he was completely protected. That was quite funny too.
Oh no, Zubair, we didn't mean poo.
Is fucking Nomi Shuggy's blow up doll? There's a fucking sock account. Shuggy took his blow up doll to see. He got his blow up doll tattooed, and then they broke up after that because the blow up doll couldn't maintain inflation.
What else is there? Oh yeah, decided that we should put out more content, so we're now doing 3 shorts a day, not 2.
Yeah, because nobody's looking. Let's take a look at this fucking shit too. No one's looking at these fucking shorts. Luckily for Dan, because he's defaming the fucking shit out of Chili, cutting him up and making him say shit he never fucking said. All right, here's the shorts. Is someone Chili obsessed? Look, are you Chili obsessed, Dan? The fuck's going on with you? No views. No. Chili DeCastro accuses U.S. and Israel again. No views. Chili DeCastro accuses U.S. of attacking Israel. No views. Chili DeCastro, you are the weakest link. Goodbye. 7.6 thousand views. Oh, somebody bought views. Chili DeCastro, what the fuck? Just what the a fuck at delete laws? No views. No views. No views. No views. No views. 7,600 views. How the fuck does that happen? How the fuck does that happen? Unless you're buying shit and then you ran out of money and you couldn't fucking buy anymore. Wow, dude, you're really a fucking barn burner. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, hey, look, here's 4 fresh ones. No views, no views, no views, no views. 4 more. No views. 130 views. 114 views. 166 views. Oh my God. 1.7 thousand. Good. 277 views. Bought views again. Chili DeCastro, Afraid to Adult, YouTube, 292 views, 277, 292, 268. Seems all normal, right? 1.7. Bought views. How can you have 1,700 views on a fucking short and have a subscriber base that is reported as 91% dead? How does that happen? Must be buying the views. 4,000 views. 179, 1,500, 250. Fucking, like, you don't even know how to do shit right. There's a way to buy views and do it so it's not really as fucking grossly obvious. But in the end, buying the views just fucks up your subscriber base activity, and you look like not a viable advertising platform. So fucking amazing how dumb this guy is. 300 views, 900 views, 200 views, 200 views. Wow, this guy's fucking dumb. Boxo Rock's fucking dumb. Oh, fucked up. And we are back to the redhead. I keep forgetting which direction to move. 748 views, Feb 3rd, 2024. The redhead returns. Happy Saturday. We're at the 13-minute and 24-second mark.
Oh, we have some good ones. Oh, some very, very good ones. I don't think Chili's going to like me very much. Bow wow!
Likes you anyway. He doesn't like you anyway, so.
Are we doing the non-chili, non-frauditor show tonight, or?
We had planned, but he has done.
Well, you know, Hank, if we do, Jim's not around anymore, and if we don't do all chili all the time, the Chili News Network, then you know, someone's going to have to hunt down drunk girl videos for us to watch. I know, Hank. I know you said you'll do it, but then you fall asleep and we don't have any content. So it's all chili all the time again.
Done some stuff that we need to cover.
Chili's done stuff that Dan needs to cover. Okay. Can you do anything besides superficially mock? Let's see if you can do that. Can you do anything when you condemn the guy that doesn't actually also apply to you?
Damn it, Chili got really stupid.
Yes.
Chili got really fucking stupid.
Really fucking stupid.
For Chili, that's saying a lot.
He got
So
more
did you-
stupid. Sorry,
He
mate.
got coded levels of stupid.
I'm
Loaded levels of stupid. Wow. I don't think Chili's able to achieve that. I mean, the level of stupid I have to get to sometimes, Danny boy, to give you a false sense of confidence so you start running that fucking dick sucker of yours. We'll see who's dumb in the end, dude.
convinced he's caught the C word. I'm convinced he has, and it's karma. It really is karma.
Karma spelled with a K.
All right, now watch what happens here.
Karma spelled with
I'm convinced he has.
Levels of stupid.
I'm convinced he's.
We have to listen to what Shuggy actually says, so pay attention here for a second, everybody.
Sorry,
He
mate.
got coded levels of stupid.
I'm convinced he's caught the C word. I'm convinced he has, and it's karma. It really.
I'm convinced he caught the C word. I'm convinced he really has, and it's karma. That's what he said. Now, watch what fucking Dan does here. Dan completely gaslights Blacka.
It's karma.
Karma spelled with a K.
Oh no.
Becca,
Don't know who to laugh at now, Becca or Shuggy.
fuck off.
Well, let's see if you actually heard what Shuggy said and you can make a proper fucking decision, Dan. Because most of the time, you ain't fucking listening and you say people said shit that they never fucking said. Let's hear you do it. At Blacka's expense.
Because Becca just really screwed that one up.
Oh, Becca fucked it up. Becca fucked it up. Not you're about to fuck it up and say Becca fucked it up. Becca fucked it up. Let's see who fucked it up.
Karma spelled with a K.
No, Becca.
What?
Shuggy said, I think he's caught the C word, and that would be karma.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
No, Shuggy did not say, I think he caught the C word and that would be karma. That's not what he fucking said. All right, let's listen to what Dan says Shuggy said.
K.
No, Becca.
What?
Shuggy said, I think he's caught the C word, and that would be karma.
Oh, I didn't hear.
And that would be karma. Let's see if Shuggy actually said that. Let's go back a little bit here.
Saying a lot.
He got
So did
more
you-
stupid. Sorry,
He
mate.
got coded levels of stupid.
I'm convinced he's caught the C word. I'm convinced he has, and it's karma. It really is karma.
Karma spelled with a K.
There's no that would be. Becca interpreted what Shuggy said properly. Dan then had to, Becca's right, Becca's female. Shuggy doesn't like being corrected by females. There's been tension between Shuggy and Becca for a while. So Dan's got to jump in at Becca's expense to massage Shuggy's tic-tac sized ego.
Oh no.
Becca,
Don't know who to laugh at now, Becca or Shuggy.
fuck off.
Because Becca just really screwed that one up.
I respond with a K.
No, Becca.
What?
Shuggy said, I think he's caught the C word, and that would be karma.
Oh, I didn't hear that would be.
No, Dan, that's what you heard. That's not what Shuggy said.
Karma. Oh my god! Stop! My head hurts.
Kelly Fitzpatrick, will you please get your mind out of fuck?
So Becca just gives in to what Dan said. Becca was right. Dan's wrong. Dan says, Becca, you're wrong. Becca just fucking, okay, I'm wrong. Becca has been 100% gaslit. She's no longer confident in what she hears correctly and will acquiesce to what Dan heard incorrectly. It happens quite often.
Fucking gutter, you're disgusting.
It wasn't
And-
he, Kelly.
It wasn't
And,
me.
and does Patrick fit Kelly?
Wow.
Okay, are we
I don't know
starting
about
out
that.
with
No.
Chili or the DUI?
Oh, Chili, what the hell? I'm in a
Okay.
weird mood. Well,
Shookie's back with us. Said Dan had actual shit in his ears. Him and Kevin do some weird stuff. Oh my God. Well, hey, money can't buy you love, but a black Amex card could get shit rammed into your ear. That's fucking weird. Look at Dan with his fucking dick target mouth wide open. Hold on, I gotta fucking screenshot that for sure. What happened? Gotta do this again. Hang on, bear with me, bear with me. We're at 0 seconds. I got window. I got takes. There we go. Save that. Dan with his dick target wide open. Hit me with your best shot. Little Pat Benatar to open up the show next time. A little hit me with your best shot. And fucking Dan sitting there like that with his dick target wide open. Is that why you dyed it red, Dan? Because Kevin was complaining with your grayish blonde beard. He couldn't see the dick target properly. What's Kevin, like 88 years old, almost blind now? Lost his sense of smell.
I've
What's
been
he done?
editing Chili, then the Hezekiah stuff, then I'm in a weird mood.
Is the DUI the one that they spent an hour trying to get her to put her pants on?
Oh no, we're not doing that one because it's an
We're
hour.
not doing the hour-long DUI.
Okay.
Good
Jim
morning,
Blake.
every.
This is it. Good morning. I didn't know you started earlier in the day. I'm not answering that. You can ask Shiggy.
What? There's your boy McAdix. He got a fucking. Oh, that's here in ours. Oh my God, I thought that was there. Fuck. I was wishing you had got a fucking ass man.
Buddy, and welcome to another rendition of Delete Laws. What's going on out there in the land of the unfree, America? We're like a third world dictator country. That's what we're like
where
here,
did you
isn't it?
get timed out from, Lemon Top?
I think she got timed out in Chili's shop.
Don't say stuff like that. It encourages them. Hello, baby.
What advice were you trying to give him? Or truth were you trying to give him?
Seek medical help.
It takes these dumb fucks so long to figure out what's going on in this fucking video.
I think it's psychiatric, but okay.
It covers.
You walk outside and you can be arrested for absolutely anything. It doesn't really matter. Do me a favor, everybody, hit the like button. Everybody.
Shuggy, I'd be more worried. Is he trying to say you dressed like Boy George, sing like Boy George, or got high on weed and crashed into things like Boy George?
None of those are good.
That doesn't mean he didn't do it.
There's no proof. There's no videos, no pictures.
You could have always done worse. You could have done the George Michael and crashed into a flower shop.
No.
Hit the like button just real fast. I'll just wait 1 second. I got Avery in the room. I got
The Attic says 4 brains are better than 1, except at the WNN.
Hazel. Good to see everybody today. Citizen Broadcast Cooperative. Oh, Mingo Wingo still dealing with that Pennsylvania pig Scott Price, huh? Nice to see you, Lezo TVO. What is going on, my friend? Kimono Yama. Love you too, brother. What's going on, Basil? Did everybody hit the like button? And then do me a favor. Write down right here in the comment section, OTVO. Overturn Terry versus Ohio.
Yo! So I've heard that fucking said so many times. So what's going on here is this dude in the window talking. It has been called in to verify ID on a passenger in a car. The first officer was female. She asked the passenger for ID, which she can ask for anything. She's a cop. He denied. She said, "Oh, are you refusing?" And then, there's this whole thing about intimidation and the rest of the shit. The reality is the guy has the same name as a dude with a warrant, but the middle initial is different. So they wanted the ID to verify date of birth. That's it. I mean, the guy can deny if he wants to, but that's why the second officer was called, because the first guy denied. If the first officer, the female, had been given the driver's license and they checked the date of birth, this dude would have been on his fucking way, right? But it takes Dan and the rest of this fucking brainless bunch of idiots forever to figure out what's going on. And they're arguing amongst themselves about it instead of listening to the fucking video.
We got Chevy and V Boyer in the room. What's going on, Mr. Bones? Northeast Colorado cop block. Mr. Bones. Mingo Wingo. Man, good room today. What is going on? All right. This video right here. This video has so many telling things about it that happened, and we're going to get into it. This video has so many telling things. I'm going to show you so many things here that well, let's get right into this bad chicken. Let me turn this bad chicken up to the volume loud.
So I'm the passenger in the vehicle, and you're asking for my license?
I'm asking for your license, yes.
And I'm the passenger in the vehicle?
Yes.
Because, I'm sorry, why again?
She said something came up.
Okay.
No, so you said something.
Okay. So can the copper ask the passenger of the vehicle for your driver's license?
Depends on the
state. Yeah.
Okay,
that's the question, and you guys can answer.
It's not depending on the state, Dan. Any police officer anywhere can ask you for ID. If you're not in a stop and identify area where they've legalized the police to do that, then you can say no. Even if you're in that area, you can say no. And then the officer will advise you, if you are in an area where you have to, that if you don't, there's going to be an escalating problem. It's not in certain states. Any police officer anywhere can ask anyone for ID. If it's not a stop and ID area, then you have the right to say no and move on. If it is a stop and ID area and you say no and try to move on, the officers are going to fucking bring you back. He has the right to. It doesn't depend what fucking state you're in, dipshit.
answer that.
And
Is the
in any
cop
state,
allowed
yes.
to say, hey,
Yes, Hank?
In any state, the answer is yes. The police can ask for the passenger's ID or license.
Correct.
Some states have
Hello,
more
baby.
different circumstances than others to be able to do so.
give me your driver's license if you are the passenger in a car? That's the $1 million question, right? Are they allowed to ask you? Can they say to you, hey, I want your driver's license?
What's up with this?
Writes on in the side chat. Coppers can ask. Why are we calling them coppers now? Yeah, you fucking dirty rat, you. The coppers got the pinch on me. What is it, 1940 again? Writes on says coppers can ask anything they want if they threaten arrest or say it's a lawful order and it is not. That's where the problem starts. Thank you, Writes on. Clear, concise, beautiful. Hello Baby says, isn't one of Dan's lies that he got put in jail for a crime he didn't do, like a serious crime, and supposedly did some time too? And then a police officer just walked into the jail one day and said, release that man. He did not do what he was accused of. And the jailer opened the door and just let Dan go. That's not how it fucking works. You have to have a whole new trial. And the fucking officer has to come and fucking testify. It's fucking Dan with his fucking bullshit. Hello Baby says, you know, his prison lies. So many lies. Well, that's where he met Pope Phil in prison. They shared the same dope on a rope. Hello Baby says, how many lies, Dan? How many lies? Shookie's still with us at almost hour 5. Dirty coppers ran me out of Kentucky. I thought it was the Boy Scouts that ran you out and the papers they wanted to serve on you. Shookie says Dan was pitching tents in a public park. Ooh, Dan's going to get himself a little bestiality. He's up in the dog shelters now. He's erecting shelters for dogs.
His voice today.
Chili, they can say to you, hey, I want $10 million. There's no specific rule that says they can't.
Hey, Dan, they could say, get out of the way before I bust your fucking melon head in. Why would the police say the shit about $1 million? Try to make this shit realistic, Dan. I know your audience is mostly geriatric and mostly drunk, but don't gravitate out so quickly into the fantastical. You don't leave Shuggy any work to get his what if shit done.
True.
Question should be, are you required to give it to them?
Yeah.
Just saying.
You're absolutely right. And then it depends on circumstances. What state you're in, what the laws are in that state, what's happened, why you've been pulled over.
They may think the guy has a warrant.
Uh-huh.
I'm asking for your license, yes.
And I'm the passenger in the vehicle?
Yes.
Because, I'm sorry, why again?
Okay. She's asking for the passenger's driver's license so that she can find a reason to arrest him. Am I wrong about that? She's trying to find a reason why it's okay she can arrest the passenger. Good morning, everyone.
Nah, Chili, she's not. She just said, okay, you're refusing. She's not fucking threatening him with anything. She's just acknowledging that he's refusing to give her ID. Now she's going to go call the next fucking dude up and say, hey, this name is really similar, except for the middle initial on this generic warrant we have. Should I let the guy go? Whoever's above her says, hang tight. Well, I'm coming to you. It's simple shit, dude. Both of you fucking clowns blow everything out of fucking proportion.
Everybody, welcome to Delete Laws. What's going on? How are you doing today? She wants to arrest the passenger. She wants to get the passenger's ID.
Oh, before I forget.
Yeah.
The costume It's in the United Kingdom.
The costume is here. The costume is here. Great God Almighty, the costume is here. We're going to have to listen to this fucking costume shit teased for another fucking, what, week? More than a week? Today's the 8th. 6 days. Thank God. Less than a week. Then nobody gives a shit about your fucking costume wearing, except for your 9% active audience, which is nobody, really. Grift away, Danny boy. Grift away.
It arrived at Stansted and is now at one of the Amazon depots.
Is it an all leather gimp suit?
Can't tell you.
Wouldn't you like it to be, Hank? You're letting your little sexual fantasies out.
It's a
But
secret.
it's definitely not all leather because I have released it does contain a disturbing amount of spandex.
Dan's costume has a disturbing amount of spandex. Is there enough room in that stretchy material to slide a kielbasa in for the photos? You tic-tac-dicked motherfucker.
Mayor Whitehouse would not be impressed.
No. And unfortunately, it does not cover my face.
I've never heard it called your face before.
No, it covers
Right.
that. It just doesn't cover my face.
Or are you talking out of your ass again? Ha ha.
Now you have to say
Identification and look him up and say, you got a warrant out of Washington County. You got a warrant out of Jefferson County. Her goal is to arrest.
Oh, God. Both sides of this equation are an utter bore fest. Carte Blanche says Dan can't get it on with Blecka in person, yet he wants to find Hez and RaeRae to get it on. Don't let the money coming in spoil it. Oh, my God. Dan literally tried to get fucking Hez shot on Valentine's Day in Oregon. Fucking wow, what an asshole. Oh my God. Oh my God. Right on says Carte Blanche. That's a pimp by proxy. Fuck yeah, I asked that already. Is setting up prostitutional sexcations a violation of YouTube toss? Oh my God.
Somebody today. That's her goal. Like it or not, she gets boned.
Lemon tart. You cannot come and cover me in baby oil, you sick pervert. Jesus, woman.
Bonuses and accolades and promotions. They have.
Wait, how does that mean lemon tart's coming? Lemon Tart says better get some baby oil so it goes on easily. To see, this is the disparity between what's actually said and what Dan wants to have had said. Dan wants the Lemon Tart to have offered to come oil him up, but nobody there's offered to do that shit. So Dan makes it all about her on him when she just said, hey, get some fucking baby oil to get your fucking Lycra on. Fucking cross-dressing weirdo.
Jesus, woman.
Bonuses and accolades and promotions. They have pizza parties and popcorn parties. And then at the end of the month, they do they no longer call it a quota. Now they're going to do an evaluation. They're going to do a review. They're going to fill out your form to see if you get the promotion. And they're going to say, you know, Tina, Scott Johnson, he got 300 arrests this month, and Tina, you only got 80. And so, you know, it's a performance evaluation. There's no quotas at this department, Tina. But Scott Johnson got.
See, we're opening eyes. Shuggy clearly indicates, now that I hear WNN, I realize it's pretty perverted. Wow.
Got 300 arrests, Tina, and you only got 80. So when that jackboot thug pig asks you,
yeah, that would raise some questions, but not necessarily about Tina. It may raise some questions about Scott.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
The fact that there's 220 difference between the two probably would there'd be questions asked of both of them.
Let's test that theory. The Joe and Tina police officer making arrest theories. Let's set it, say, in Wales. Bring up a map here. Wales violent crime statistics annual. Let me show this. Share. 38.8 annual crime rate per 1,000 workday people. So a little shy of 40 out of every 1,000 people experience violent crime. That's 109%. That's 9% higher than the national crime rate. I'm sorry, that's 109% higher than the national crime rate. Wales, the tiniest part of the UK, is 38%, almost half. 38% of all crimes. 118,000 crimes were reported, one of which was not Dan beating the snot out of two would-be purse snatchers in Llandudno. That's not included in the 118 because there's no police report that ever fucking happened. Annual change, holy shit, crime's actually down 4%, and it's double the national rate. Wow. Holy fucking wow. All right, so here we go in the this area down here, lower area, the peachish color is right at normal, 100% crime rate. Down here underneath is about 60% the crime rate. Right up here, this longer piece in the darker green, about 60%. So crime's lower here. It's normal here. It's lower in the darker green. In this lighter green area, it's 90%. 90%. All this is 90%. So just about normal, a little below normal. I don't think they count the sheep-related crime, so that helps keep the numbers down a bit. So this green area is below the national average. This orange area is 10% higher than the national average. So say you worked, say the female, in Dan's example, worked just on the edge of this border in the lighter green area, and the male cop worked just on the other side of the line in the orange area, the 110% area. So 10% above the national average in orange, 10% below the national average in the lighter green shade. Who would probably experience more arrests? The person just on the orange side of the line or the person just on the light green side of the line? Dan, you should know your own national crime statistics before you go fucking making noise with your cake hole. Why would they be doing something wrong if they're right on the edge of an area where crime drastically changes? There's not a gradient fade there. There's a distinct line with a color change on the other side. So obviously the one in the orange area is going to be writing more tickets in the high or making more arrests in the higher crime area than the person would be in the lower crime area. You gotta use that gray matter for thinking, Dan. Don't. So Chili throws out random numbers to extremes, right? One really low, one really high, because he's making a point. This is hyperbole. That the exaggeration is to make the point easier to see. It's not what Hank's doing. Hank's trying to calculate the arrests per hour. That would make it look like Chili's extremely high number was ridiculous. That's not the fucking point, man. That's why you're here. Daisy said it. They are obsessed with an idiot. You're absolutely right. They're obsessed with an idiot, and it's making them stupid. Like it's making all of the 4 people on this fucking panel are dumber than they were a year ago. And that's because they do nothing but watch a dumb guy. And then their break from watching the dumb guy is watching dumb people who got arrested in dumb situations because they were dumb enough to operate machinery while they were intoxicated on alcohol or drugs. The core of the Welsh News Network is literally feeding off the misery of other people. That's why they are so obsessed with Chili, because Chili is to them a miserable person. He's miserably ignorant. He's miserably clothed. He looks miserable. He lives under miserable. Everything's misery with these guys. It makes them feel better about their shitty place in life, is what it does. And Dan's talking to elderly people at the end of the game who have no shot at turning their fucking lives around. And he's just feeding their fucking misery. Dermot Costello, a show without Chili does not get super chats. They don't really get many fucking super chats anyways. McAddick says, yes, let's grift for Dermot's golf tournament. Maybe we can get Dan to do that. We'll let him take 10% of the money. Hello Baby says, an idiot who makes much more money than all of them put together. It really bites Dan's ass. That's a big part of this too. Chili's how Dan wants Chili to get arrested. He wants Chili to get put off YouTube. He wants Chili in ruins because Chili exceeds where Dan fails. Chili excels where Dan fails. Chili makes money where Dan fails. I mean, Chili's making thousands of dollars a month selling tri-folded paper with bad information on it. And meanwhile, Dan's fucking demonetized with 400 fucking complaints pouring into YouTube. You know what you did in 2023, Dan? You know what you did? 400 fucking complaints in the last quarter of the year. You know what you did, Dan? You proved that it's virtually impossible to get thrown off YouTube. That's what you did. And having proved that to yourself by your own experience, the errors you yourself made, you can see how Quixotean your attempt to joust the windmill Chili DeCastro and come out a fucking winner actually is. They don't kick anyone off fucking YouTube. You got to do some really bad shit to get kicked off YouTube. You're proof of that, Dan. 400 fucking complaints. I've sat here and watched you encourage people to try to porn bomb Chili while he's trying to get an interview set up on a live with a guest and giggle about it and encourage other people to do it, completely violating TOS. But you don't fucking care. Daisy says they need to get a job and contribute to society instead of living off of society. Absolutely. But as long as they have dumb people like Gia and Two Guy, I guess they'll keep grifting the grift. Dermot Costello says, I was going to skip that tournament, McAddicts, but now I just want to tour around the Dunbar area of the UK, see if I see anything interesting. Oh, I fucking completely left the wrong screen up. I'm so sorry. You didn't hear any of that shit that I just talked about. All right, let me jump back just a touch here. I'm so fucking stupid.
You cannot come and cover me in baby oil, you sick pervert. Jesus, woman.
Bonuses and accolades and promotions. They have.
What, did all you guys fall asleep? Nobody's jumping on the, hey, we came fucking here shit. So I don't know if I covered this or not before I fucked up on the. Maybe I did. All right, let's go. Let's just go past this.
Jesus, woman.
Bonuses and accolades and promotions. They have pizza parties and popcorn parties. And then at the end of the month, they do they no longer call it a quota. Now they're gonna do an evaluation. They're gonna do a review. They're gonna fill out your form to see if you get the promotion. And they're gonna say, Tina, Scott Johnson, he got 300 arrests this month, and Tina, you only got 80. And so, it's a performance evaluation. There's no quotas at this department, Tina. But Scott Johnson got 300 arrests, Tina, and you only got 80. So when that jackboot thug pig asks you.
Yeah, that would raise some questions, but not necessarily about Tina. It may raise some questions about Scott.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
The fact that there's 220 difference between the two probably there'd be questions asked of both of them.
Yeah.
There shouldn't be that much of a gap.
Because there shouldn't be that much of a gap. Now you're going to make your fucking lie up because your voice went high. Your voice goes high while your mind is thinking about how to fucking exaggerate, lie. You're not telling the fucking truth, Dan.
Between them. Someone is doing something wrong. It might be Tina, it might be Scott.
Adios, Dimeed.
Sorry, the baby's playing.
Oh, considering.
Yeah.
You were saying, Hank?
Oh, considering a 5-day work week, you're probably talking 20 arrests, 15, 20 arrests a night.
Mm-hmm.
That would be an extreme.
No fucking cop is making 15 to 20 arrests a night. You fucking retard. Sit here trying to figure out that Chili's intentionally hyperbolic extremes of his argument, understated on the low, overstated on the high. You're going to try to figure out the fucking math of it. You're so fucking dumb, dude. Like, you have to listen to comprehend what's being said if you're going to comment about it. You can't listen to just find a picky fucking detail to object to, because all you do is superficial shit. Critiquing him for using exaggeration. That's all you fucking do at WNN is use exaggeration.
Yeah.
It also depends on the working days.
Are a bit disturbing.
Days or nights would change as well.
Yeah.
Would be way too many.
But in 5 days, that also seems a bit many.
Oh my God.
You for a copy.
Fucking dead air, motherfuckers. Carte Blanche says, Blecka has an OnlyFans to get in the dollars. Come on, you guys. Come on, you guys have walked in on her. And then McAddick says, you pay Blecka on her OnlyFans page to put her fucking clothes on. Oh my God. Is that after you see her cock and balls?
Of your identification. You should, as the passenger, pull out your non-driver cop card, and right there on the cop card, you see where it says cop demands ID, says that he has reasonable articulable suspicion of a crime. So what you're going to do is in the yellow, you say, while you're filming, you say, I plead the Fifth Amendment. I identify as good citizen. No ID is required.
And congratulations, you're arrested. Well done. You just managed to get yourself arrested for being a dickhead.
You don't get arrested for
Well,
being
if
a
you're going to listen
dickhead. This is America, not England, you dumb fuck. Read the room, douchebag. Situational awareness. You're talking to Americans about an American using American law. We don't arrest people for being douchebags. You have to have an actual fucking reason here, Dan. It's not like England where they haul you away and throw you in the fucking salt mine because they don't like you. That's the guy you want to be, Dan. You want to be the guy that says, I don't like his attitude. Throw him in the fucking salt mine.
Chilean use his ridiculous cop cards, you deserve to be behind bars.
If you use Chile's ridiculous cop cards, you deserve to be behind bars. You motherfuckers killed Limey. And you tried to send Hez off to get fucking shotgun massacred on Valentine's Day, picking up another man's wife for a fucking road trip. Oh my God. And Chile's the bad person. Right.
Hibble versus Nevada that says even with reasonable articulable suspicion and in a stop and ID state, citizen must state how they ID. Do not give ID without probable cause. That's how valuable this non-driver cop card is to you, because you could show this to the piggy and then you back that up with your kid.
Hey, our Shuggy. There's our Shuggy. It is Shuggy. Same exact icon, everything. SHUGGY. Do we have a? Can I put a Shuggy over the Shuggy? Shuggy, are you there, bro? Will you post one more? Oh, I got one here. Oh, Shuggy said, "Stop being a dick." What? How dare? Look, it is Shuggy. Wow, I feel blessed right now that the Shugman Shugster is actually here with us. Hello, baby, says Dan's ribs are healed. I see. You're about a week behind. He was healed the day after. It's hard to fake that shit over time. You got to forget that you're supposed to wince every time you move.
Without probable cause. That's how valuable this non-driver cop card is to you, because you could show this to the piggy and then you back that up with your camera right in their face. You give them, oh, you want my identification? Hold on. Here, take a look at this, Ossifer. And then they read it and you say, I'm going to invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent now. And that's how you do it. But you see how telling it is? Look how offended this person is that this jackboot thug pig, put in the comment section.
She looks pretty stern, dude. I bet you would be afraid of her if you saw her in public and she was not in a happy mood. She just looks stern, that's all. Fucking Jesus Christ. Shuggy says, sorry, I was on eBay. That's all right, bro. You still need to send me one of them fucking eBay challenge coins. I can compare it to the real thing I got.
JBTP, Jack, Boot, Thug, Pig. Look how offended this person is that this pig asked for ID.
Passenger in the vehicle, and you're asking for my license?
I'm asking for your license, yes.
And I'm the passenger in the vehicle?
Yes.
Because, I'm sorry, why again?
Why is she asking for ID? Because she wants to find a reason to arrest him. She has not morphed out of her human form yet. She could morph into her demon form as soon as she runs his ID and says, you know what?
What the fuck?
You got a warrant.
Just go with the flow.
You got a warrant, bro. You got a warrant out of Fuller County. Can you step out of the car and put your hands behind your back? And she goes home every day and thinks she's a good person.
If she knows.
Jesus. Chili goes, it's hard to fucking. God, both sides of this equation talk so fucking crazy.
She's got a warrant, that's reasonable cause to ask for ID.
Uh-huh.
Thanks for
Except the guy doesn't have a warrant. See, she's trying to figure out if the warrant is for him or not. She doesn't know that yet, so she doesn't have probable cause. She needs to ID the guy. That's when she has probable cause, the warrant served, the arrest is made. She doesn't have probable cause because he's not the fucking guy. You're dumb, Hank. You're fucking this up worse than anybody else, and you're an American. At least Dan got there. You know, Dan has a bit of an excuse. He's Welsh. He's not American. Excuse number one. He's genetically deformed. He's Welsh. He's a product of family relationship. And he's a fucking waterhead. So, you know, he's got excuses. Heck, you fucking live here. You don't even know what the fucking law is. She doesn't have probable cause. She hasn't ID'd the guy. She doesn't know if the warrant's for him. She doesn't know what his real name is. So how? How does she have fucking probable cause?
helping. We're helping there, Chili. Bye-bye. Thank you for shopping.
Hello, baby. I haven't been able to confirm, but it's been reported that Limey had a stroke and succumbed to it. So, yeah, sad news. Not for Dan, though. Everything goes on at the Welsh News Network without any mention of Dan.
She thinks she's a wonderful human being. She thinks she's doing
What up,
the
Jim,
Lord's
Jim?
work. She literally believes she's good.
Yeah, she said something came up.
What'd you say?
No, so you said something came up, you said.
Yes, something came up. I need to check something. Are you refusing?
Yes, I am, because I'm not the driver, so I'm confused.
Oh, did you see the attitude? Watch.
It's not
She's
attitude.
asking you for ID. You have no lawful.
This isn't attitude. This is question, answer, expedient. All right. She said, "You're going to give me ID." He said, "No." She said, "So you're refusing?" He said, "Yeah." She walked away. What do you want her to do? Stand there and fucking argue with him? And Jesus Christ, Dan, why aren't you picking up on any of this shit? You're waiting for what? Him to mispronounce a fucking word?
Reason to give her your identification, and look at the tood this little pigtail has. Look at the tood pigtail has.
Are you refusing?
Are you refusing? Do you see that? If you're
Bandit, I'm not interested.
uneducated, if you don't
Bandit, what did you say to Blacka? What did you say to Blacka, Bandit? Did you proposition Blacka? Yo, Bandit, what did you say to Blacka? Put it in the side chat. I want to know.
know, if your family and friends have not taught you, then when she says, "Are you refusing?" you might get intimidated and say, what do you mean? Am I refusing?
Everyone's in love with Becca.
Look at the look in this demon's eyes and look at the way she says it.
And then Dan says, "Everyone's in love with Blacka." Bandit said, "Oh no, I said I loved her." Why would you fucking say? Do you find her attractive, Bandit? The Gaddick says, "Nice, Bandit. You trolled Blacka. All right, you two have something to bond about now. Get along with each other. The two of you together would be a fucking unstoppable force, man. Try to fucking work out your differences and put your talents to good use against other people, not each other."
It came up, you said.
Yes, something came up. I need to check something.
Something came up. I need to check something.
Yeah, you know what came up? The same first name and last name as the fucking warrant. The only thing that's missing, that's off, is the middle initial. So she wants a double check on the birth date. That's all she's trying to get. Hey, Chili, you know, if he had just given this woman the fucking license, he would have been on the road in no time. But he wanted to make a stink. He wanted to make a big deal. He's playing for the fucking camera. All that shit combines together and dumb shit starts to fucking happen. My advice to everyone is when you're dealing with the police, if you don't respect the person, respect the fucking badge. and just be civil and polite. If you're not doing shit wrong, what's the deal with giving your fucking ID? It makes everything go fucking easier. Some people just want to argue about everything, I guess.
In other words, she
in the
knows about
next
your
video
fucking
you're gonna
warrant,
see,
asshole.
they're
Give it
gonna
up.
Yeah, right.
In other words, she knows about your fucking warrant, asshole. Give it up. Hank, there is no warrant for the fucking guy in the passenger seat. His name is similar. Same first name, same last. Are you paying attention, Hank? Or are you eating Cheerios out of your fucking beard? The first name and the last name are the same. The middle initial is different. Now she wants his ID because she wants to check the birth date. It's not his fucking warrant, Hank. This is why these reaction videos fucking blow. Because you don't know what's coming and you're mentally not nimble enough to keep up with what's going on, and you start making statements that aren't fucking true. And instead of making Chili look stupid, you made yourself look fucking stupid. Chili's so wrong here about what's going on, but you don't know what's going on either, and you're not paying attention. So what you do is jump to the opposite extreme, and you're equally fucking wrong, Hank. The warrant's not for the fucking guy.
Really?
Yep.
Say that something came up and he's got a warrant. And what happens to you if you have a warrant?
You get arrested.
Are you refusing?
Are you refusing? Do you see that? Something came up. I need to see your ID. Are you refusing to give me your ID? If you didn't watch Delete Laws, you would think to yourself, oh man, I have to do it. I have to give this chick my ID. And no, you don't. Oh, no, you don't, bad chicken. No, you don't. You don't give a pig your ID unless there's probable cause to arrest you. Do you understand? Probable cause is when you have broken the law. And then at that point, you have to give ID so they can arrest you and charge you with crimes. But if you have not broken the law, you do not.
Chili, dumb motherfucker. He's not the guy on the warrant. The first name's the same. The last name's the same. The middle initial is variant. She wants to double check the birth date. If he had given her the fucking ID, he never would have had to talk to the second person. He would have been gone. He's released in the end because it's not him, but he could have facilitated getting to the point of freedom by just giving the fucking ID and letting her check the fucking birth date. So he's in the fucking wrong here when it comes to he's the one extending the amount of time he's detained for. Because eventually it's cut out of the video. They don't show it. The guy did give his fucking ID because they know the date of birth is different. They weren't going to let him go on a difference on the middle initial because that could easily be a keystroke error. So they're verifying by birth date. It's a longer chain. It's a more unique identifier. You got a 1 in 26 chance with an alphabet letter. When you do month, day, year on the birth date, the chance of overlap is fucking infinitesimally small. So dude extended his interaction with the police by not just giving the ID. And of course, the Welsh News Network is not fucking smart enough to get any of this.
Not give that pig your identification. And why is that? Because your ID may come back. Oh, you're Jose de Castro? Yes, I am. That's my legal name, ma'am. Oh, you know what? There's a Jose de Castro here. We have a warrant out for his arrest. Are you the same? Have you ever lived at this address? And now she's trying to get you to confirm that she...
Chili, once again, if he had given his ID, she would have seen the date of birth. She would have known for sure it wasn't him, and he would have been on his way. That's why cooperating with these guys is helpful to you.
She's trying to get you to confirm that she could take you to the dungeon and you were the one who lived at 123 Sycamore Street. If you confirm that, then you're going to the dungeon. If she says, I'm not.
The proof that he isn't the guy is on his fucking ID. He doesn't get to leave until he gives his ID. The second cop comes. It's cut out of the video, but he obviously gave the guy his ID because the second cop knows his fucking date of birth.
Not sure. Is this the same Jose de Castro? Have you ever lived at 123 Sycamore Street? I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Number 4, right there. I plead the Fifth Amendment. I identify as good citizen. No ID is required. And this is like a credit card. Goes right in your wallet. You only pull out the yellow and black cards.
Exactly.
When a jackboot thug.
I suppose in one way they are like a credit card. You pull them out, it costs you money.
See, not talking about anything Chili's going over with the police stop. He's just mocking the fucking 5A cop card. You're not even mocking the 5A cop card at the right point in time. The proper thing here is to show how this guy would have been way less inconvenienced and run the risk of running afoul with an authoritative figure by simply complying and giving the fucking ID, which is what contained the information they needed to be able to let him go his way. As Logan Sandman put in the side chat, the passenger's alternative is being arrested and getting arrested to verify if he's the dude on the warrant or not. They're investigating. It's interference with an investigation. Jesus Christ.
Very, very good point.
Another way,
Take a stand.
another way, it's like a credit card. It's not what the cops asked for.
So let's not listen to what the details of the case. Let's invent a reason to make fun of the 5A cop card, which has nothing to do with this actual situation. But you're so jealous that he's making fucking money. It's a buyer beware situation. And you're not doing anything, Welsh News Network, to help inform the buyer that they're making a bad decision. You're just mocking like a fucking child. That's why no one's listening to you except your 9% echo chamber, which literally is less than 1,000 people.
Very true.
In front of you.
You're damn skippy. That was the truth, Danny boy.
Looking like a demon. Looking like a demon. Look at her. Look at her. She's my knee. Something came up. Are you with
What the hell was that?
Look at her. Look at her face.
Oh, Jilly, you're making my ribs hurt.
Just you laugh at the comic presentation. You think you're mocking him. This is what his people tune in to see from him. They don't like the police. He's feeding why they shouldn't like the police. That's the information you should be countering, but you don't fucking do that. It's like a fucking romper room cartoon coloring book finger paint session over there. You a little corgi dog, Dan, and there's big fucking dogs roaming around here. You a stolen valor fucking liar who claims you claim to have a 180 IQ, Dan. You should be talking about things that are at a depth level with a 180 IQ that your average audience member should be scratching their head and going, I really can't understand what that fucking guy's saying. But that you're not doing 180 IQ shit, Dan. You're doing 89 IQ shit. You're doing military won't take you to be a fucking potato peeler IQ shit. Just smart enough to get a driver's license, not smart enough to have the government allow you to have one of their guns. 89 IQ. You're not doing smart shit, Dan. You're not doing anything. You're talking to the people who already object to chili. That's all you're talking to. What good is that? They already object to chili. They're not going to fall for chili's ways. Even if what chili says makes sense to them, they will, like little fucking brainwashed robots, go, herder, chili bad. Herder, chili bad. Because they're not thinking either. Why can't you help people get to the point where they can legitimately, intelligently explain what's wrong? Because then Chili might take a look at that and he might sharpen up. He might eradicate his own errors and sharpen up his pencil and draw a straighter fucking line. That's what the real purpose of this back and forth debate and arguing is not for you to one up and make yourself look better than Chili. It's for you to attempt to inform his audience what's wrong with his message and for him to see a loss in audience members and to take a look at his messaging and sharpen up the fucking pencil point a little bit. But you're not doing any of that shit, Dan. You're moshing the fucking crayon on the paper and jerking your dick with your other fucking hand doing I break crayon, I'm great guy. You're just a mocker. You're just a backmotherless, toothless mocker who smells on both ends the exact same, like fucking rotting fecal matter. Blackie, you better have a heavy-duty HIPAA filter air freshener if Danny ever makes it inside your fucking house. Why does my kitchen smell like the men's room at a YMCA? Dad's sitting there. Pug nose breathing motherfucker.
Look at her. She wants to drag you off to a dungeon. That's her goal.
I've got another source for more.
And look at her.
Exactly.
Check out last night too, because that made us laugh a bit.
She's so disappointed. Are you refusing?
Although I must say, I'm going through one that's just over an hour long at the moment. I have done 7 shorts out of it, and I am not halfway through it.
And guess what, dipshit? Those were all the fucking shorts we looked at that have 0 fucking views. The first 8, 0 fucking views. That's all the fucking cutouts of that 1 hour thing you're talking about now. No views.
Yeah, well, that little bit there, we'll add some eggplants to it. And you got a short.
That little bit there, you're going to add some eggplants to it and you got a short. I don't know if people are aware of it, but eggplant is a derogatory term for a large minority population in the Americas that's, been here pretty much from the beginning of colonial expansion. So, why are you being racist, Hank? The fuck? Eggplant, asshat.
Look at her, bro. I'm just saying.
What?
I'm asking for your license, yes.
And I'm the passenger in the vehicle?
Yes.
Because I'm sorry. Why again?
And she said something came up.
What'd you say?
No, so you said something came up, you said.
And now the guy sitting next to him is justifying what she said, and she's a demon.
Hey, do you want to know something spooky, Hank and Shuggy?
What's
it's
that?
Truly terrifying.
Okay.
We're actually organized. The live for tomorrow is already scheduled. 3 shorts for tomorrow are scheduled. 3 shorts for Monday are scheduled.
That's disgraceful behavior. How dare you be so organized?
I know. It's almost
No
like we're
fun,
starting to take this shit seriously.
Are we?
No.
Fuck. Okay, good.
Something came up. I need to check something.
What do you need to check on something? What's the something you need to check on? I need to check if I could take you to the dungeon.
Are you refusing?
Are you refusing? You see, you're challenging. You tell all your friends and family what you learned here. You don't have to answer a damn.
Chili, she's not challenging anything. She asked a straight up question. She asked for the ID. He said no. She said, are you refusing? He said, yeah, watch. She walks away. She's not escalating shit or challenging anything.
Are you refusing? I invoke my Fifth Amendment.
Very sorry to hear that, David Dan. If you need to talk or anything, email in. You know how to get hold of us. Always here. In the meantime, we'll try and be especially stupid and silly and a distraction. We're good at this shit.
Yes.
You're good at distraction. You're not good at telling the fucking truth. Distraction is the attempt to fucking deceive people. Don't look at my right hand. That's what's stealing your wallet. Hey, look over here at this flower I'm holding my left. How pretty is this flower? While I reach in your... That's distraction. Hey, look at this flower in my left hand while I reach into your purse with my right hand and steal your wallet. You're not about the truth, Dan. You're not about the fucking truth at all.
I know what's...
Oh, did you hear?
Hang on. Why is that not there? Ah, there it is.
A man. Men are stronger than women. We're not equal. Men need women. Women need men. We have an innie and we have an outie. They connect. We connect with each other. We need each other. We're not.
Okay, so what's the message Chili's trying to communicate here? That men and women are different. One is out, extended into the world. One is in, withdrawn from the world. Chili heard this metaphor from someone else. That's why he kind of fucked it up. But the overall message is we're not whole unless we're together. That's the innie outie. The innie outie has two references in what Chili's trying to communicate. The outie, the male, is the force that pushes out into the world. The innie, the female, is the force that keeps the house, keeps the shelter, the domestication. I'm sorry if people think that's sexist or whatever. That's what the metaphor, the symbology that Chili's trying to use here, that's what it communicates. Okay, but the overall message is we're not whole until we're together. That's the innie outie, two pieces of a puzzle, they snap together. So Chili's overall message is positive for women, positive for men. What happens with the WNN is because Chili in the motion mixed up the innie outie. He, represented the finger as the innie and the hole as the outie. So again, they miss the message and all they see is the fucking superficial. How is that helping anyone, Dan? I mean, if you don't communicate an intelligent truth and you do a look, he dumb, he made mistake, he just turns around and does that same shit to you, except he's not even paying any fucking attention to you, which is what fascinates me, is how much your attempts to get Chili's attention and the failure of those attempts, Dan, literally drives you to do dumber shit, like dye your fucking hair red for money because you're running out of money to buy views for your fucking shit show that nobody wants to fucking watch. Or that you're so unhappy that nobody wants to watch what a fucking low rent loser you are, that you have to buy artificial views to try to trick people into thinking your streams are popular or whatever. And the reality is anyone you draw in realizes in short time that this is a shit show. It's not even fucking funny. It's laughable. Nobody's laughing with you, Dan. They're laughing at you. The red hair, people aren't laughing with you. They're laughing at your clownishness. When you put that leather lycra fucking suit on fucking Valentine's Day, you are going to jump the fucking shark and you are going to become the caricature that you're morphing into. It's going to finalize there. You sold your fucking dignity for $2,000. Bro, inside clubs, I've thrown that in the fucking air without thinking twice about it. You sold your fucking dignity for $2,000. What else can you do, right? You don't have situational awareness. You don't have conversational awareness. What else can you do to draw an audience in except charge money to be mocked by your audience? Dan, you would make more money if you went out into a live arena and had people throw rotten tomatoes at you. If you charged them for that in a live venue, you would make more fucking money than you are now. And you wouldn't need the rest of these fucking clowns around you.
Not equal. We're not the same. We're not the same in a lot of ways. Lots of ways we're not the same.
It's always good for a laugh.
Did anybody notice the super chat or the member comments that's in the bottom left of the screen?
No.
What's a button?
Yeah,
comment.
no, I'm not explaining to them what a clitoris is.
I mean, last night, he went off on how he.
Now we're talking about clitorises. What the fuck?
Boy had gone from large to unlarge. Dieted. Was that last night or another night?
Oh, he's gone on about that several times.
Poor B-boy.
Right to remain silent. Not yes or no. I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. And this driver should have his trifold in his hand with his camera. Someone is filming, so I'm proud of them on that part.
Yes, I am, because I'm not the driver. So
Don't answer a damn question. Now, here's the reason I made the video, Rick.
All right, so the dude on the passenger side says, I'm not the driver, I'm not giving ID. The officer walks away. Why you're making a big deal out of nothing, Chili? You look foolish here. You look like you don't understand what's going on here.
Ready for this? Watch this demon switch here.
confused. How you doing,
Oh, another piggy. Another piggy's at the window. And what's the
This is the guy that's going to solve the fucking problem, Chili. Dan, why aren't you chiming in here? Why are you sitting there fucking silent? You can't even fucking dissect and analyze the fucking situation that's going on. You're just waiting for a pie in the face opportunity on some superficial fucking flub. This is the second officer. It's cut out of the video, but the second officer is actually going to get the guy's date of birth, probably got the ID. They ran it. They found out it wasn't a good match. He also explains it. Dan finally comes to realize what's going on here, almost as if he hasn't really been paying attention to comprehend the situation, but only looking on to find something to make fun of. Uninformed, unintelligent commentary. That's what Welsh News Network has. What good is that? You might as well eat fucking sawdust.
What's this piggy trying to do?
Yeah. So he got pulled over for tinted windows, right?
Ah, but are you an actual innie or a chili innie? Because those are different things.
Yes, sir.
But that has nothing to do with what's fucking going on here. You played a video over the top of this video and then started the fucking inny outy shit, which has nothing to do with what's going on in this fucking video. You seem like the dumb one here, Dan.
Family just like you
Oh,
have
don't
a family.
scream too loud, Dre.
I have a family just like you have a
So
family.
he got pulled
We're
over for
coming here
tinted
to visit
windows.
my son, which I explained to you.
Your
with all due
officer
respect,
told
that
me
we have an
she came
appointment.
to the
The
passenger
system
door
here
and said,
to watch-
"Give me your
it's
ID.
real
I
hard
need
to
your
get to my
ID and your
appointment.
license, your
Meanwhile,
identification."
Hold on a second. Hold on a minute. You're explaining to one pig the tactics that the other pig was using. When this pig has the same tactics, this pig is thinking the exact same.
Why are you sitting there? So 4 fucking people here, and you can't figure out what the fuck's going on? You can't make a fucking intelligent contribution? Dan's just sitting there picking his fucking nose, smelling his fingers after he's been fucking sitting on them.
Thing the other pig is
Yeah.
thinking.
He's not. Holy shit, man. Dan. What the fuck are you doing besides nothing?
She came up with the, you got an ID? Something came up. I need to see some identification from you. Are you refusing?
Don't slurp again.
How does this cop come up? Hey, what's going on? How you guys doing? You do okay? Yeah.
Right? More distraction into fucking sexual nonsense. Dan and Blacka.
Everything okay? And
Biggest and the best news on the internet.
then he starts to sing like a canary. What's the difference between the good cop and the bad cop? There's no difference. Their goal is to separate you. So then they can ask the driver, hey, where are you heading? He says, oh, we're heading to my mom's house. And then they ask the passenger, where are you heading? We're heading to my grandma's house. It's the same person.
Okay, so the button thing led to a comment about clitoris, and now we're way downstream of that fucking comment, but they can't get the fucking sex shit out of their fucking. Why don't you just get an OnlyFans fucking channel? And the two of you can show each other fucking jerking off to each other. That's all you fucking. This is becoming the same thing. The two of you jerking off to each other. Shuggy in the chat says, you are all fucking dumb and can't read. Shooky is not the same as Shuggy. That's brilliant. Shuggy socked us with a fake Shuggy sock. Holy Shuggy. Shuggy faked us out with a fucking sock. It's been Shuggy operating a Shuggy sock account all fucking night long, and then he calls us out for being fucking dumb. Shuggy, that's fucking genius. Who would have thought to clone their own account and go around and mock people for not realizing that the Shuggy talking was a counterfeit version of Shuggy himself, but literally was still Shuggy. That's amazing shit, Shuggy. Holy fuck. You broke the fourth wall, bro. That's crazy shit, man. How was your cuddle session with Dan, bro? You guys are the fucking dumbest panel on the face of the earth. You can't even point out what's actually wrong with Chili's fucking message. You just sit there doing fucking goof ass fucking literally junior high fucking this is me touching you without touching you. Hey, Blacka, this should get you wet enough that we could go cameras down in a minute. That's your fucking panel, Shuggy. Only you would think to make a counterfeit copy of yourself, present yourself as a counterfeit, and then mock people for being dumb because they didn't know the fake you were pretending to be was actually you. When are you not you, Shuggy? Wasn't you. Fuck you, you fucking sheep fucking Scottish twink.
The driver's mother, the passenger's grandmother. But the
there you go.
That's
the intelligence of your fucking channel, Shuggy.
The passenger's grandmother.
There you go.
But
that's how intelligent your fucking channel
is. The driver's
is,
mother, the passenger's grandmother. But the two piggies say, well, he told me he was going to his grandma's house. Well, he said he was going to his mom's house. Those are conflicting stories. Do you see how easy it happens? Grandmother, mother, they're two different people. They must be going to see, he said he was going to his.
How's your ma, Shuggy? Shuggy, how's your ma? You reap what you sow, Shuggy. You be careful. What you guys did to fucking Limey don't come back and visit your own fucking house. You should spend as much time as you can with your mother right now. Because I can tell you this, Shuggy, when an elderly person, 80s, suffers rapid weight loss, they ain't around for fucking much longer after that. So you be careful, Shuggy, the shit you guys did to fucking Limey and the way you sat there with one thumb in your mouth and one thumb in your ass while Dan pushed him to the fucking edge. You be careful that shit don't come around to fucking visit you, because you will reap what you sow. Spend all the time you can with your mother. You probably got not much left, bud.
His grandma's, he said, was going to his mom's. Can you turn around, put your hands behind your back? I'm going to put you in torture cuffs for your safety and mine. Don't trust these pigs.
I said, why? He told me. She came to the passenger door.
Just why are you talking to this dude? Why are you talking to him?
Listen.
You see that look? Look, he's concerned. He's got a little line down. I'm just concerned about what's going on in here is all. I'm just concerned. He hasn't morphed into his demon form yet.
Door and said, give me your ID. I need your ID and your license, your identification. I said, why? She said, all of a sudden something came up. What does that mean?
So I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I'm not going to tell you a story. Obviously,
Come on,
this
Chili,
video, I watched it and I just thought to myself,
you thought to yourself, dumb shit, because the guy's going to explain clearly. The first name, last name were the same. Middle initial was different. Wanted your ID to verify your date of birth. We verified your date of birth. You're not the guy we're looking for. Have a nice fucking day. Dan, why can't you fucking point this out? Too dumb to pick it up? Hey, Shuggy, where were you? Did you fall asleep again?
This video is the gift that just keeps on giving. Ready? Let's listen to this.
Bandit, it's all Bandit says is that the real Shuggy now. It's always the real Shuggy. Shuggy made a fake account, came in here, tried to troll us, thinking that we would think it was a fake account when the whole time it was Shuggy. After 5 hours of it, he finally got exasperated and fucking ran his little shit mouth with this message right here. You are all fucking dumb and can't read. Shooky is not the same as Shuggy. Roll back, bro, because I called you Shooky every time I read the fucking messages from your counterfeit account. That was actually really you, dickweed. How many socks you got, Shuggy?
This again together.
Why?
Let's watch this together. And then we're okay, ready.
What does that mean?
so I'm going to be 100% honest with you.
He's going to be 100% honest with you.
I'm not going to tell you a story.
Oh, he's not going to tell you any stories. Put a 1 in the chat if he's lying. You're lying. I'm going to be 100% honest with you, and I'm not going to tell you any stories. So I'm going to lie to you, and I'm going to tell you a story. That's what he just said. Put a 1 in the chat if that's true. He has the right to lie to you. And before there was the camera phone, it was perfectly fine. Cops could lie to people.
Dan, why aren't you pointing out that the officer explained to him and did not lie to him about anything? What? Because you don't know what's fucking going on here. Because you're too busy sniffing your fucking fingers that have been buried in your fucking crotch and anus for the last 5 minutes. And Black is so pale, she looks like she's about to fall over and die. God knows what Shuggy's doing. Hank's fucking passed out again.
All the time.
They
and they
can
weren't
always
caught
lie.
on camera lying
They
to
can still
people,
lie.
so it didn't erode the trust in the pig shacks. But now we all see it. We see you're lying, bro. I caught you lying.
Why aren't you pointing out that there is no fucking lie that happened here, Dan? Do you not you haven't figured it out yet? God damn, you are a stupid motherfucker. Super slow on the uptake. You haven't even cracked a fucking mocking joke. What are you doing? Nothing. You just rip off other people's content. Roll it over. And then every fucking couple days, another begathon. Fucking hey.
Lying on camera the other day. You said you weren't going to tell me a story. And you were going to be 100% honest. Come to find out, jackboot thug pig. That's exactly what you did. You tried to manipulate me. You thought I was my cousin Ray. I'm not Ray, but you thought I was Ray, so you tried to manipulate me, to arrest me, to put me in a dungeon. where I have to charge a bounty. I have to pay a bounty to get my body.
Dan, why aren't you fucking pointing this out? Dipshit, Chili. He wanted the ID, the verified date of birth. He got the ID, the date of birth. He told the guy, your date of births aren't the same. Your names are similar. Only the middle initial was different. You're not the same date of birth. Hey, have a nice day. That's it. And this is fucking done. Everything Chili said, invented. You haven't commented on a single fucking bit of it. You've made dumb fucking sexual jokes. That's not stopping Chili from selling trifolds and 5A cop cards with bad information. You're just a mock fest. No one on Chili's side of the equation is listening to you, Dan. No one. You have an echo chamber with maybe 900 people in it.
Out of the dungeon, I have to pay a bounty for my car to get out of the dungeon. Then I have to pay a bunch of fines and fees from the tickets you gave me. And what did you do wrong? What did you do wrong? What'd you do wrong? You talked. You invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent immediately. Put it in the chat right now. I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. And if you don't,
Danny, you're just going to sit there with your thumb up your ass, ripping off Chili's content? You're going to say something. Gem and Jet in the chat says, at hello, baby, I've been keeping my distance from Mandy for a while. You should not fucking interact with that fucking rat skank. Yeah, she's bad news, bro.
you don't have to be like me. I'm not.
Thank God for that.
You can do it kindly. You can say, respectfully, pig, I'm going to invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent.
Wait,
can you please
what?
respect my rights, Officer Pig?
Chili, you can't say respectfully and then call them a pig.
He's definitely on something.
That's it. From all that, that's what you get. You can't say respectfully and then call him a pig. It's not, that has nothing to fucking do with the information he just presented. You're just looking for stupid shit to object to. You don't comprehend a thing that Chili said. That kind of makes you dumber than he is. I don't know if you fucking, if that one registers for you, but if you can't comprehend his message and you're commenting about shit that has nothing to do with the theme, the meat of the message, you come across as dumber than he is. And then Blacka, like, oh, he must be on something. Blacka, you've told us all about how you drank too much and said shit you regretted the next day, and you had to release a fucking apology to everyone who you offended by your word or deed while in a fucking video chat on Discord. And then a couple days later, you took too much of your anti-anxiety medication. You couldn't get your ass out of bed. Blackie, you're the one that's always on something. You see how ironic it is that Chili's always high, he's always on something. You are literally always on something. You're on antidepressant medications, which you take to build levels of in your body so you can function normally without your head going fucking wonky on you. And then you allow a douchebag like Dan to unravel all the medicated benefit by gaslighting you systematically over a fucking year till to the point where on your medication, you don't trust yourself. But you just make flip comments about Chili being always on something when you yourself are always on something. Fireball coming at you. Crush up them anti-anxiety pills. Get that shit rolling. Dan's got us all gaslighted. We're feeling shitty. Dan are gonna give you the limey treatment right after he gets access to the lump sum of money you got when your husband died.
When isn't he?
Good point.
I don't think any of us have actually seen chili not on chemicals of some description.
Good point.
Obviously, I wasn't here.
Right? Just like Blecka's always on something. Hank probably too is medicated on a daily basis. That's why the beer fucks him up so bad. Hank ain't said a word for how long now?
I mean, for instance, where did I put it? Do you really think someone who's not on chemicals of some sort could come up with this?
I am Taylor with ID8 TV. I am here with the super necessary human, and he's going to tell you all about what he does.
This is just straight mock fest. Now, Dan is going to mock Chili for the outfit he's in. This is the Dan who just days ago sold his dignity for $2,000 and will on Valentine's Day put on a costume.
So I'm at the Fitness Expo today because I've got about 100 sponsors, but I'm collecting more sponsors. What I do when a sponsor gives me product or services or their meal prep or whatever they want to donate, you can write that off on your taxes. And what we then do is we take your product and we raffle it off. And more money we make, we take the money from the raffle and we pay people's bills who can't pay their bills because of diabetes. The first raffle is in about a month from San Francisco's diabetic pediatric hospital called Madison's. So we'll be there in the month of March doing a raffle.
All right, so Chili's doing a raffle fundraiser to help people pay their bills who are, of course, you have to if you have diabetes, you have to prioritize that medication because it might not kill you, but you fuck yourself up pretty bad when you let your sugar get out of balance. And you can, while you're asleep, if your sugar drops low, you can go into sugar coma and you never fucking wake up again. So what Chili's doing is a raffle to raise money to help people who are in need of getting their bills paid because the cost of their medication is draining their funds. It's a good cause. They're going to mock him because he's got a fucking costume on, because he's a Hollywood guy. He's got a fucking gimmick. He's selling shit. Not here. I don't know what he's selling here, but today in the present, he's selling shit. What do you got going on, Dan? Electronic devices that you raffle off and catch on fire for the fucking winner of the raffle. Hey, you've just won an in-home fire sponsored by Welsh News Network raffle electronics giveaway. We could burn your whole fucking house down.
For our sponsors, and every day when we do raffles, we actually call the sponsor on Instagram Live and on Facebook Live, and we have them sell their product to the people buying raffle tickets. So 100% of the money goes to pay people's bills who can't cover their bills.
Wait a minute. Dan brings this video up right at a time when he's mocking Chili for putting a uniform on, a costume on. But Dan in 6 days is gonna put a fucking costume on. And hey, what? Chili's doing a raffle to raise charitable funds. Didn't Dan do that for 6-7 months last year? I wonder where the mouth ape got that idea from. Dan, you are becoming Chili DeCastro while you mock Chili DeCastro. How fucking self-loathing and low and not self-aware are you that you can't realize that you're using all the grifting techniques of Chili DeCastro, and then when you put Chili on display as doing it, you're causing people to scratch their chin and say, but Dan, aren't you doing that shit right now? In 6 days, you're going to put a costume on. You're mocking Chili for the costume he has on. Chili's talking about charitable raffle to raise money. You've done that all fucking year, Dan. Dan, you are the ape of Chili DeCastro. You monkey-mouthed motherfucker.
It's because of diabetes.
That is absolutely incredible, and it is so special to me because my sister has diabetes and so many people struggle with it and they don't have a cure. So this means the absolute world to me and so many other people. How can me and all the viewers keep up with you?
So first let me say that my father died of diabetes, and my grandfather died of diabetes, and my great-grandfather died of diabetes.
Did you forget about how everyone in his family died of diabetes except they didn't?
How do you know what Chili's family members died from, Dan? Chili says X, you say Chili says Z, you say A. You just go to the opposite end of the spectrum. His male relatives died of diabetes. Contributing factor. It causes heart. 1 in 6 people die of fucking heart attack, Dan. Diabetes causes hardening of the arteries. That's why diabetics have a higher rate of fucking heart attack. But you're just going to say, no. And these are all genetic conditions. But Dan's just going to say, no, they didn't. Not a lick of fucking proof, Dan. You discredit Chili DeCastro because you want to be Chili DeCastro. This is very Mark David Chapman-ish.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can reach me at Super Necessary Human on Instagram, or you can email me same way. Just send me a DM on Instagram and I'll get right back to you. And if you want to be a part of it, at the end of the day, the more people, the better.
I love that. Now, can you tell us about the costume?
Okay, so I put 20 grand in the costume and I hired a Hollywood
Sorry.
20 grand.
Ow. 20 grand. I wonder if
Dan has to laugh at this shit because Dan's shitty little grifts are only like, a couple $100, maybe $1,000 or $2 here or there. Then you literally don't know what 20 grand looks like. I got 20 grand in my fucking sock drawer right now. I literally have 20 grand in my fucking sock drawer. Maybe a little less, maybe a little more. You don't know what 20 grand looks like. You live in a fucking council house. Just look at what's behind you. There is nothing. Consumer goods, all shit food, chips, soda, liquor, nothing that's healthy is on that fucking shelf behind you. There's zero fucking personalization in that fucking room. And you're mocking the guy. That costume easily could have cost 20 grand if he paid for it from some Hollywood fucking prop guy. It's not like your costume that you're going to get that Blacka bought off Aldi and you're going to get some fucking Chinese made shit.
it's the same guy who saw him coming with the app development.
Sorry, bought off Alibi, that Aldi thing, that fucking tune Dermot said. You probably did get your costume at Aldi. They sell that shit too, don't they? Why do I have a fucking Robin Hood Men in Tights idea in my fucking head? With your fucking leather and your lycra. Please let it be a fucking tough guy thing so we can all fucking laugh at you. You dumb fuck. Sold your dignity for less than 2 grand.
Development. Because that was 20 grand too.
Well, 20 is a big number to Chili.
It's all his fingers and toes.
20 bucks. 20 bucks.
We don't talk.
20 grand is a lot of money to Chili. It's a fortune to fucking Dan. Dan would love to have 20 grand to spend, but he doesn't. Dan has to grift off his audience to buy new clothes, to fill the fucking snack shelf behind him. How much soda you need, Dan? I'll buy a fucking ton of the shit for you, and hopefully you drop sooner than expected from fucking malnutrition. You molarless motherfucker. You monkey-mouthed moron. You are the ape of Chili DeCastro. You're trying to look like him, and you're definitely putting effort into acting like him and emulating, because all you can do is imitate. So you're trying to emulate his behaviors.
Talk about.
You can almost count to 21.
Well, he used to be able to count to 24, but after the operation, he's now down to 20.
So what operation did he lose 4 things in, Dan? It's a banana and 2 apples, right? That's 3. What's the 4th? You got an extra part somewhere you're not fucking telling Blacko about? 4.
It's a DNA strand because diabetes comes in your DNA. And what a lot of women
Wait,
and men
what?
don't know is a lot of women and men a Hollywood costume maker. So it's a DNA strand because
He thinks that looks anything like a DNA strand.
No, it
Just
does
leave
not.
it. Don't even get that.
It's Hollywood, bro. So you don't know shit about acting. Whether it is or isn't, you act like it is, and you act like it is confidently, and those who suspend belief will see things the way you see things. You don't understand that. That's why you're not able to sync up, get on the same wavelength with more fucking people. You have a very finite fucking audience that's self-emulating like you, or is emulative of you, not self-emulating. You attract what's like you, and there's nothing left for you to attract. That's why you had to go out and buy thousands of subscribers. And that's why you're forced to buy views to make the bought subscribers look substantiated, real, actual, and not the fucking cell phone bots that they are. And then you have to have Shuggy come over here for 5 fucking hours with a fake account pretending to be not him. That's him. So fucking weird. And Chili's a moron.
What is supposed to be a DNA strand? The costume?
His costume.
Alrighty then.
Wow.
Not like any depiction of DNA I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shuggy, Hank, because all the DNA you've ever seen looks like fucking yogurt spilt on a fucking table. That's what you think DNA is. When have you ever seen DNA, Hank?
20 grand.
diabetes comes in your DNA. And what a lot of women and men don't know is that if you're pregnant and you have a high sugar diet, you're going to have a kid who is insulin resistant at birth.
I've had this conversation with a couple of people. Hello Baby says temporary suspension of disbelief. No, you're suspending your belief. You're literally suspending belief in reality in order to believe the fiction that's being presented to you in a movie or when you read a book. Those things aren't real. You're actually activating disbelief. You're suspending your belief.
We find that diabetes comes from in the womb and then goes outward. So if you're pregnant,
No, Chili.
No, it fucking doesn't. I literally had to stick myself with needles 6 times a day when I was pregnant with my last child. He does not have diabetes.
You just proved this fucking point, you dumb shit. Why would you have to take 6 insulin shots a fucking day when you were pregnant? Insulin helps your body fucking process sugar and get it out of your system. So you're taking the insulin shots so you don't have a sugar overload in your system. You literally confirmed that a doctor had you do something that would cause the decline of the problem Chili just pointed out. You proved his point, not disproved it, when you said you had to take 6 insulin shots a day when you were pregnant. Overconsumption of sugar leads to a body's inability to process sugar later in life. It can happen sooner, it can happen later. It depends on your genetics. If your parents both had diabetes, you have a really good chance of having diabetes. If both your parents are alcoholics, because I know the alcoholic numbers, you are genetically predisposed to alcoholism. You have a 60% higher chance of being an alcoholic. It's genetic, Blacka. Your body doesn't properly produce insulin. That's why you have to take shots of insulin. If you're made from the DNA of your mom and your dad, then this is a genetic trait that was passed along to you. Get it? Everything starts in the womb because that's where every person comes from.
Yes. Pregnant women can develop diabetes while pregnant. It's not that uncommon. But it has no bearing on whether the child is going to be diabetic or not.
Citation needed there, Hank, because everybody knows you don't know fucking shit about genetics.
I just want to know how the diabetes gets out of the womb.
How does the diabetes get out of the womb? Well, the sperm and the egg come together in the womb. Each has half the DNA needed to make a human being. The egg and the sperm combined, Dan, go through this whole cell budding, doubling, multiplying process. A human being is growing in the womb from the moment the egg meets the sperm. It becomes distinct genetic material. How does diabetes get out of the womb? Well, if the child has diabetes and it's born out of the womb, there you go. I just explained, the reproductive process as simply as I could for you, uneducated Denny boy. Everything comes out of the womb, Dan, because every person comes out of the womb. If it's genetic, like diabetes, it came out of the womb. It's a product of the combination of egg and sperm, which happened inside the womb. Oh.
Is that really where you're going?
Questions.
And
Is that really your best question?
I have so many.
It hides up the stork's ass.
He said he donated this money to the children's hospital in order to help people pay their bills.
No, he was doing the raffle at the Madison's Hospital, which is
and it's for people who can't pay their rent because of that.
Well, shit, man, Logan, I did. You're right. I had to have. Logan Sandman says that coded friend .001. I can't believe you are having the talk with Dan. Well, we can't have. Dan's 66 years old, according to physical looks. I mean, he claims to be 47, but that's just fucking ridiculous. Dan's too old to think that the stork brings babies. And obviously he's been masturbating to a computer screen the majority of his life. So he may have lost touch with the whole human intimacy and the birth of new human beings. I mean, I guess that's why he's a pervert, because he lost touch with the reality of people making people through sexual intercourse, which is the function of it. But, you know, he's a pervert, so he's against the natural function. Let's get back to Chili here.
Diabetes.
It's okay.
Did he mean people who can't afford the medication for diabetes?
It's Chili. He could have meant that.
Back then, the meds for diabetes was quite cheap.
But I can't believe that.
Okay, the medication was quite cheap, but that means you're middle class, Hank. So I'm sure the poor people didn't think it was quite cheap, the poorer people. So, you know, it ate up their discretionary capital or their necessary capital, and they can't pay their bills. And Chili's trying to do something to help people out. I mean, you can't just universally condemn everything Chili ever fucking did because you don't like him. I don't like you, Dan. You lie about a lot of shit. In fact, I'm reaching the point where I think that you're incapable of telling the truth simply because you have zero idea of what the truth is. And most of what you say is just a minor bird mimicking of something someone else said. Polly want a cracker?
And your question is about the DNA, the diabetes. My question is still 20 grams of costume.
I agree. Hello,
I mean,
baby.
there's nothing to.
How can all of them sit there and act like they're not responsible?
Also, take a look. What's on those glasses?
A camera.
Or something that looks like a camera.
Yeah.
Anyone thinking transparency? That this is where he got the idea from? That it's from this fucking costume?
That it's from this fucking costume. Dan, you get like that when you're just making shit up. Who cares where the fucking idea came from? The idea of a eye-level mounted camera is actually a good idea. I mean, we know why they're mounted on your chest, because glasses like that with a camera on it and the cops physically running, pursuing something, it's going to go off the fucking head and get broke and shit like that. It's the safest place to put it is on the fucking chest. Most comfortable, most convenient, safest. It does the fucking job. If the camera was on the head, well, you know, then maybe studies show that people can get away with more shit by turning their head away and doing something, you know, throwing maybe some contraband in the car while they look on the right side, while they look to the left, pretending they're talking to their partner. Maybe it's better that the thing is on the chest. But the idea of having a head-mounted camera, it kind of makes sense. You're seeing what the officer's seeing because the camera's at eye level. It doesn't matter why it's on this costume. It only matters when it applies to Chili's transparency shit. Who gives a fuck where the idea came from? You're poo-pooing the idea of a head-mounted camera because it's on a ridiculous a costume Chili wore a decade ago or more. But that blinds you from seeing the reality that it does kind of make sense to have a eye-level mounted camera on a police officer. That way you're seeing more closely the perspective of what the police officer's seeing. But just because it's on Chili's costume, you got to make fun of it. Well, let's see what's on your fucking costume, Dan. How big a kielbasa are you going to stuff down your pant leg because you've been priming people for months now with Jimmy Felch screaming, "It blocks out the sun." Yeah, Jim, you get poked in the eye with anything and it blocks out the sun. Stop letting Dan jam his fucking Tic Tac dick in your fucking pupil.
Wow, I never noticed that before.
Quite possible.
Just saying.
You don't want to be eating sugar. You want to be eating fats. What Super Necessary Human does is teaches people intermittent fasting and ketosis.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, don't eat sugars because you might get diabetes, which is a lot less deadly than.
He didn't say don't eat sugars. He's talking about excessive intake.
Than eating too much fat and building up plaque in your arteries. And
So your anti-argument is a what-if-ism? Come on, Hank, you're smarter than this, or at least you were before you fell down and hit your fucking head on whatever you hit it on.
I thought we debunked
diabetes, major colossal heart attack.
yes, both are dangerous, but diabetes is a lot easier to manage than cholesterol that's gotten out of control.
Again, citation needed, Hank. You're a medical expert now, you fucking moron.
Ketosis? Can that turn into ketoacidosis?
Can ketosis turn into ketoacidosis? Why? Because the words rhyme? Can donkey turn into monkey? Idiot.
I'm not sure.
Fucking idea.
Because that is that can cause miscarriage.
Yeah, but what he's talking about is the Atkins diet.
Yeah.
Just eat fat.
But I thought we got away from cut out everything of one sort, and the whole theory now was you should eat balanced.
The Atkins diet is not just eat fat. Again, Dan, you should change your channel name to Uninformed.
That was always the theory.
Yes. You don't want to eat you don't want to have too much fats. You don't want to have too much sugars. You don't want to have, hell, too much water will fucking kill you.
Uh-huh.
True.
Yeah.
It's always been the theory, though, Shuggy. There's just been a whole load of people trying to make money off fat people by convincing them they had a miracle diet or pill that would make them instantly thin.
Yeah.
Okay, so what they've just managed to describe is an age-old piece of wisdom that is called everything in moderation. Even moderation means moderation isn't always the correct path. It means moderation may generally be the right way, not one extreme or the other, but sometimes modification or moderation. If I said modification, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little tired. Moderation can be an extreme if you need an extreme response. Like if an army were attacking you and you're like, all right, we'll just handle this one on the fucking moderate. Why don't we schedule some meetings and try to talk to some people? And the army just fucking bam through the fucking wall and takes your shit from you. You know, there are times where moderation itself can be extreme because it's an uncalled for attitude. But what Hank just explained is the common wisdom of moderation in all things. Hey, it's first attributed to Socrates, which is like 380 BC. So yeah, it's been around for a while there, Hanky.
Here's the thing. If you're overweight and want to lose weight, okay. It is very, very fucking simple. Eat a balanced diet and exercise a shit ton.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what will happen? You will lose fucking weight.
That's not, again, these guys are not fucking medical guys. You should consult a doctor or nutritionist if you're overweight and you're trying to lose weight. Just eating a balanced diet and exercise might not do it. And you can actually get heavier while getting smaller because you can't just go by weight. A cubic inch of fat weighs 10 times less than the same volume, a cubic inch of muscle. So if you're converting fat to muscle, you can actually lose size and gain weight. You can't listen to these fucktarded morons. And you can eat a balanced diet, exercise, and not lose weight because your metabolism will start to slow down. You have to talk to a fucking doctor or a nutritionist before you do shit like that, especially if you're getting older.
And your body
Dan's just a monkey repeating shit he heard someone else say.
will fall into sync.
Reduce the amount of calories going in and increase the amount of calories you burn.
Yep. It's that simple.
It's not that simple because your metabolism can slow in response to that regime, and you will become lethargic and not want to exercise. You sleep more, you wind up gaining weight.
It's not complicated. Really isn't.
And as you get older,
Dan, if it's not complicated, why do you look so fucking physically horrible? Why are you 46 years old, bald? Why do you have the physique of a melted popsicle? Why is your heart in such shitty shape that the Navy said, sorry, man, you can't change oil in our boats anymore? You're a sickly motherfucker, Dan. You're too sick to serve in the armed forces of the United Kingdom, and you're giving out health advice? Seems really strange, Dan.
Above the 60s, please don't try and lose weight. If you go to hospital, you're going to need the body reserves to survive.
So now Shuggy is going to vault out to the opposite end of the extreme and say, if you're over 60, don't try to lose weight. Don't try to lose weight because you're going to need the fat to survive when you go into the hospital. Oh my God, man. It's fucking. It can't get dumber than this, can it? It can't.
Just saying.
Well, it's a delicate balance of having enough fat without having too much fat.
That is true. My mum was.
It's a delicate balance between having too much fat and not. No, it's not, dude. There's actually a good margin of variation there, pounds wise. My God, you're fucking dumb.
Down to nothing at the moment, so she's finding it very, very difficult to fight everything. But there's nothing to her. So she's been told to eat sugars and fat.
So Hank's mother, or Shuggy's mom, I guess, is in her 80s, early 80s, I think. And she's in hospital and she's sick. She, has shed a lot of weight. I don't know. Maybe Shuggy's not experienced older people pass away, but when you see that at that age, when you see that rapid weight loss occur, Shuggy, you should get off this fucking 6-hour-a-day horse shit with the Welsh News Network. If you want to sacrifice time, quality time you could be spending with your mother before she shuffles off this mortal coil, if you want to waste that time mocking fucking Chili, you're gonna regret it. I mean, unless your whole story about your mom being sick is just you fucking making shit up so people feel bad for you. Because Dan got you caught up in another fucking easily exposable grift.
So she's allowed to have Turkish delight and ice cream.
When was the last time you saw an 80-year-old that was fat?
Last week in the hospital, but yeah.
Last week at the hospital, he saw 80-year-olds that were fat. All right, Hank, you just got shot the fuck down. Because all you're doing is try to ape what Dan said and monkey mouth his bullshit. So that you wake up out of the fucking 30-pack Stroh's coma you put yourself in. You're like, oh, Dan right. Shuggy, when did you see an 80-year-old? A fat 80-year-old? And Shuggy's like, yeah, I was at the hospital visiting my mom last week. I saw a bunch of them. Duh.
But yeah,
because we're finding now that fats are so much better for you than carbohydrates and even protein to a degree. But you want to base your diet on fat and then protein and greens and probiotics and prebiotics.
Thank you so much for being someone trying to make a change in the world.
He's telling you to eat meat and 2 veg.
Fuck for that.
super appreciate that. Is there anything else you want to say about all of this?
I'm so grateful.
Dan, I never seen you drink anything but fucking soda or alcohol and snack on fucking chips. I've never seen, I've been watching you for a fucking year, Dan. I have never seen you eat. I've seen you consume plenty. I've never seen you eat anything that was literally of nutritional value. Strange, Dan, strange. You're mocking the fact that Chili said have meat, 2 vegetables, and consume fat. But all the shit I've seen you dump down that fucking toothless gullet of yours, and you, it's soda and fucking chips and liquor. Strange. Are you mocking Chili because you don't eat vegetables and meat? Hard to eat meat without back molars, huh, Dan? 46, you got no fucking back molars. How the fuck are you going to make it 20 more years, Dan? You ain't.
Grateful for this interview, and I'm grateful to meet you, and thank you for taking a look at my Instagram page or even considering working with me and my company. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, and I'm Taylor with ID8 TV.
Don't be too loud.
The reason why I got called to the scene is because your father. This is your father.
It's my uncle.
Right, so now, mind you, it's Dan's interjected 2 non-related videos with this traffic stop video, and we're still on the fucking traffic stop video. Dearmid, you should have been here earlier. The real Shuggy dropped in to let us know that we were all stupid because we bit on the counterfeit Shuggy account that Shuggy came in with earlier in the night. Shuggy somehow thinks that when Shuggy's faking that he's Shuggy, he's at that moment not really Shuggy. It was a really amazing display of fucking schizophrenic split of personality. Insanely amazing. Shuggy pretending not to be Shuggy, but being Shuggy is not really Shuggy. It's amazing shit, man. How much scotch did that? Oh no, he was on the Knob Creek according to his sock account. Maybe Shuggy's just been fucking railing lines all night.
Why are you telling him who your family members are?
Because he doesn't have to listen
Obviously,
to
I
you.
wasn't
Really?
able to she got told off.
Dre, you loud. Don't be too loud.
The reason why I got called to the scene is because your father. This is your father.
It's my uncle.
Your uncle. So when my partner ran your uncle's name, right?
Okay, so the reason I got let's break that down. Okay.
Oh Jesus.
Chili stopped it right before the fucking guy was going to give the simple answer. What are you breaking down, Chili? He didn't even give the fucking answer yet. Dan, you're too dumb to point out what's really fucking going on here. Good God, you're stupid. A little bit earlier, apparently the real Shuggy account came in the chat at Dearmid and said, you're all fucking dumb and can't read. SHUQQY is not the same as SHUGGY. Yeah, one, you spelt one with lowercase letters and one with capital letters. Of course, they're not the same. Shuggy, you work for an intelligence agency? Thanks for pointing that out, you dumb motherfucker. So, Dearman, Chili came in, or sorry, I keep saying Chili because I'm looking at his face on the fucking screen. Shuggy came in with a fake Shuggy account and then thought he was trolling us the whole time. Meanwhile, he spelled the account with 2 Q's instead of 2 G's, and I kept reading it as Shooky, not Shuggy. And then he comes in hours later and says, "You're all so fucking stupid, you can't even read." So Shuggy pretending not to be Shuggy, while he is in fact Shuggy pretending not to be Shuggy. Somehow Shuggy thinks that makes Shuggy not Shuggy. I don't know, man. What the fuck? Dearman says he's still a PD file. Huh? I got you. Daisy says, I did not think Shuggy was smart enough to clone himself. He probably had help from Fat Finch. Dearman Costello says, Dan must have rang him and warned him. Wrights On is with us. 30 pack of Strohs, 30 pack of hose. No propane in the Rogaine flow. American Badass, Kid Rock. That's music lyrics. That's fucking good. I like that. Wrights On says, Shuggy smarter than Shuggy. Fake Shuggy faking Shuggy. Shuggy faking that he's Shuggy is smarter than Shuggy just being Shuggy. I'll give that one to you. Everyone here knows the fake Shuggy was really Shuggy with a clone of his own account. I mean, come on, Shuggy. We're not that fucking dumb. I mean, we know you're this British intelligence guy that is so fucking smart. He bought British intelligence challenge coins off eBay when the British military doesn't even use the fucking challenge coin. That's an American thing. You even admitted that you bought the fucking challenge coins off eBay, you dickhead, after you first told Josh that you got them for service-related accomplishments. You fucking liar. Scott Amo says, I haven't had enough coffee yet to process which Shuggy is which. They're both Shuggy, dude. Shuggy pretending not to be Shuggy is still fucking Shuggy. It's just Shuggy pretending not to be Shuggy. It's Shuggy. Each statement leads with it's Shuggy. It's Shuggy, the real Shuggy. It's Shuggy pretending that he's not Shuggy. That's still Shuggy. Get it? You don't even need coffee to understand that one. Jam and Jet says, good morning, my brother. At Wrights On. Wrights On says, at Jam and Jet, good morning, brother. Dermot Costello says, Shuggy is really Wrights On. Wow, that's a whole new wrinkle. Wow, imagine if that were true. Imagine if Wrights On was really Shuggy, or if Shuggy was Wrights On, and he's been trolling us the whole time. Maybe that's the real Shuggy being Wrights On speaks clearly. The fake Shuggy being the Scottish Shuggy, Wrights On can't pull off a good Scottish accent, so he jams the microphone in his mouth and mumbles over it. Amazing. That's pretty smart there. Fucking Dearman's had his coffee. He stayed at a Holiday Inn Express last night. Scott Amos says, sorry, Jet, missed that. Hello. Wrights On says, Dermot Costello, I see you, Playboy. Rebel says, holy crap, he's still going on. Yeah, man, I'm here. Dermot Costello says he's after buying that last 10 challenge coins to get them off eBay. Yeah, he tried to fool us. He bought up all the fucking British naval unintelligence coins that were left on eBay. He bought them all up thinking we wouldn't be able to find them anymore. Your supplier's not the only one. Shuggy, aka Shooky, who you really fooled us. Jam and Jet says to Scott Amo, no problem on the missed hello. Daisy says maybe it's dumb Dan. No, Dan's too dumb to do that. That was Shuggy doing Shuggy, trying to not look like he was really Shuggy. I think Shuggy has mental problems. Rebel says, writes on, peace. Rebel says, Jet, thumbs up. Writes on says, I use an app for when I need to talk like Shuggy. It's called the Charlie Brown Teacher app. Dude, we should come up. They don't have that yet. We should come up with that, where you just talk into your phone, and instead of voice to text, it goes voice to Charlie Brown Teacher. It would be a big hit for about 3 months, and then it would get overused and it would fizzle. But you would see it on people's YouTube videos and shit. Call the marketing guys, have them work up a prototype on that. Let's hire Chili to do, right on, let's hire Chili to do the Talk to Charlie Brown Teacher app. He knows tech, guys. Come on, man. Hook us up with a facilitator.
The reason I got called to the scene is so that we could play this good cop, bad cop game with you. Because
That's
she's
not
going to
what
play
they're
the bad
saying.
cop and I'm going to play the good cops. And I'm going to try to get you to open up to me and gather information. And now, once I know that's your family member, what we're going to do is we're going to put him in torture cuffs. And we know that you have blood.
This isn't what's going on here in this situation, but there are fucking cops that pull this bullshit.
Familial ties, so you've known him since you were a baby, and so we know that's going to make your adrenaline and your anxiety spike to the roof, and then we hope that you lose your composure so that we can put you in torture cuffs so we can arrest you too.
Chili,
Are you related
might
to that guy right
actually
there?
want to listen to what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Dan, are you going to listen to what they're saying? Because he's explained it more than once already, and you still haven't fucking gotten it. The dude in the passenger side gave his name. The first name, last name were a match for a guy with a warrant. The middle initial was different. They want the guy's ID so they can check his date of birth. They don't want him to just tell the date of birth. They want to see the date of birth on the fucking ID to check it. There's obviously a jump cut in here somewhere because the second officer got the ID, verified the date of birth, and now dude's on his way. If dude had just given him the fucking the first cop the driver's license, the second cop never would have had to come. They would have been gone a long time ago. Why the fuck can't you explain that, Dan? Why?
Really might want to listen to what they're saying.
Oh, are you related to that guy right there? Are you related to Satan? Are you related to Satan? Are you?
Yes.
That's what you ask him.
Yes, I am. Satan is my mother. I thought we'd all covered this.
Satan is his mother. Hear his mommy call. There's a Cake. Yeah, Cake. Satan is my motor. It's a pretty good fucking tune. I don't like to play up the Satan shit, but it's a good tune. Dan apparently knows Satan. Satan is Dan's mother. I guess we're going to get at the core of a lot of Danny Boy's behavioral problems and his misogynistic issues. Why does Dan need to dominate Blecka so bad? Because Dan hates his mother. Get it? Why did Dad's first wife run him over with a fucking car with his own child in the passenger seat while she was getting the fuck out of Dodge? Because Dan hates his mother. So Dan domineered his wife to the point where she said, I'm leaving. He stood in front of the car and said, no, no, no. I'm telling you what to do. And she said, fuck off, douchebag. Hit the gas and didn't bump him out of the way. Didn't nick him with the car. Ran him the fuck completely over. All because Dan hates his mommy.
But my mother actually is Satan.
I'll second that.
Would explain why the bitch won't die.
Are you related to Satan?
All right, seriously, who the fuck would say that about their mother? Shoogie's mother's in the fucking hospital right now, and you're saying shit like the bitch won't die about your own mother? What the fuck? Something's fucking seriously wrong with you, dude. You really should be fucking examined for mental health. Who says about their own mother? I don't care how shitty your mother is. She brought you into the fucking world and at least sustained you enough to where you could carry on into adulthood. And you're saying shit about your mother like the bitch won't die? You better hope you're not around when your mother passes, because you're going to get investigated for fucking sure talking shit like that. It's really fucked up that a dude would say that about his own mother. I don't care how bad your fucking mother is. She's your mother. Wow, what a shitty person you are. Dude, that's worse than anything Chili ever. It was offensive when Chili wished bone cancer on people's children. It was really offensive. It's more offensive to listen to you, Dan, say shit like about your own mother, like the bitch won't die. That's why you have misogynistic tendencies. That's why you tend to control and completely dominate Blacka. You have mommy issues. That statement alone clearly says, "Hi, my name is Dan. I have mommy issues."
Any cop, any question the pig asks you, you flip it around and ask him the same question.
I'm not going to tell you a story.
I'm not going to tell you any story.
Obviously, I wasn't here when the issue got pulled up.
Obviously, you weren't.
Dre, you loud. Don't be too loud.
The reason why I got called to the scene is because
The reason you got called to the scene was to play the good cop, to try to gain my trust.
No, stupid. He got called to the scene to get the fucking ID because they refused to give it to the first one. So they were giving it one more shot. Otherwise, dude was going to get arrested for impeding an investigation. Then he's got an arrest. They take him down to the fucking station. They fingerprint him. Then they ID him. Then they let him go. But he's still fucked on the refuse to interfering with a fucking investigation. They have enough. They have enough to be reasonably suspicious. The name is the fucking same. The suspicious part, what makes the suspicion reasonable is the guy has a fucking ID and he won't give it. Get it? He doesn't have to give it. But the fact that he won't give it is reason enough to be suspicious that this guy might be the guy on the fucking warrant. Because who, if there wasn't a warrant for him, wouldn't just give up the ID to get the fuck out of there and be done with this shit? Dan, why can't you fucking explain that? Why are you sitting there with your thumb up your ass and you'll smell your fingers again in 5 fucking minutes?
To get data from me. And now you guys write down in your logbook, what exactly they write down?
your father. This is your father.
It's my uncle.
You write down that this is his uncle.
Oh my God, dear me.
They put that down. They data collect all that, and you gave them the information.
Uncle. So when my partner ran your uncle's name, right?
Uh-huh.
Sometimes our computer will give us a generic warrant result.
What? Some
Chili, stop stopping that fucking thing and let the guy finish what he's saying. Every time you object, you dig your hole a little deeper. You look a little dumber. He's going to explain it.
times our computer will give us a generic warrant result.
A generic warrant. That means address, date of birth, first, middle initial, last name. That's a generic warrant. How do you ID off that? You got to have the fucking driver's license that's got the birth date on it, that combined with the name. The guy's name matched first name, last name. The only variant was middle initial. They want to see date of birth so they can confirm that he's not the guy. That's it. Give the ID or go down to the fucking precinct and get fingerprinted and sit in jail for 2 days. It takes the fucking FBI to validate you're fucking not the guy. That's your own fucking fault. You don't have to give the ID, but boy, it would be fucking smart to do it.
Bolt?
Dan, why haven't you fucking explained that yet? Do you not know? Are you, Dan, you claim to have a 180 IQ. Are you not fucking intelligent enough to literally pick up on what's really going on here?
Generically? I mean, it's just for everybody. It's just generic. It's just a generic warrant result. That's all. Just a generic warrant result. That's all it is. He's lying. Everything he says is a lie. He is telling a story. He didn't get called out because the ID came back and it says a generic warrant result. No. He made it up. He made it up. He's making it up so you trust him.
Here, Dan, this is how you do this. Instead of waiting for some silly thing to object to, like Chili pushed his glasses up with his middle finger, and you should never do that because it's not proper blue blood Welsh aristocratic etiquette. Why can't you point out what's really fucking going on here, Mr. 180 IQ?
Thank you, Dan, for being a member for 9 months.
Oh, that's why. Because a while back, Bandit said he thought Becca was beautiful, or he said he loved her. And Dan's been fucking fuming about that the whole fucking time. So Dan puts this Dan goes deep and he pulls his free membership chat and writes a little message to Becca. Let's have Dan read it.
Now, would you like to say it?
No.
Love you,
Dan won't read his own love message to Becca.
beautiful Becca. Love you too.
Ego.
Okay.
Becca, if you let Dan in your house, you better be ready to take a fucking full swing haymaker punch. Dan cannot tell you verbally that he loves you because he has issues of hatred toward his mommy. That's why he spent the last year gaslighting you systematically to erode your confidence in yourself so that Dan could dominate you the way mommy dominates Dan. You see how the circle, you see the hoop, you see it roll on itself. You see the snake eat its own fucking tail.
Hey, you're the one that read it out. Bloody ego on this one.
Well, who else was going to read it if you weren't going to?
Right, Dan. Who's going to read it if you're not going to read it? You make Becca read her own fucking I love you message? You shitty motherfucker. You are a shitty fucking person, Dan. That's more of the gaslighting shit. It's more to erode her. I'll put it in writing, but I won't speak it to you. It means a lot more when it's said than when it's written on paper, Dan. I don't know why. I don't get it either, but I know enough about women to know that they need to hear it fucking said. You have a 180 IQ. You can't pick up on simple fucking human behavioral shit. Women like to hear it. It makes them feel good about themselves. Writing it on paper, it's good. It's better a year from now to as a fucking piece of nostalgia or remembrance. But in the moment, Dan, say the fucking words. But you can't because you hate your own mom. So it makes it hard for you to tell anyone you love you because your mom must have said she loved you and then treated you like shit. So now you have to normalize that by doing that to other people. To the point where you've so eroded Becca's self-confidence that she too will stoop low and read aloud a message from you telling her that she loves you, that you love her, while you refuse to read the fucking message, which brings into doubt the whole idea that you actually love this person because you won't fucking say it. We all know you're hot for Shuggy, Dan. We all know Navy boy wants to bone that hiney.
I typed it. What more do you want?
Oh, okay.
He's making it up so he seems like he's a
Hey,
good guy.
Alan.
He's not a good guy. He signed up to arrest people. I signed up to help people. How many people have you helped? Well, I've helped. There was that old lady one time fell down in 1983. Jack Booth, Thug Pig.
If the name is similar in a computer system. So when she initially ran his
Thank you, Hank, for the $2 super chat.
You see the fucking game that they're playing with Blecka now? Hank, Dan loves Blecka. Hank loves his dog. I'll break out the fucking peanut butter, Hank. Chief is Hank's dog.
Love Handsome Chief.
So you just drag down you're making a fucking joke of it. Dan loves Blecka how, Hank, like you love your dog? Do you put your dog in a separate room, Hank, and rub peanut butter on him and then cam you licking peanut butter off your own privates while the dog licks peanut butter off its privates? Is that what you're reducing to the Dan and Blecka relationship to? The love for a dog? Get it, Blecka?
Thank you, Hank.
Blecka's even at the point where she's thanking the male panel members for insulting her.
and he's a wanted person by the New York City Police Department. So I came over, I looked at the computer screen, verified it's not the same person. The name is very similar, but the data.
What does that have to do with the past?
Okay, so listen to this BS cop logic. Listen to this bucket of crud. Listen to this bucket of crud.
Dan, why can't you fucking point this out? There's not BS cop logic going on here, Chili. You got a wrong fucking read all over this shit. And I can tell by the way you're pausing, you listened to it ahead of time. You didn't get it fucking right. The middle initial is different. That's all that's different on the name. That's enough for them to say, hey, we need a little more information. Can you give me your ID? They want to check the date of birth, but they don't want to tell you that the date of birth is what they're checking because they want to get a fucking honest answer. The way to do that is to just hand your fucking ID over to them. If you got a warrant, you got a warrant. Dodging it ain't doing you any good. Give them the fucking ID and get the fuck out of there because you're not the guy they're looking for. And all they need to do is verify your date of birth to say, sorry about the inconvenience. Have a nice day.
Now, I'm saying that nicely. You know that. So, and his name's Mizook.
Will give us a generic warrant result.
So your computer gives a generic warrant result based on two names being similar? Then you got a shitty computer and it's a shitty system.
Name is similar.
What the fuck are you talking about? The difference is the middle initial. They haven't seen an ID from the guy. He may have given a name with a different middle initial. He may have given his first name, caught the fact that, oh, fuck, I got that warrant, and then gave you a bogus middle initial and the right last name. Or you gave your name full, John Doe, and then the officer said, what's your middle initial? And you're like, fuck, I got that warrant. I just gave him my name. You give him a Z as a middle initial. And you're not, they're not looking for John Z. Doe. They're looking for John C. Doe. So now they want to see a fucking ID because they got to confirm your date of birth. But they don't want to tell you we need to confirm your date of birth because there's a chance you are the guy who's got the fucking warrant. You know you didn't show up at court and you're going to lie about your fucking date of birth. And if you know you don't have a fucking warrant or a problem, give them your fucking ID and get the fuck out of there. because you're tying up resources that are fucking overwhelmed already and could be better utilized in a different fucking circumstance, no matter what it was. Even if it's standing there doing nothing, patrolling, making sure nothing happens, would be a better use of this guy's time than what he's doing right now, explaining to some dickhead why they needed to see his ID. But Dan can't explain that to you. Chili can't. We're not really faulting Chili. Dan claims to have a fucking 180 IQ. Why doesn't it fucking show up, Dan?
So the name is similar in the computer system. And so now you have to come here to decide.
That's why they need a fucking ID to tell the difference.
Look on his face.
Jesus
Thank
fucking
you.
Christ, Chili. It's not rocket science.
Thank you, Dan, for the £2 super chat. Can you read it, please?
No.
Becca is better looking than Chief.
Thank you, Triggy.
Geez, Dan, you're such a great guy. You confirmed that Becca's better looking than a dog. But Hank's not having Becca over to lick peanut butter off his dick, is he? He's doing it with Chief. Right on says that Jam and Jet proper way would be to mail warrant, give person a chance to turn themselves in. When cops want to fuck with you, they stick it in their pocket and grab you at the most inconvenient. You don't get mailed a fucking warrant on a criminal charge. That's a personal service because they're coming to arrest you. You can call the police department every day and say, hey, do you have a warrant for my arrest? They're going to look up your name. They'll tell you if there is or isn't. But they aren't going to, you know why they're not going to mail you a warrant? Because the rate, the positive result rate is so fucking low, it's not worth doing it. Why do cops put them in their pocket and serve them on you? Because then they're going to take you right at that moment of time. It's the most efficient and effective way to facilitate a positive result on a warrant serve, which is to have you come into court, which probably the reason you have a warrant is because you were supposed to be at court and you didn't fucking show up. So what's the good of sending you a fucking notification in the mail? You know you didn't show up at fucking court. That's the way that works, right, son? I don't think they're doing anything sneaky or shitty. I think they're just dealing with the reality that people don't act responsible. Right on says criminal warrant. Yeah. Failure to appear for traffic court. They nail. So what? Why are you going to respond to a warrant mailed to you that says, hey, we got a warrant on you because you didn't show up in court? If you don't show up in court, you should really know that there's a bench warrant being issued for you. So why would you respond to a piece of paper you got in the mail? You already know you have a fucking warrant and you haven't gone to court. I mean, right on, it gets ridiculous at there's a point in time where ignoring reality. Yeah, I agree with you. Mistakes do happen, Cody. I totally agree with you on that. But that doesn't change the fact that the vast majority of them, the warrants issued, are not the result of mistakes. They're the result of lack of responsibility on the part of an individual citizen. So to expect them to react positively to something sent in the mail is just, it's not realistic. They have to do what they have to do to get the job done they need to get done. Right on, you... I know way too many fucking people who are walking around with a fucking warrant on them. I know way too many people. Male and female. Women are as bad these days in the late 20-something, 30-something age group. I mean, a female is just as likely to have a fucking warrant on them as the boyfriend they're going to the fucking club with. I see it all the time. They have a little altercation in the club, or they spent more money than they actually had, and they're trying to figure out how to get the fuck out the door without getting hooked for the fucking money they can't pay. And then the police wind up coming, failure to pay, and fucking names get run. And there's it's the same type of irresponsibility that goes hand in hand with a person having should have been at court and didn't show up at court and have a warrant on their fucking ass. And they're literally they're not targeting rights on. They're literally waiting for the random occurrence where they run into you again. Why do you think Chili hasn't been picked up yet? If he's got a warrant in Ironton, everybody on the fucking internet knows where Chili is. They're not going to put out the kind of effort necessary to bring Chili back from Vegas, and Chili knows it. But Chili knows he has a fucking warrant. He's not surrendering himself. That's the inherent fucking problem. That's why the pocket warrants and the hit you on the spot and take you there. Chili knows he has. What good would it do to mail Chili a fucking letter saying you have a warrant in Ohio, come surrender yourself? He's already said he's not going to fucking do it. But there are cops in Ohio that have a warrant of there's a warrant in the system and it's printable on the fucking laptop in the fucking cop car. And if they run across Chili DeCastro, they're going to fucking pop them on the fucking warrant, because the first thing they do is check you against that fucking database. Right-on says there are different levels to warrants. Yeah, there are the warrants that fucking, they come right to your fucking house for you. There's the warrants where, they're looking actively for you. And then there's the level of warrant where, eventually we'll run into them. We'll pull them over, speed and run a traffic sign, whatever. And we'll fucking get them on that. They always get you in the fucking end, dude. They always get you. It's not worth wasting the fucking time trying to avoid it.
You're welcome.
And thank you, Cripple Rick, for being a member for 6 months. We all love beautiful Becca, not as much as Dan.
I'm glad to see that you love me more than you love Becca.
I was about to say, do we love Becca, but not as much as Dan loves Becca? Or we all love Dan more than we love Becca?
Apparently, they all love me more than Becca.
That's not what that message says. That message either says, we all love Blecka, ... That signifies a broken thought, or it should. And then not as much as Dan. So that's literally everyone loves Blecka, but Dan loves Blecka more than everyone else loves Blecka. It would help if people were able to, formulate grammatically correct full sentences, but that seems to be a thing of the past.
I don't believe that. We all.
It doesn't say people love you more than Blecka, Dan. It says they love Blecka, but they think that you love Blecka more than they love Blecka. I don't know why anybody loves Blecka, the fucking anti-anxiety, fireball, slugging pervert.
We all love Becca, but we don't love her quite as much as you love Becca.
That's not what it says.
That's how it can be interpreted.
It is.
Can, if you ignore the rules of grammar.
What Chili does. Why can't we?
Are you saying you're like Chili, Shuggy?
Nope.
I don't know. I accidentally called her Chili last night.
Sorry, I had to cough and clear my throat. How long have I not been talking for? My bad. Hello Baby says, whatever happened to Miss Nice Mr. Asshole? They haven't done anything since, around Christmas time. I think the last thing they did was read some Charles Dickens. And I fixed the muted thing. Stop with that. You're way behind. It's now Blecka's Box of Stories, which was apparently copied from a sock account that was originally Blecka's Box of Toys. And no one ever really listened to any of their shit. It was just another shining example of the fakeness of WNN and the failure to garner actual living subscribers and not, scripted bot cell phone things. They have 150 views on episodes, and then boom, 2 weeks ago it just stopped. It should be called Blecka's Drying Prune. Rebel says Dan is going to English for us. Hello Baby says, oh, so funny, Blecka. Rebel says, muted. Got it. Hello Baby says, mute. Got it. Writes on says, that police chief, Joseph Salvaggio, was fired and 2 or 3 city council members were recalled. Corrupt motherfuckers. Yeah, honestly, I don't doubt that. Thanks for all the muted stuff. There's a lot of fucking corruption out there. We're fallen men. We're fucking sinners. We're greedy. We all are. We don't have a grasp on the reality of who we are. Garbage men are coming. Yeah, there's a lot of corruption out there. So, no, I get it. I understand. I think Chili's voice and his general attitude is necessary in society. I do think that. I think that he's not informed on topics he talks about to the level that he really needs to be informed. And, there's just a lot of shit that is imported into his belief system without proof and is the product of, conspiracy theory stuff. This warrant thing is a good example. I mean, if this guy had just shown his ID, he would have fucking been out of here a long time ago. And we wouldn't have had to belabor Chili and Dan unable to realize what's actually fucking going on in this situation. Like, neither of these two guys are getting it right. Dan has the opportunity of sitting back and watching it after the fact rather than experiencing it in real time. And Dan can't figure out what the fuck is going on or talk intelligently about it. All he can do is find minor fucking personality quirks or misstatements that aren't fucking relevant to what's going on and then harp on that tangential bullshit. Dumb.
Last night, I mean, Jim was the worst culprit. Jim almost got booted. He almost got shuggy last night again.
Why was that, Chili?
$26, $27.
What was that, Chili?
You still lost. Fuck off.
Uh-huh. Don't care.
You lost.
By 1 point.
It's like fucking children here. I gotta stop this. I think I'm 7:15. Wow, that's the longest we've ever gone. I think I'm a little sleep deprived here. Writes on in the side chat says, sorry if I was barking loud at you. This shit just gets frustrating after a while. Writes on in the side chat says at codedfriend.001, I'm not saying this encounter is a pocket warrant. I was answering Jam and Jet's question about what pocket warrants are. Yeah, I know what you were doing. I was using it to convey. I was piggybacking on you, which is why I put your comments up and not Jam and Jet's. I was piggybacking on you to get my point across. And, you know, if I inappropriately or improperly used you, I apologize, sir. I am slightly sleep deprived. But I think honestly, I think the point that really starts to be needs to really be made more often and more seriously is these people are commenting on shit without any real understanding of what they're commenting on. And they're not usually commenting on what's really happening. They're commenting on fucking superficial nonsense. You know, Chili's adding that the first female cop was, you know, menacing or threatening or what. Why? Because she said, when the guy said, I'm not going to give you my ID, she said, you're refusing? He said, yeah. She didn't speak after that. She turned, she walked away. Big fucking deal. There's no harassment or intimidation there. Dan's too dumb to fucking point any of that shit out. And Dan still hasn't gotten it through his fucking head that the issue here is the dude in the passenger side has the same fucking name minus middle initial as a dude they have a warrant on. So they want to see an ID to get the date of birth to let the guy go or bring him the fuck in. And he prolonged the whole fucking thing by just not showing his ID, which he has the right not to show it. And they have the right to hold on to him till they're fucking convinced he's not the guy they're looking for. And if you don't show your ID when you're asked for it to verify that you're not the guy, you are at that point definitely interfering with the fucking investigation. So if they take you down and you get cinched up for 2 days while your fucking fingerprints come back from the FBI, you fucking deserved it.
And that will be
Loss is a loss.
only victory in the Six Nations.
No, it won't be. It won't be.
Thank you for letting me use you, right, Tom.
Thank you, Hank, for the $2 super chat. Chief has a shinier coat than Becca.
So you don't get that you're getting your fucking balls busted here, Blacka. The dog is better looking than you. The dog has higher quality hair than you have. Get it? Holy fuck. They put you down and it just goes right the fuck past you.
Okay, you asked for this.
I agree with that, right, Tom?
And this is now war. Hang on.
Don't you fucking dare.
It was Anthony, not me. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Wasn't me. Blame Jim.
Mm-hmm. Wait for it to come up. Thank you, Alan Ice,
Well
for
done,
the
Alan Ice.
8-month membership chat. We love Becca more. Thank you, Alan Ice.
And so say all of us.
Becca, even Alan Ice is, you know, I guess from what I'm told, a chronic habitual all-day alcoholic. And even he, in his, you know, reduced state of awareness, is able to pick up the fact that you need people to tell you that they love you, Becca. You need it. You need that kind of attention. You need that kind of reassurance. Because Dan is, they can see what Dan's fucking doing. Everybody can see it except you and the rest of the panel members. Dan knows he's doing it. He hates you because he hates his own mother. Get it? How do you make it in a world where you hate your own fucking mother? Keep smelling your fingers, Dan. You fucking crotch sniffing weirdo.
I didn't know Moore was your last name.
I'm not fucking reading that.
Becca is better with her tongue than Chief.
You see this started with Dan telling Becca he loved her and refusing to read it. Now Dan is actually paying cash to post insults to her. Becca is better with her tongue than Chief. Apparently Dan's aware too of the fact that During these broadcasts, Hanks likes to peanut butter up the fucking shaft and have the dog go licky lick. Ugh. Rebel says Becca should come in this chat, see how well grown-ups treat other people. Yeah, it would help.
Thank you, Dan, for the $2 super chat.
More worrying how Shuggy knows that.
He read it because you wrote it.
I know, because I knew he'd read it. Because I knew you wouldn't.
See what a master manipulator Dan is? He's gaslit you so much for the last year. He's worn down your fucking confidence, but he knows that his bunkmate, Shuggy, will be right there to help insult you.
Let me take a look at him. He's lying. He's almost morphed into the demon that he is inside.
So when she initially ran his driver's
Right on. What's going on with this morphed into the demon shit? Is Chili going off the fucking deep end here? Are we going to start hearing about the fucking reptilians and fucking UFOs and shit? What's with the fucking demonic shit? Is he tapped into some, fucking right-wing evangelical nonsense? That's kind of a new thing, isn't it?
When she initially ran his driver's license, she got a hit. Oh, so have you ever been fishing before? Put a one in the.
Would you let the fucking thing finish, Chili? Because you're arguing the wrong point. You keep making yourself looking dumber and dumber. They got a hit. The name came up with the middle initial flagged. The instruction is check date of birth for verification. They don't have his date of birth. They want the fucking ID. He won't give them the ID. Okay, we'll call another fucking guy. Hang out, wait. If he doesn't give it to this guy, they're probably going to call a third fucking guy. And this guy going to be sitting on the side of the road half the fucking day, wasting his time and everybody else's time simply because he won't cooperate. This is the key point. Yeah, you don't have to give it to him, but he's asked you for it. You should know if you have a fucking warrant or not. Give him the fucking ID so you can get the fuck out of there. Don't give him the ID. You got to sit there and wait. That's your fucking problem. That's your fucking fault. Cooperate. Cooperation reduces hostility and tension in every situation.
In the chat, if you ever been fishing, you ever been fishing before?
Where's it going?
I want to keep it rated PG. If you've been fishing before,
the hair might be a couple of days before, Touche.
And you spelled tongue wrong.
No shit.
Mm-hmm.
Your point being?
It is new shit, though, right?
Grammar, and then you spell a word wrong.
Yes. Now, why would I do that?
Listen to how fucking narcissistic Dan has gotten here. Blacka points out that Dan misspelled something. And listen to Dan's response.
Looking at other people's grammar, and then you spell a word wrong.
Yes. Now, why would I do that?
Because you didn't know how to spell tongue?
I know how to spell tongue.
Okay.
I didn't even notice that.
Why would Dan see what? Why would I do it wrong? See, Dan, this is part of the gaslighting. Dan's forcing you to question yourself, not point out, because Dan's infallible, narcissistically infallible. So Dan couldn't have made a mistake. He did it on purpose. Now, what you should think about, Blacka, is not that he spelt the word wrong, but why? Why did he intentionally spell the word wrong? Fuck, how much smoke do you have to get blown at you before you realize you're in a fucking fire, Blacka? Let this guy in your house, you better be ready to take a fucking punch, Blacka.
I think he can't read.
Or you say, "Oh, I got a hit. Fish on,
nice.
fish on. I got a fish on here." He's saying, "We ran the warrant. We got a hit." For him, yeah. Woohoo! 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 Woo! I hope he doesn't want to put his hands behind his back. Woohoo! Woo! 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 Woo!
He's never been fishing.
Fish on! I got a hit. It came back and it got a hit. Can you step out of the car, please? I'm just going to put you in torture box for your safety and mine.
You see, the Shuggy, he's never been fishing before. This isn't about fishing, fuckhead. You're critiquing the superficial, not the actual, not the meat of the fucking matter, not the point being made. You're just, oh, he doesn't know how to paint. He's never been fishing because he doesn't know how to pantomime fishing right. Turn your fucking camera on, Shug, so we can see how you sit on a fucking toilet during your entire broadcast because so much anal sex during your naval career has left you in a position where you can't hold shit in you anymore.
He got a hit. He got a hit.
Wow. Thank you, Gia, for the $4.99 super chat. I hate Dan. You're not getting banned.
Here we go. Shots fired. Later on, guys.
Yep, still no ban.
His driver's license. She got a hit. Saying that he's a wanted person.
Oh, that he's a wanted person. What's he wanted for, though? Because she got a hit on her computer?
It doesn't matter what he's warranted for. There's a fucking warrant for a guy who's got the same name as him, minus a middle initial. They haven't seen a fucking ID on the guy yet, so they're concerned that maybe the guy gave him a fucked up middle initial because he spoke his name out quick and didn't realize, I got that fucking warrant on me. So they just want to see an ID to check a birth date, to double check the fucking name and fucking info, and let the guy gets let go as soon as he gives them the ID with the date of birth on it. Dan, why haven't you fucking explained this yet?
By the New York City Police Department.
Oh, by the biggest gang. Let me just clue you guys in about something. Did you know that there's no qualified immunity in NYPD? Did you know that? Put a 1 in the chat if you knew that. There's no more qualified immunity at NYPD. Did you know that? And how much change on the street has occurred?
Yep, that's it, Jam and Chuck.
How much change on the street has occurred from qualified immunity being abolished from NYPD? How much change?
Thank you, Dan, for the £2 super chat. I hate Gia and Shuggy, aka Little Chili Moore.
Yeah, but hold on a second, right on. The dude, this all ends quicker if the dude just gives them the ID. He doesn't get fucked over by the cop. The dude is the one who's making this a pain in the cock. Why not just cooperate and be done with it? Even if you have a fucking warrant, eventually you're going to get grabbed on it. I understand why you want to tell them to fuck off. I get it. But do you understand that things go so much easier for 99.9% of the people if they just fucking cooperate? Hello, baby. She says she has $3.50 in change. I don't know where that fits in the conversation, but I'm glad you got some money in your pocket, young lady. Don't spend it all in one place. That'd barely get you fucking coffee at Starbucks anymore. Oh, I saw the Nassau comment. I was trying to look at the shoulder patch and see. He's definitely a fucking New York boy, right around that area. He got that accent. Rebel says that writes on. Nassau cops patrol the same area every shift. They know the players. Yeah, I know that area. My great aunt was the receiver of taxes for Nassau County for 50 fucking years.
Shots fired. I'm telling you. Fucking telling you.
That's all right. You aim like a Scotsman.
Jim's still cruising.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how many things have changed in NYPD? 10 meaning everything's changed. 0 meaning almost.
A lot's changed in New York, dude, especially post Giuliani. He did a lot to clean up that fucking city. Right on says at codedfriend.001, some people still have a passion for their rights. They don't want their name run through the system. I get it. I understand that shit. But those people that don't want to do that, if they pinch themselves up due to their own inability or non-desire to cooperate, then they don't really have a right to fucking bitch about it. The police have a job to fucking do too, man. And they have to do their fucking job, because if they don't do their job, they're going to be replaced. And the replacement is going to have a shittier fucking attitude than the first did, that he's selected to replace. Hello Baby says, how much change? Chili asked me 4 times. Oh, I got you. $3.50. I don't have any change in my pockets. I got a big pile of quarters on my fucking dresser, though. And I got 20 grand in my fucking sock drawer. Probably somewhere between 17 and 21. Rebel says, orange with the lion in the center. What is that about? The badge? The patch? Is that how you picked it up? Not on the words? You know your cops, Rebel.
See you later.
Almost nothing or nothing. How much change? I'm just wondering how much change has happened now that
He's playing.
Why do allies want to fight? This is odd. Peculiar.
qualified immunity has been abolished from NY.
Did anyone understand what Shuggy just said? I couldn't fucking understand it. Fuck. Shuggy has to be taking some kind of fucking medication that he can't speak clearly. But then out of the blue, sometimes he speaks perfectly clear. And he does not have a fucking Scottish accent. I don't give a shit what anybody says. He does not have a fucking Scottish accent. Gem and Jet says, you can walk in Manhattan safer than in the 1980s. I know that for a fact, bro, because I used to jump the train from upstate New York, and we would go to the afternoon. We would go to Yankee Stadium. We would catch the afternoon game of a doubleheader and be back home in time for dinner without our parents knowing where we were. And yeah, man, New York was in the 80s. It was a pretty rough fucking spot. Rebel says, yep, can tell you stories about Nassau cops. Yeah.
YPD. 0.
Hey, look, I was at a Yankees ticker tape parade. It was a little bit chilly. They had won the World Series, and they do the ticker tape parade. Everybody's out in the fucking street, and, it's the fucking good time. It's just, it's a unique vibe. You pop into a bar here or there, have a beer while you're walking around, and you're walking toward the parade as it comes. You want to see your favorite Yankee player, all that fucking horse shit. And the New York City fucking cops, just like, we were standing on I was with probably 5 or 6 guys I went to college with. We had taken the train down to the city specifically to see the parade. And I was smoking a one-hitter, which was, it was painted up to look like a cigarette, but, it was all made out of metal, and it held 1 hit of marijuana. And we were passing that around, smoking it. So it was the second time coming around. There was a group of 2 girls and 3 guys standing to the right of me. They were circled up. Me and my boys were circled up. We were passing the one hitter around, and I heard a commotion while I was taking a hit on the one hitter, and I literally turned to the right where the group of 3 guys and 2 girls was next to me, and I looked at the fucking cop while I was sucking in the last bit of the hit, and I quickly fucking flipped it over and put it behind my back. These fucking cops came out of nowhere. The group next to us was a little bit younger than we were. The one dude had a pint bottle of, liquor, schnapps, whatever he was drinking, and he finished it and slammed it on the ground. As soon as that bottle broke on the ground, there were 5 fucking cops on his ass. Like, upended him, slammed him, fucking knee on the back, knee on the neck, and then there was another guy fucking cuffing him behind his back while he laid on the ground, and I was just, my eyes were fucking lit. This cop that was standing on the other side of the guy that they dumped was just looking straight at me. He saw me take the fucking hit. I know he knows what I was doing. And fucking, they just dealt with the dude they dumped on the ground, dragged him fucking off. They disappeared as quickly as they appeared. Like, the New York City is not a place you want to be fucking around, especially during like a fucking street event, because they just don't put up with any fucking horse shit at all. And you try to resist them, and they'll just fucking manhandle you without thinking twice about it.
0.
I'm surprised people don't get hurt worse than they do.
The city council still pays out the lawsuits, and the cops are still not held accountable, but there's no qualified immunity. How many cops have lost their...
I don't think anyone really... I'm sure there's a fucking ticker running somewhere in some, high-end brokerage office as a fucking show-off thing. There was a ticker. My grandfather was a volunteer firefighter on Long Island. My grandfather had, I have 3 uncles on my mom's side. My grandfather had twin boys, and then the youngest child was a boy also. They were all members of the volunteer fire company. The fire company had a ticker that would, do the tick thing. It didn't print on paper, it embossed into the paper, and then it would roll up. They still had that running when I was a kid in the late 70s, but there's some ticker tapes around. No, they don't use the ticker anymore on Wall Street. They throw everything made of paper out the fucking windows of those buildings when there's a ticker tape parade. It's amazing, the fucking paper that's raining down out of the fucking high rises. And it's amazing how quickly that shit is cleaned up as the fucking parade goes by. Like, it's gone in fucking no time.
Their houses, 0. How many cops have faced jail because there's no qualified immunity in New York City? How many? 0.
Okay. New York only banned qualified immunity for unreasonable searches and seizures, which includes excessive force claims, but doesn't cover violations of other constitutional rights, like the right to free speech, bear arms, or equal protection.
Well,
So it's not
it
fully.
sounds like it hasn't changed at all, because even before, if they were outside of their scope of practice or breaking the law, they lost a qualified immunity.
Later, right on.
Yeah, as a result, police officers accused of racial profiling or suppressing protesters cannot be sued under the new law. It's only a partial ban for the qualified immunity, not the whole thing. And this happened in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
This is not new.
Qualified immunity doesn't mean shit. Qualified immunity means you can't sue the man. You got to sue the municipality. Because the man, though he may have done something wrong, civilly wrong, I don't think criminal acts fall under qualified immunity. If you're doing what you were trained to do, then the municipality is, because you have to perform the way the municipality trained you to perform. You're have to hold their standards. So if their standards are out of whack with what's legal, the individual police officer doesn't get sued, the municipality gets sued. It doesn't, it just changes who gets sued. It doesn't affect the suer's rights at all. I don't understand why Chili's so focused on that shit. Qualified immunity doesn't mean shit. You can sue party A or you can sue party B. If party A falls under qualified immunity, then you sue, the default suit is party B, the municipality. You still have the right to sue. It's just who you sue or what you sue.
It is not qualified immunity that is our mutual problem. The problem is I want to get your ID. The problem is I'm suspicious of you. And that is based on what? Terry versus Ohio. You see? Do you see? There's been no qualified immunity for anyone.
Chili, I'm suspicious of you isn't based on Terry versus Ohio. I'm suspicious of you is because of your behavior. I'm suspicious of you is because people don't fucking tell the truth. You see the problem with fucking, you see how lying and not telling the truth inconveniences everyone? Because you reach a point where lying and not telling the truth becomes so prevalent that you have to treat everyone, even the people that tell the truth, as though they were fucking lying to you and verify everything that's said. If you want an honest society, then you have to be an honest person.
YPD.
Ew, stop spitting.
How much has
Kelly.
changed? Absolutely nothing has changed. Now, do you understand? There's no qualified immunity in Connecticut. Anybody from Connecticut? How much has changed? Zero. There's no qualified immunity in New Mexico. How much has changed? Zero. There's no qualified immunity in Colorado. Have you guys heard of the Loveland Police Department in Colorado? Have you heard?
Jam and Jet, the Croton Falls to Manhattan. I've been on that a little bit. I used to take the I would take the train down to the Ossining station, and I would get off there. I had buddies that lived in Tarrytown. They would come up to Ossining and pick me up. And when I had my I started an internet firm with two of my college buddies after I brokered. And we had an office in Ossining. So, again, I would take the train to Ossining, jump there. Penn Station's nice. Grand Central's fucking gorgeous, though. But you got to get the subway to get to Yankee Stadium.
Heard of them?
I thought Loveland was Texas.
There's a bunch of Lovelands, Dan. America's a big place. It's not a tiny little island like your place. Rebel says if they follow their training, they get qualified immunity. Correct.
There is a Loveland, Texas. I don't know if there's a Loveland, Colorado or not.
Yes, there is.
Huh. Put a one in the chat if you've heard of the Loveland Police Department in Colorado. There's no qualified immunity. Been gone for almost 2 years. How much change has happened in Loveland, Colorado? Put the number in the chat. The number is
There's only 4 states that have completely banned qualified immunity, and that's Colorado, Montana, Nevada, and New Mexico.
Street qualified immunity does not affect you and I at all whatsoever.
If you ban qualified immunity, then the municipality doesn't have to take the hit on the fucking lawsuit. You get it?
Could still grab you and say they're suspicious, still torture cuff you, still arrest you, still charge you with multiple crimes, still beat you half to death, and nothing has changed. Absolutely nothing.
So I came over, I looked at the computer screen, verified it's not the same person.
Oh man, good thing he came over and verified on the computer screen.
generic
there,
warrant
Officer Harvey,
result
because you know
if
I
the
have
name
to
is
come to
similar
my
in
son.
the
I
computer
explained that
system.
to you.
So when she initially ran his driver's license, she
Listen.
got a
And I
hit
seen you.
saying
You
that
was
he's
pulled
a
on the
wanted
side, so that
person
means that
by the New
all
York
the
City
time
Police
no
Department.
cars came
So
through
I
the
came
system, you
over,
was on
I
the
looked at
line.
the computer screen,
Come on,
verified
that
it's not the
doesn't
same
make sense
person.
at
The
all.
name is very
I seen
similar,
you.
but
You
the
were
date of
What
birth
does that have to do with the passenger?
Name is similar, date of birth is different, right? So they needed the ID to verify. That's it. The dude on the passenger side is still fucking arguing with the female cop. She has the right to ask him for ID. He has the right to say no. She has the right to hold him there until the superior officer came and verified that she should let him go. The female officer is doing her fucking job. Cut the shit.
Again, I wasn't here when you initially got pulled over, but look at it from our standpoint.
Your officer is letting me know that you were wrong. You understand that you were wrong, right?
You're allowed to refuse, but I'm allowed to ask for your license.
There you go.
Let's get it.
She was 100% correct.
I don't get why that is funny. Rebel says there's a Dublin in Georgia. There's a Miami in Ohio.
From our state.
Why is that funny? I don't even understand that one. Of she turned around and said, "I'm allowed to ask. You're allowed to refuse."
Again, to go on a fucking triviality after the fact, a summary fucking see you later statement. You missed the whole fucking gist of this, Dan. She's allowed to ask, he's allowed to refuse, but he wasn't allowed to fucking leave. Get it?
Okay. I don't understand why this is an issue. No one threatened him. No one did nothing.
It's chilly. Don't try and work it out.
Standpoint, and look how quickly he turns the camera and goes right back to
Shuggy just generically says, it's chilly, don't try to work it out. Well, if you're not trying to understand what's going on with the guy, then why are you fucking doing this every fucking day? Like, why would you dedicate all this time to monitoring Chili if you weren't trying to gain understanding of why he behaves the way he behaves? That's why you're never going to fucking get anywhere. That's why your whole deal over at the Schnooze is pure masturbation. You're just stroking your fucking ego to satisfy yourself. And you're literally, while you're fucking jerking yourself off, you're saying, what a great man I am. I'm so much smarter than Chili DeCastro. You're not. You're not. You don't market as well as he does. You don't have the following he has. You don't have any. What's your message, Dan? You don't have any fucking message at all. At least Chili's got a message worked out. At least Chili's got a marketing scheme. You can't even really point out what's wrong systematically in an organized fashion. What's wrong with Chili DeCastro's trifold or 5A cop card in a way that would promote understanding to the people who followed Chili? You're just fucking pulling your pud every day going, oh, what? I'm a bigger dick than Chili. I'm so much smarter than he is, while he earns more money than you and literally leaves you in the dust in fucking people who want to hear Chili's message versus people who want to hear your message. You're a complete fucking failure, Dan. You're a complete fucking failure because you set out to garner an audience and you had to buy. You literally sucked so bad, Dan, at putting an audience together that to fool the few people you were able to flim-flam, you had to buy 10,000 fake subscribers to keep the 1,000 sticking around because they think, oh, we're growing in fucking huge numbers and we're a part of this big anti-Chili group. Holy fuck, dude. Dearman Costello points out there's a prick in South Carolina. Where else is that prick? We know you're talking about Rebel. What are you mad because there's a Dublin in Georgia? Super chats. I'm sure that has something to do with Dan's behavior also. Bunch of retards, says Dearman Costello.
To the other pig, and it's like, hey,
In person. The name is very similar, but the data.
What does that have to do?
So let's just talk about that for example. Why do you have to call in another pig to read the computer? Can't one pig read?
It's called a double check, Chili. Obviously, the passenger wouldn't give the fucking ID, right? So second guy comes and says, hey, look, man, we need your ID. No, fuck you. I'm the passenger. I don't give you my ID. Fuck you. I'm not doing that shit. Fuck off, motherfucker. And the cops just sit there and say, all right, well, you can't go till we verify who you are. And the second cop is talking to the driver, not the passenger. So the second cop is, working with the driver, and he's like, hey, look, man, we don't want to arrest your uncle. We just want to check him so we can let you go. And the fucking other dude gets the guy to give up the fucking ID, or he gives him the date of birth. The second guy checked what the first person couldn't check, and you're off to the fucking races. She couldn't let him go, or she would have got reprimanded. Why shouldn't she do her job right?
Can't one pig read the computer? I mean, I hold.
It's because there are two people in the vehicle.
No, Dan. Have you not been fucking paying attention the whole time? It's not because there are two people in the vehicle. The fucking guy gave the reason why he had to come over to the fucking stop. Dumb motherfucker, Dan.
And not only that, she thought that the picture that came up was similar to that subject, it sounds like.
Yep.
The other officer came in and disagreed and saw that the date of birth was different.
Yeah,
but
there are two people in that vehicle. A lone officer.
Everybody's interested in your hole digging experience, Dearman.
Is it a disadvantage if there are two people?
What the fuck did dipshit just say?
Different.
Yeah, but there are two people in that vehicle. A lone officer, is it a disadvantage if there are two people?
Single officers approach multiple passenger cars all the fucking time. The second cop is called, and that's how you know you're fucked. When the second cop comes, someone's usually getting arrested. That's why the second officer's there. If it's a write a ticket and you're on your way, the one officer is going to take care of it, even if there's four people in the fucking car. Dan, that might be the way shit goes on in fucking Wales, but that's not the way shit works here. You have to stop commenting about what you don't fucking know about.
Like it's my phone. I mean, can't one piggy read it? This name is Alfonso Johnson, and this name is Alfonso. Oh, one is spelled with a P, one is spelled with an F. ALPHALF. Alfonso. Man, these.
Right, dipshit. So it easily could have been a keystroke error. That's why they're verifying by date of birth. Multiple points of verification. If we have a warrant for Joe Brown and we arrest every Joe Brown we come across, we'll fill the fucking jail up fast. We need the right Joe Brown, not just any old Joe Brown.
These, the warrants for the PH Alfonso, but I have a warrant. I have an Alfonso with an F here, but the warrants for a PH. So Alfonso, ALPH, Alfonso, ALF, Alfonso. Names are different, but I want to.
Rebel, they don't know who he is because he gets let go. He doesn't get yanked out of the car. He wasn't the guy that they had a warrant for. And if he would have just given his ID to the female cop originally, none of this other rigmarole would have fucking had to be run through.
Arrest him. Let me call him.
Chili,
Yeah.
in a city as large as New York, you think there's people with the same fucking name out there?
Hey, Chili, do you know there are other people who've been called Jose de Castro?
All right, hold on a second. Hank does a wonderful job stating the obvious here, and he fires for effect when he raises his voice to chill. Hey, Hank, you can go to bed tonight, or you can wake up this morning with the true factual knowledge that Chili DeCastro doesn't know you even fucking exist and has never heard a fucking word you've said.
Hey, Chili, do you know there are other people who've been called Jose de Castro? Some of them actually quite famous.
I'm the old Jews from Portugal.
And some of them actually have qualifications and had respectable careers, like doctors and things.
Had respectable careers, like doctors and things. You're just making shit up, Dan. Your voice gone high again. Why do you go up 2 octaves? Do you have to squeeze your balls while you fucking lie? Rebel says it's Nassau County, Hank, you dipshit, not NYPD. Hank's not that fucking bright.
Another piggy. Hey, another piggy. Can you come over here and verify something for me? It says PH on the computer, but I got an Alfonso with an F. Can I arrest him anyway?
Not how it works.
Am I wrong?
I love when Becca just says, not how it works. Yeah, thanks. Why don't you actually give us real information instead of just fucking, I haven't spoken in a while. I got to get my sound time in. It's not how it works. Do the whole quote by the old lady, because you're that kind of fucking Karenish old lady. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Fucking douche. Blecka, what do you do for a living? Do you have a fucking job? I just can't see you in the fucking work world at all. Maybe like 3rd level, super redundant hotel cleaning staff? Maybe. But in Virginia?
Am I wrong?
Yes.
Am I
Completely
wrong? Am I wrong? Put a 1 in the chat if I'm not wrong. I am not wrong. She was looking to arrest him. She called another pig over and said, it's 2 different spellings. She needed another pig to tell her, yeah, those are 2 different letters.
Did they ever say there was 2 different spellings?
Because it takes...
No. They said the names were very similar, but the date of births were different. That's it.
Oh my God, Dan finally fucking got it. Retarded motherfucker. You Welsh waterhead. It only took you fucking, an hour longer than me to get it?
They didn't actually say how the names were similar. And here's the thing. Sometimes people mistype the names into a computer.
Yes, and Christopher Pike might have been put in as Chris Pike.
Yeah. Hank's been playing the Star Trek game.
Hank's been playing with himself and a fucking jar of peanut butter and 2 fucking lonely dogs. Bow, chicka, bow, bow.
Maybe, possibly.
Takes her away from her goal. Her goal is to arrest you, baby. Her goal is to arrest you. His goal is to arrest you. This is a system that we allowed to perpetuate. So now watch how quickly the passenger turns the camera to the other.
With the passenger.
I know.
I wasn't
I know,
here.
but I'm not the only one.
Now he absolves himself of any responsibility. Look, there he is. He's morphing. He's morphing into the demon. I mean, because let me just tell you something. The reason why I say that, and if any of you jackboot thug pigs are watching,
Chili, we know you're still bitter that you didn't get into the super morphing Power Rangers, But get the fuck over it.
So, missing the entire point of everything that transpired here, Dan boils it all down succinctly into Chili's still mad because he lost his spot as a Power Ranger. That's great, Dan. Why don't you should fixate and dwell on the fact that you call your mother Satan and you wish she would fucking die. I think that's more impacting your psyche and your mental health than any problem you're trying to point out with Chili.
In this, the reason why I
Thank
say
you.
that to you pigs, about you pigs, is because it takes a demon to tell another person, I'm gonna torture you here real quick. Turn around, let me put these torture cuffs on you.
Holy fuck,
Real
8
quick.
hours. We
Just turn
gotta
around
kill
for
this.
me. Bend over.
Ew.
Chili. Hey, Chili.
It
takes a really soft punk to consider fucking handcuffs torture. You little soft ass punk bitch.
Oh, Hank's got himself all worked up. Boy, those dogs and that peanut butter. Get a little of that fucking ejac flying out of Hank and look at him go. Later, as we go through this Welsh News Network shit, we're going to find out that Anthony Caruso has taken up the Hank yell out of the blue thing. Anthony's trying to take Hanker's spot. Just like all the other radio jobs Anthony Caruso, Mr. Caruso has had, you're not going to be getting paid at the Welsh News Network either. Mr. Caruso, you need to pay your check before you leave, sir.
Quit whining about it. Fuck.
Wasn't even in them that long. In fact,
they put two sets on him.
Yeah, and if he hadn't have been whinging and bitching so much, he wouldn't have been in them as long as he was. And
if he wasn't blah blah blah, and why is Dan talking like a female all of a sudden? Diarmid had invited Dan out to have a pint, maybe a sandwich. Dan was going to be in northern UK. He actually invited Dan on a Thursday. He was going to be there Friday, Saturday, and Dan, the dumb fuck little weasel, didn't acknowledge what Diarmid said until Sunday, after Diarmid was long gone. Hey, Danny, we'll take you up on your offer, but you got to come out of fucking hiding first, you fucking cowering little rat. Jim and Jet says, codedfriend.001, right off the saw. I took the sawmill to get to my grandparents' place. There were a couple different ways you could go, but I liked the sawmill's nice, man. It's windy and good spots, and it's fucking tight, man. I wouldn't want to be on the sawmill in the fucking wintertime. Snow, ice on the ground. But that was a nice little fucking road to run in the spring and summer. You were Mayo Pack, right, Jam and Jet? I had one of my college buddies was from Mayo Pack. Maybe later when we get to know each other a little better, I'll tell you who I know.
To wait there to get the sergeant. They had to wait there for him to talk to the sergeant. They had to wait there for his relatives. Blah, 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 blah. All delays Chili caused.
Yeah.
Takes a demon to do it. I could not do that to any of you. I could not put any of you in torture cuffs. It literally would break my.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I am very happy to put you in torture cuffs anytime you'd like.
Yay. Okay.
She's really not interested, Dan. Women tend to do that when you snub them on the I'm not going to say I love you thing. Because it makes them feel like you don't want other people to know. It makes them feel like they're being played. So, you won't tell her you love her, but you'll tell her how you'll cuff her up. Becca, if you let this foul fucking douche into your home, You had better be ready to take a punch.
My heart
They
to
are
put
not
you in torture
necessarily
cuffs. And to
torture.
be perfectly honest with you, I would not do it. I simply would not do it. I would not
I
put you in
believe
torture
it.
Oh,
cuffs.
you
I
salivate
couldn't.
over the thought of putting cops into cuffs.
And you salivate over the thought of putting peanut butter on your cock with 2 dogs in the house.
The way you think they put the cuffs on people.
And he literally put handcuffs on a family member of his on TikTok and put them so tight she was wincing in pain.
He also
Wait, the wincing in pain was part of the fucking act. Jesus Christ, Becca. It was an acting gig. She was acting. The wincing in pain. That's the message of torture cuffs. The person being cuffed wincing in pain. What did you want her to do? Giggle like she was being tickled with a feather? You dumb fucking retard. Jesus Christ. Could you get any more blonde than you already are? You fucking pasty white, gray-haired fucking... Ugh.
used to, he doesn't do it anymore. He used to offer cops $1,000 to allow him to put in handcuffs.
You used to offer people $10,000 to get in a fist fight with you, you fucking weirdo. You were so enamored and sexually overwhelmed by Irish Demon that your desire to have sex with Chili DeCastro overwhelmed you to the point where you literally transferred it onto Irish Demon and offered him $10,000 to have a few minutes of physical contact with you. That's how badly you wanted to have physical contact with another man. You just the monkey mouth. You just the monkey mouth. You the ape of Chili DeCastro. Grift like him, lie like him, make shit up. Oh, Dan, you've become the thing you hate.
Yeah, he's done that several times.
As he called it, cop style.
Do it. I wouldn't be able to live with myself. I'd feel so terrible for what I did.
Name is very similar, but the data.
What does that have to do with the passenger?
Again, I wasn't here when you initially got pulled over, but look at it from our standpoint.
Look at it from our standpoint.
Yeah, look at it from their standpoint. That's how you gain understanding. Jam and Jet, you and your boys used to race on the Sawmill Parkway. Did you ever been upstate? You know, with the Northway 87. My college roommate's dad was from Fishkill, New York. He had a nice fucking 57 Vet. I think it was a 57. He had it since he was a kid. Before the bridge was built over the Mohawk River on the Northway, the highway was shut down. They used to come up all the way up from Fishkill and sneak onto the Northway, and they would race on the Northway between I think Route 7, which is now Route 2, to the Mohawk River on the fresh build of the Northway. That would have been a nice thing to do. You don't got to worry about other traffic and shit. It was 3 lanes wide each way.
See that?
Wasn't here when you initially got pulled over, but look at it from our standpoint.
I told you, man, this video, I watched it. It's the gift that keeps on giving. He wants you to understand his position. Look at it from our standpoint. Okay, let's look at it from your standpoint. What are you doing here? Why are you questioning me as the passenger? I mean, tell me, you tell me, why is he questioning the passenger? Why is he asking the passenger for ID? He wasn't there when it happened, but he knows that she asked the passenger for ID. Why is that happening? How come that's happening?
Because they can ask you for
why
anything
ask
you
the
like.
passenger for identification? What is their mutual goal?
Hey, Chili, once I was pulled over.
Oh, this is a great story. Dan has told this story before. We'll listen to the story, and then after this story, I'm killing it. We're at 8 hours and 10 minutes. I'm Getting fucking punchy here. Jam and Jet says we would race the Taconic too. That's fucking dangerous, man. Especially after, when the sun's going down and dark, because that fucking Taconic is loaded with deer. Dude, I almost smacked one the only deer I ever hit was on the thruway right before Sloatsburg, heading north. I was coming home from the city. Fucked up. I had a brand new Toyota Camry. Fucked up the front hood, front fender, shoved the front fender back far enough that it fucked up the door. What a fucking mess. That the Taconic though, man, that's dangerous at night. The fucking number of deer. I almost smacked a deer one night, half spun the car. Like I didn't do a complete spin out, about halfway, skid slide, and then fucking, dude, no shit, 15 more deer came bounding across the fucking road. It was hilarious. If I had been 30 seconds behind, I would have ran into like a fucking wall of deer. Fishkill, Mayapack, and Elmsford. Fishkill, I know. Mayapack, I know. I don't know Elmsford all that well. I like the Taconic. I like the center, in between the northbound, southbound, that they'd have the filling stations and you didn't have to fucking get off and drive 2 fucking miles to get a tank of gas. It was right there on the fucking Taconic. The Taconic's a beautiful stretch of fucking road, though. But it's dangerous with them fucking deer. Dermot Costello says Dan once backed into a ram. That was intentional, dude. He like it in the hiney hole. If you put it in the hole, it releases his hiney pressure. Here we go. Dan tells a story that he's told in the past, only it turns out completely different this time.
Middle of a rainy night, and I was pulled over, and the officer walked right up to my window, knocked on the window, asked to get in the vehicle because it was raining. He got in the passenger seat. Do you know what he asked me for?
A blowjob.
Your ID.
A light for his cigarette.
So while you sucked this cop off, he smoked a cigarette? That seems a little inconsiderate. But hey, whatever gets you out of the ticket, right, Danny? And whatever gets you through the night. So Dan blew a cop. That's not really the story here. Let's start it over again so we can really hear Dan's lie. I'm pretty sure Dan did blow the cop, though, but that's not part of the real story.
Takes a demon. Any of you, I would not do it. I simply would not do it. I would not put you in torture cuffs.
You salivate over the thought of.
I went back
to allow him
Yeah.
to put.
I wouldn't.
What does that have to do with the passenger?
But look at it from our standpoint.
He wants you to understand
No,
his
it's not.
position. Look at it from our standpoint. Okay, let's look at it from your standpoint. What are you doing here? Why are you questioning me as the passenger? I mean, tell me. You tell me. Why is he questioning the passenger? Why is he asking the passenger
already
for ID?
explained.
He wasn't there when it happened, but he knows that she asked the passenger for ID. Why is that happening? How come that's happening? What's the
Because they
goal?
can ask you for
Why
anything
ask
you
the
like.
passenger for identification? What is their mutual goal?
Hey, Chili, once I was pulled over, middle of a rainy night, and I was pulled over, and the officer walked right up to my window, knocked on the window, asked to get in the vehicle because it was raining. He got in the passenger seat. Do you know what he asked me for?
Your ID.
A light for his cigarette.
Oh, that was years ago.
That was a long time ago.
No, it wasn't that long ago. He wasn't allowed. They're not allowed to smoke in their vehicles.
It was years ago. It was a long time ago. No, says Dan. Just recently, because Dan told this story before, and the last time he told it, Dan got pulled over. It was nothing Dan did wrong. He just got pulled over for a random alcohol test. And it was pouring rain out, and Dan told the cop, fuck off. He wasn't getting out of his vehicle to take the breathalyzer test, because apparently there you have to get out of the vehicle to do it. And he told the fucking cop to get in the car. That's the story he fucking told. The cops just seemed to pull Dan over to want to sit in his fucking vehicle. I don't. You're so fucked up, Dan. You can't even remember the shit you lied about. The last time you told this story, it was a random DUI check pullover. It was pouring rain. The cop told you to get out so he could administer the alcohol test, the breathalyzer, blow, whatever. And you said, fuck off, it's raining. And you told the guy to get in your car to do it. Now it's a fucking smoke a cigarette while Dan gives a blowy to Officer fucking Dingaling. Jesus, Dan.
And it was
his
raining.
lighter had died, and it was raining, so he didn't want to sit outside.
Okay. Yeah.
And that was on the M56.
My favorite road.
Uh-huh. Please point to me the bit in UK law that says that officer was allowed to ask me for a light.
I'm pretty sure it's protocol that they don't pull you. You said he pulled you over. That's a big fucking problem if a police officer pulls over a citizen just to get to request a light for a cigarette. Your stories are such bullshit, Dan. It's fucking crazy. And with that one, it was Officer Meoff that pulled Dan over. I believe his first name was John, but he went by Jack. Yeah, Jack Meoff. That was the fucking guy. Scott Amo says, gives new meaning to the concept of officer friendly. Oh my God. Poor Dan had to blow a fucking police officer while the dude smoked a cigarette in his fucking car. What would be funnier is if the officer sat in the passenger seat, made Dan get out, walk around the vehicle, opened the door, and made him stand outside his own vehicle and just grabbed him by the back of the head and fucking jammed him down on his fucking tic-tac, dick-tac. And with that, I would like to remind little Danny Jones that you're a little dog, dude, and there's some big dogs running around. So, if you're going to go about fucking challenging people and calling people out and shit, you probably want to first consider coming out of hiding, Dan. Right? You probably want to consider coming out of hiding. It would make up. You wouldn't look like such a frail, pathetic pussy if you weren't hiding when you made challenges, called out other people to fucking. You call me a pussy while you're fucking hiding somewhere. How real is your fucking challenge while you're hiding out? It's not the first time, Dan. I do recall now you've called me out twice and then hid from me, so do it again, Dan. You got your 2 fucking slaps. Do it again. Do it again, Dan. They're big dogs running around, and you just a little pussy-ass fucking corgi. Bitch boy.
on the race at the top. You can't get off the ground. Look out, little dog, the big dog running this town. Pound the pavement and hit the streets. Knock on the door, but don't hear a peep. Nobody knows you, you ain't paid your dues. Look out, little dog, it's time you heard the news. Ah, the big dog running, the big dog running, the big dog running, the big dog running. Look out, little dog, the big dog running this town. Ah, look out here. Another freak in a three-ring circus. Lost in a crowd, you forget your purpose. Listen to me, man, you don't know what's going on. Look out, little dog, the big dog running this town. Busted flat in New York City. Down on your luck now, ain't it a pity? Got a one-way ticket on a ship of food. Look out, little dog, it's time you heard the news. Ah, the big dog running, the big dog running, the big dog running, the big dog running. Look out, little pup, the big dog running this town. Come on, little pup. Big time bound. Look out, little dog, the big dog running this town. Ah, the big dog running, the big dog running, the big dog running, the big dog running. Look out, little pup, the big dog running this town.
We'll be back later today, maybe even an NTFG SFW second broadcast today. I'm wrapping this up, going to bed, going to get a little breakfast in me belly and head on into Slumberland. I think I'm going to drop down an exit on the highway and get some bagels. Have a good day, guys. See you later.